I'm so fed up, the damn system forces me to sell stuff every day. It even randomly teleports me to dangerous places around the world. Sometimes, it makes me sell instant noodles in the Amazon rainforest. Other times, I'm setting up a barbecue stall on a battlefield. It even sends me to Mount Everest to sell parachutes to climbing teams. Just because I sent 3 dog emojis, the system has targeted me. Boom, 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 boom. The intense percussion echoed in my head. I instantly jumped out of bed. Are you crazy? I spent all night studying you, just fell asleep, and now you're waking me up? I yelled, "Host! Time to get moving, host! A task has appeared." The emotionless voice of the system rang in my head. What task? Just as I asked, a transparent screen appeared before me. The endless merchant system teleports every 3 days. Upon arrival, I must sell the items the system provides to earn rewards. In 1 hour, the main task will randomly teleport the host to any location in this world. In dangerous areas, each pack of magical instant noodles must be priced no lower than 500 renminbi. Task rewards include a spatial ring and magical wilderness survival skills. Detected the host's first injury, reward, the title of Silver Merchant, lasting 72 hours. Unlock Silver Merchant's exclusive passive ability. Money suppression. When your wealth exceeds that of other beings, you become immune to all damage from other beings. The newbie bronze gift pack has unlocked the divine price hike skill. When you say this needle is worth 1,000, it becomes worth 1,000. A qualified merchant must be proficient in all languages. Congratulations, you are fluent in all 7,919 languages of Blue Star. Looking at these 3 miracles, my morning grumpiness faded significantly. I just hope I won't be teleported to a volcano. Anywhere else should be fine. To prepare for today's task, I rushed to the supermarket last night to buy a lot of survival supplies. I bought running shoes, a large waterproof backpack, a power bank, a pink swimming ring, various dehydrated foods, and more, all packed into my backpack. Of course, the most important thing was money, crucial for activating money suppression. I hurried to the bank and withdrew all 5,769 from my account to put in my bag. With everything ready, I slung the backpack on my back and held the swimming ring, quietly waiting for the teleportation. It's so heavy. Finally, the system started the countdown. 321. Buzz. The space trembled, young man. I vanished from the room without any warning. In the Amazon basin of South America, the Amazon rainforest spans 7 million square kilometers across 8 countries, a paradise for countless species, known as the lungs of the earth, yet also an extremely dangerous and terrifying place. With long-term inflation and toxins everywhere, you can't see the poison frogs, electric eels, crocodiles, poisonous spiders, and mosquitoes lurking around. It's also very easy to get lost. At this moment, in a mud pit of the Amazon rainforest, several black caimans had just soaked a capybara and were lazily napping under the sun. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto one of the caiman's heads. Before I could react, the caiman opened its jaws and turned to bite me fiercely. The other black caimans were momentarily stunned before charging at me with their massive tails thrashing. Holy crap, this is my first time experiencing something like this. I screamed, feeling completely unbalanced in my body. I couldn't even stand still, let alone run away. In that moment, the black caiman beneath me bit down, its teeth snapping painfully, causing it to thrash its tail wildly. I gasped in shock as several other black caimans bit down on different parts of me, rolling me around in a death spiral. The sound of snapping teeth echoed as 2 of them nearly broke each other's necks. After a moment of shock, I took a breath. Was this the passive skill of money suppression? Wow, is this what it feels like to be immune to all damage? It felt amazing watching the caimans, blood flowing from their mouths, frantically fleeing into the mud pit. I adjusted my pants as the teleportation ended, arriving in the Amazon rainforest. After the notification, the system fell silent. The Amazon. I gasped, looking at the dense forest in the distance and the toxins coming from all directions. My heart sank. How did I end up in the Amazon? Where are the people here? Quickly, I picked up the swimming ring and started shouting as I walked, "Is anyone here? Selling instant noodles. Simple noodles, ultimate deliciousness." Meanwhile, several kilometers away, a small expedition team was moving stealthily, 2 men and a woman, seemingly carrying photography equipment. "Hey, Hans, I can't go on. You guys should leave," said the blonde beauty, her face pale and lips tinged blue, as she plopped down onto the ground, covered in bile. The man named Hans also had blonde hair, but he looked terrible, his clothes covered in scratches from thorns, especially a horrifying bloodstain on his back. After heavy breaths, Hans sat down, his face in pain, muttering, "Oh God, I shouldn't have agreed to come here with Norit to search for new species. We've already lost 2 people. Why won't he let us go? We're all going to die here." "Shut up, you idiot," the man with the camera coldly snapped. "I'm getting out of here alive. Norit's footage won't be buried here, no one can stop that." Just as he finished speaking, the leaves in the distance suddenly shook violently. The man with the camera turned pale and shouted, "Run! It's coming after us!" He forced himself to sprint away. The blonde beauty found some strength, perhaps out of fear of being bitten to death, and crawled after him. "That thing is toying with us," he said, his lips turning white. They had lost their food and were being chased, not even having time to drink water. He felt starving and thirsty, worse than death. The Amazon, silent yet filled with danger, echoed with hurried footsteps and sobbing. Vanessa was nearly crawling for her life. Last night, the three of them had faced another chase. The once caring Hans abandoned her in the face of danger. Suddenly, Vanessa screamed as a sharp bone pierced her palm, blood gushing out. The blood seemed to provoke whatever was behind her, causing the leaves to shake even more violently. "I want more, I want more," Vanessa cried hoarsely, but deep down, she knew this was the nearly deserted Amazon. In the depths of the rainforest, how could they possibly encounter anyone? He felt doomed, shivering at the thought of being eaten alive, which is why he desperately sought death but still fought for his life. Vanessa continued to flee with tears in her eyes, instinctively calling for help. Suddenly, she faintly heard an ecstatic voice nearby. A moment later, a man with long black hair and a graceful figure burst out from the bushes. He looked peculiar, with a toothbrush in his mouth, a towel around his neck, and a pink swimming ring under his arm. Even in the face of death, Vanessa was dumbfounded by the man's appearance, especially as he started running alongside her. As he ran, he shouted, "Are you hungry, beautiful? Want to buy some instant noodles? I guarantee fair prices, no deception." I was thorough, fearing he wouldn't understand, so I switched between English, French, Russian, Brazilian Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, and a dozen other languages. Vanessa was taken aback, thinking, what is this guy doing? Showing off his language skills while selling instant noodles? But she didn't have time to ponder as she pointed behind her, crying, "Run, quickly! Jaguars!" My eyes lit up. I didn't know if it was my bright pink swimming ring attracting attention, but for days, only dangerous creatures had been drawn to me, making it impossible to hunt for food. "You go wait over there, I'll handle this," I said, licking my lips, wondering if jaguar meat would taste delicious. Oh God, Vanessa thought, her cheeks flushed with an unhealthy hue. She was dazed, realizing she encountered such a noble gentleman before potentially dying, contrasting sharply with Hans abandoning her. "Forget the gentleman talk, you're my very first customer. If something happens to you, I'll skin the entire jaguar family," I grumbled while running back. Vanessa automatically overlooked the rest, only hearing that if something happened to her, he would skin the entire jaguar family. She was so moved that her eyes reddened, her heart raced, and she collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the bushes around me shook violently, and the vicious sounds of beasts echoed through the forest. But soon, the chaos turned into a scene of terror and blood. Everything quickly settled down as I emerged, gripping the neck of a female jaguar. Immune to damage, I rushed in and locked my arms around her throat. After an unknown time, Vanessa's nostrils flared as she caught a whiff of meat. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the man with the pink swimming ring. He was sitting by the campfire, devouring a piece of leg meat. It was him, he hadn't died and had saved her. Vanessa was so moved that tears streamed down her face as she slowly propped herself up. Seeing her awake while I was eating the ham, I dropped the meat and rushed over, my eyes sparkling as I asked, "You're awake? Are you okay?" Seeing the black-haired man rush to check on her with such earnest concern left Vanessa, usually so bold, feeling a bit shy. Thank you. You saved me, you're my hero. I'm Vanessa. Can I know your name?" Vanessa said, gathering her courage to look at me. "Just call me whatever you like. If you really want to thank me, why not buy a pack of instant noodles?" I said with a smile, flipping my hand to reveal a pack of Beijing instant noodles. Vanessa was stunned, glancing at the noodles and then at the delicious jaguar leg roasting over the fire, weakly asking, "Can I eat meat?" "You shouldn't be eating meat at your age and in your condition," I said sternly. "Don't you know that you can't recover from shock with heavy food? You're emotionally unstable and need something light like instant noodles." "That makes sense, I can't argue against it. But I have no money. Can I get it on credit?" "Don't worry, I'm a famous journalist from the beautiful country, and I'll pay you back double." With no money, I frowned. How could she want instant noodles without cash? The system task was paramount. If I sold to her and she looked pale, whether she lived or died was another matter. If I couldn't collect, I'd fail the mission. "Do you have anything valuable?" I asked, examining Vanessa closely for the first time. Her clothes were tattered, and it seemed she had nothing worth much. Vanessa said dejectedly, "No, I had a necklace that broke and disappeared. My watch was damaged and is in my bag, but it was washed away. I'm not married, so I don't have a ring either. Then eat some jaguar meat, I said, handing her a piece. Technically, it was more like leopard meat, as jaguars and leopards belong to different classifications, but both are equally fierce. Vanessa was once again dumbfounded. I told you all that just to calm you down. Now that you're stable, you can eat, I said without any embarrassment. Vanessa nodded in admiration, realizing how knowledgeable I was. She became increasingly intrigued by this man, finding him utterly enigmatic. Seizing the moment, I asked, "Tell me your situation. You must have companions, right? If the noodles can't sell to you, perhaps I can sell them to someone else. If I can find your companions through you, I can sell the noodles." Ah, my roommates and companions are from a new species discovery team. They heard that someone found new species in the Amazon rainforest and wanted to document them or even collect samples, but they didn't find anything. Then a sudden downpour occurred, and our boat broke down. During this time, we suffered many attacks, and with our equipment washed away, we lost 2 people. Later, we encountered jaguars. Vanessa recounted the events. What, they got separated? That means your companions are in danger. My expression changed. If they died, who would buy my noodles? How would I obtain the magical space ring and god-level skills? Stop eating. Your companions' lives are uncertain. Let's hurry and find them, but be careful, I said, pulling Vanessa to her feet. Wow, such a sense of justice. Vanessa looked at me in admiration. As a journalist, she was keenly observant and was sure that this man's concern was genuine, not feigned. After extinguishing the fire, I immediately set out to find Vanessa's companions, and she limped closely behind. Soon, the area was filled with their calls. On the other side, What said, "I'm sorry, it was too dark," and I panicked, losing Vanessa. Hans sat by the fire, looking dejected and weak. What furrowed his brows, staring intently at Hans, and finally said, "Forget it, he's poisoned and already doomed." Hans felt a sense of relief but soon worried about his predicament. Continuous fleeing had caused them to lose their way, and following the river seemed too simplistic. After all, the Amazon was vast, and without a precise direction, they could wander forever. Not to mention the jaguars chasing us, Hans thought, momentarily stunned. Wait, where are those jaguars? It's been so long, they haven't caught up? What's expression shifted to one of urgency, revealing a rare glimmer of hope. Have they finally given up? Great, at least we don't have to worry about being chased. Just then, there was a violent rustling in the bushes behind them. Both of their faces changed dramatically. The jaguars caught up. What shouted, "Run!" And he started to sprint. Everyone, stop right there. I'm so furious that even the ducks by my mouth might fly away. I shouted angrily. Life is like this, Hans thought, pausing in his tracks. Truly, people are like this. What quickly turned around but paused at my peculiar attire. I was still smeared with blood, indicating the danger I posed. Seeing the two, I stopped in my tracks, feeling relieved and finally smiling. They were customers after all, as the saying goes, the customer is king, so I should treat them well. Hello, I come from the great rabbit country. You can call me Fan. You both look pale and weak, you must be starving, right? I have a whole box of instant noodles. Would you be interested? I said, pulling out a pack. Hans exclaimed, "Instant noodles. My tongue has lost its taste from hunger after days. This is wonderful. Fan, you're such a great person." He reached out eagerly to take the noodles. I flashed a bright smile, pulled my hand back with the noodles, and extended another hand, saying cheerfully, "Thank you for your patronage. $100 per pack." "Oh God, you must be crazy," Hans exclaimed in disbelief, stopping in his tracks. What sneered, thinking, is this rabbit country guy trying to take us for fools? Instant noodles in the UK only cost $2 a pack. And what he's holding doesn't even qualify as real instant noodles. Come on, brother, this isn't right. Even though we're in the Amazon, you can't just mark it up 200 times. Aren't you from the rabbit country, known for peace and helping others? You shouldn't take advantage of us. What tried to appeal to the man's conscience? I can't let you say that. I pointed at the campfire, about to speak when Vanessa suddenly rushed up from behind. "Vanessa, you're alive!" Hans exclaimed with joy, realizing he wasn't purely a bad person. He had abandoned Vanessa out of fear for his own life. What's expression was somewhat peculiar. "Fan saved me," Vanessa said, not even glancing at Hans, sitting sweetly next to me. "Now, let's continue. First, I'm a businessman. In business, I need to at least break even. I brought these instant noodles all the way from the rabbit country by plane. Of course, I want money. Moreover, different products have different prices depending on the situation. In the desert, when you're about to die of thirst, a bottle of water can cost millions, and people will still buy it. Isn't it the same logic?" "That makes sense," Hans instinctively nodded and reached to take off his watch. "Wait, what reached out to stop Hans. His gaze grew more perplexed as he kept glancing between Vanessa and me, his brows furrowing. After several seconds, he hoarsely replied, "Water in the desert and food in the Amazon are entirely different concepts in rarity. Food is everywhere in the Amazon, and once we rest, we can catch it ourselves. So, you can keep those instant noodles for yourself." He then sneered and continued, "And looking at you, you don't seem like a proper businessman either. You're in trouble too. Unless you can lead us out of here, we won't be taken for fools." He casually pulled Hans back to sit by the fire. Hans looked anxious. He knew their situation. They had been starving for days, and with their equipment lost, they couldn't hunt at all. They usually ate wild fruits, which didn't fill their bellies. Their muscles were already weak, and if this continued, they would surely die here. What wore a grim expression but didn't know what to say. Vanessa couldn't take it anymore. Jaguar meat fills you up, but without seasoning, it lacks flavor. I'm still quite tempted by the noodles. It's only $100, and besides, Fan saved my life. Hans, give me your watch. Hans looked troubled. What was the leader of the expedition and commanded respect, but Hans felt guilty towards Vanessa. After some thought, he handed over his watch. "Now, this watch is yours," Vanessa said playfully, handing it to me with a charming smile. At that moment, I felt a sense of satisfaction with this woman, at least she was grateful. I silently wondered how much the system valued this watch, recalling that it had previously reminded me I could trade items, and the value would be assessed by the system. $120, the system replied. I was taken aback. This watch must be fake. Muttering to myself, I handed a pack of Beijing instant noodles to Vanessa, saying, "Here, this pack is yours." Hans let out a sharp cry. "What, only one pack of noodles? This is a Longines watch. I spent $5,000 on it." Vanessa was surprised but didn't agree. "So what if it's a brand? Fan saved my life, and I saved yours. If I hadn't intervened, you would have been taken by the Jaguar." What coldly looked at me and said, "Is this what you call breaking even? A $5,000 watch for a pack of noodles? Rabbit country merchants really have no shame." Exactly. Hans gained confidence and shouted, "You're carrying such a big bag, it must have a lot of food. You should at least give us half." "There is indeed a lot of food," I said, unzipping my backpack and pulling out a pack of spicy strips. I happily took a bite, enjoying the red chili oil. The aroma of the spicy strips wafted through the air. Hans's eyes widened. This was one of the legendary delicacies from the rabbit country, spicy strips. Even what couldn't help but swallow hard. Exactly, that counterfeit watch is worth at most $20. One pack of noodles is $100, and this bag of top-tier Wei-Long spicy strips is worth $20. "Here, I'll give this to you," I said as I handed the spicy strips to Vanessa. Vanessa's eyes lit up as she took the bag and pulled out a spicy strip, savoring it with a look of bliss. "Who's fake? Whose watch is fake?" Hans suddenly stood up, looking at me furiously. "It's not fake, but you were quite generous earlier. I just said one pack of noodles is $100, and you immediately started taking off your watch. If it weren't a fake, you wouldn't be so quick. Besides, my eyes are my measure. I say your lousy watch is worth $120, it's just $120, I scoffed. Hans was at a loss for words, his face flushed as he was shocked. He had originally paid $250 for that watch, and it was currently worth only about $120 to $130. How could this guy estimate its value so accurately? Alright, the transaction is complete, but I still have 23 packs of delicious instant noodles. Would you like to continue trading? I pulled out several more packs, waving them with a tempting smile. Meanwhile, Vanessa had already torn open the bag of Beijing instant noodles, but upon seeing the noodles, her face filled with sheer shock. How can it be like this? The noodles were actually a golden hue. Exactly, they looked almost identical to gold. Even under the sunlight's reflection, they faintly emitted a golden glow, truly sparkling. Vanessa murmured, "These are really noodles, not art pieces." Then she tore open the seasoning packet, and in an instant, glistening crystal-like powder scattered everywhere. An incredibly enticing aroma wafted toward her instantly. My nostrils flared as I caught a hint of the scent, but selling the noodles was priority. I continued using my persuasive skills, knowing my pockets were also filled with good items. "Wow, it smells so good. Really delicious," Vanessa murmured, leaning her face closer to the noodle bag, almost wanting to bury her nose in it, as if she remembered something. Quickly, she crumpled the bag, breaking the golden noodles, which began to combine with the crystal-like seasoning powder, creating a dazzling spectacle that resembled treasures. Finally, unable to resist, Vanessa extended her pink tongue, rolled a small handful into her mouth, and in an instant, she froze, feeling every pore in her body open up, with a cooling sensation spreading over her wounds. It's so delicious, I've never had such tasty noodles. Vanessa's eyes glistened with moisture, and she felt an impulse to cry. The next second, she swiftly extended her tongue, rolling the golden crystal noodles into her mouth. Each chew made her look utterly entranced, as if she was experiencing pure bliss. What Vanessa didn't notice was that as she quickly devoured the noodles, her pale face gradually turned rosy, and a surge of energy flowed through her body, rapidly restoring her strength. At that moment, Hans and What finally noticed something was off with Vanessa. Is it really that delicious? Hans asked in shock, especially after seeing the moisture at the corners of her eyes. However, What noticed Vanessa's rosy complexion and thought he must be hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes and wondered, what's going on? Could it be a revival? It really is delicious. Vanessa suddenly stood up, tipped her head back, and poured the remaining broken noodles into her mouth. After chewing them thoughtfully a few times, she swallowed with a satisfied sound. Then, she looked at me with fiery eyes and said, "How many more of these do you have? It's $100 a pack, right? I want them all." At that moment, her voice was incredibly strong, completely different from her earlier weakness. Is it really that exaggerated? I thought for a moment, perhaps it was just her extreme hunger. I have 23 packs left, totaling $2,300. Pay up, and they're all yours. Hurry! Vanessa suddenly turned and strode toward What, reaching for the camera beside him, demanding, "Give it to me. I want to trade for noodles." "You're crazy!" What exclaimed in shock, quickly hugging the camera. "Are you out of your mind? All the footage from our shoot is on there. You want to waste all our hard work? What footage? Recording our teammates' deaths or us fleeing in panic? We haven't even found a single hair from a new species. What's the point in stopping him? It's better to trade for noodles." Vanessa suddenly lunged to snatch the camera. What didn't expect that the poison and weakened Vanessa would be so strong. She snatched it away in one go. He nearly lost his balance and fell, shouting at Hans, "Stop her." Hans instinctively obeyed, but as he rushed out, he collided with a wall. Specifically, he ran into me. I stood still, feeling no impact at all, while Hans rolled away from the collision. This scene astonished both What and Vanessa. "You're so strong," Vanessa marveled, touching my arm. Though it didn't seem that big, how could I have just knocked down Hans, who was 1.9 meters tall and had 40 centimeters arms? Thank you for the compliment. Are you really going to trade this camera for 23 packs of Beijing instant noodles? Of course. Hurry up and make the trade. Vanessa licked her lips. She fixed her gaze intently on my backpack. I smiled, seeing Vanessa's gaze soften for the first time. This was my first lucky star for completing the task. I reached for the camera, and the system evaluated it at $15,000, which was quite good. The new image quality is impressive, probably worth double. "This is indeed professional equipment," I said with a satisfied smile. "As a legitimate businessman, I won't take advantage of you. This camera is valued at $15,000. After deducting the $2,300, the remaining amount will be for me to safely lead you out of the Amazon. How can you do that?" What angrily stood up, seemingly off balance after losing the camera. Yet he realized that the man in front of him seemed extraordinarily strong, and he and Hans were in a state of extreme weakness, rendering them no match. Just by being me, I'm practically invincible in the Amazon under the pressure of money. Besides, I'm equipped with a compass and other survival gear. Getting out won't be hard. With that, I pulled out all 23 packs of noodles from my bag, looking at Vanessa with a smile. "They're all yours." Vanessa was overjoyed, hugging all the packs of Beijing noodles to her chest as if afraid someone would take them away. I chuckled, realizing this girl was quite the foodie. She was so excited over the Beijing noodles that cost only 50 cents a pack. But it didn't matter, I had completed my task, and as long as I could get them out of here, I would be free. At that moment, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations! You have completed the main task, successfully selling a box of delicious instant noodles in the Amazon rainforest. You will receive all rewards upon returning, and you have a 3-day rest period. During the adjustment period, you can return at any time, but must return after 3 days." Just as I was listening to the content of the system, Vanessa had already brought water, placed it on the palm leaves to boil, and then she tore open the instant noodle packet and carefully poured the noodles into the water. I inadvertently glanced at my finger, and once I did, I couldn't look away. The golden, shimmering surface, I am sure I didn't see it wrong, the instant noodles shining with golden light. Amidst the palm leaves, the golden-hued Beijing instant noodles resembled a golden bamboo raft, undulating in the transparent water. The rising steam enveloped it, creating a hazy aura that added a touch of the mystical. At that moment, Vanessa tore open the seasoning packet, and the crystal-like powder cascaded down, instantly dissolving in the water. A magical scene unfolded. The broth within the leaves seemed to be sprinkled with stardust, sparkling with tiny lights. Even the steam was affected, dancing lightly above like a radiant performer draped in colorful light, each spin releasing an intoxicating fragrance. This beautiful and surreal scene left everyone stunned. Is this noodles? You tell me this is noodles? This is simply a scene from a special effect. While a few were still in shock, an overwhelmingly strong aroma wafted out, penetrating deep into their hearts. So fragrant! Hans couldn't help but swallow hard, and what's Adam's apple bobbed, though he maintained his restraint. Meanwhile, Vanessa's eyes sparkled as she stirred with a stick, the broth swirling, and in an instant, the aroma became even more enticing. Even with everyone holding their breath, they could feel the alluring scent, as if it were actively seeping into their pores. I can't hold back. Vanessa squealed, using the stick to lift a strand of noodles, the extreme spicy aroma hitting her nostrils. She didn't even bother to blow on it to cool it down, directly sending the noodles into her mouth. She chewed immediately. Vanessa let out an enticing moan. The bouncy yet chewy golden noodles, along with the moist broth, exploded in her mouth. The spiciness of the chili, the freshness of the broth, and the luxurious golden texture layered together to create an ultimate flavor that far surpassed reality. Vanessa closed her eyes, lying directly on the ground in sheer enjoyment, her face radiating an indescribable smile of satisfaction and happiness. Is it really this delicious? Hans licked his lips, unable to resist stepping forward. Seeing Vanessa still lying there, he quickly reached in to grab a strand of noodles and put it in his mouth. Boom, his taste buds exploded, and Hans trembled on the spot, as if he were about to fly. Oh my god, so deliciously spicy. Hans roared, grabbing another strand of noodles and lying on the ground with a face full of enjoyment, just like Vanessa. At that moment, Vanessa tilted her head to look at Tan Shan, her face flushed as she said, "Fan, I really love you to death. I know I'm deeply poisoned, but I didn't expect to eat such delicious food before I die. Is it really that good?" Tan Shan was also surprised, even more so by how the Beijing instant noodles had changed. The noodles were actually golden, and the seasoning packet was crystal colored. This was too high-end and classy. Yes, oh yes, Vanessa hummed repeatedly. Touching his nose, Tan Shan also wanted to try the taste. Just then, Hans sprang up from the ground like a fish leaping, then waved the stick repeatedly, shoving noodles into his mouth. Put down my delicious instant noodles. Vanessa was furious and got up from the ground, wanting to snatch them back. But for some reason, Hans was bursting with energy, and Vanessa couldn't break through his back. In just a few seconds, he had devoured the entire pack of instant noodles. Awesome! I feel invincible after eating a whole pack of instant noodles. Captain what, you should try some too? Hans waved his fist, feeling incredibly good, then turned to what? I won't eat junk food. After saying that, What asked, aren't you tired? From the way he just sprang up like a carp, What sensed something was off. Earlier, Hans had been in a state of almost collapsing, but now, no, I feel like I could kill a cow right now. Hans chuckled, as if he had energy to spare, and surprisingly, he started hammering against a nearby large tree, making the leaves rustle. What was even more puzzled, murmuring, "This shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. He only ate a pack of instant noodles, how could his stamina recover so quickly? He was just, could it really be the noodles?" In an instant, his gaze fixed intensely on the remaining golden noodle soup. Then, his eyes landed firmly on Tan Shan, asking, "Is it the noodles? Where did you get these noodles that can restore stamina and cure Vanessa's poison?" He was also inquiring about Vanessa's condition. Did my poison disappear? Vanessa touched her face and wounds in surprise, and indeed, the bite from some poisonous insect had turned from dark blue to a healthy red. Tan Shan's expression was calm, but inside, he was in turmoil. This was a small matter. This was food provided by the system, how could it be ordinary? Otherwise, they could just send him to the supermarket to stock up. It turned out to have unimaginable effects. No wonder it was priced so high. Rapidly restoring stamina, detoxifying, and being extremely delicious, charging $10,000 or even $100,000 wouldn't be too much. Of course, otherwise, why do you think I sell it at this price? I said I just want to break even. I'm not some unscrupulous merchant, Tan Shan said lightly. In an instant, his image grew immensely tall among the three. Even What looked at him with a hint of respect. "Fan, I knew you weren't the kind of person to take advantage of others' misfortunes. You saved my life, not just once, but twice if you count the detoxification. If you don't mind, I offer myself." Vanessa blushed, hesitating to finish her sentence. "Stop, let's just focus on getting out of the Amazon alive first." Tan Shan understood Vanessa's meaning but had no thoughts in that direction right now. Feelings were the most troublesome. Captain, what? Would you like to try a pack to restore your stamina? It's not junk food, it's a delicious divine product, a delicious divine product. Hans said, his eyes shining as he held up a pack of Beijing instant noodles, looking at what felt embarrassed, recalling what he had just said, his face burning. He wanted to refuse, but thinking of the noodles' miraculous effects, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Well, I guess I'll reluctantly give it a try. Don't mention the taste, I'm only interested in its stamina recovery effect. I'm not someone who craves for food, What said with a cold expression. After saying that, he squatted down, took the noodles, and placed them into the boiling soup, then sprinkled the seasoning packet. After a while, the noodles loosened and cooked. He pretended to be nonchalant as he picked up a strand and put it in his mouth. Ah! A loud and soul-stirring moan suddenly echoed throughout the Amazon rainforest. The moment What's voice rang out, silence fell, and the surroundings plunged into an eerie quiet. What also instantly became aware, feeling his palm touching his throat. His other hand was on his chest, and his legs were straightened. Tan Chen smiled, Vanessa was dumbfounded, and Hans's face was flushed, his gaze strange. What's square face instantly turned the color of pig liver, and in anger, he wanted to kick over the noodle soup, but thinking of that exquisite taste, he held back. Is it good? Tan Chen asked with a smile. What straightened his face, cleared his throat, and said, it's just okay, maybe I'm just really hungry. Otherwise, I wouldn't even touch this kind of junk food on a normal day. As he spoke, he squatted down. Inhaling the irresistible aroma, he couldn't care less at that moment and desperately began shoving noodles into his mouth. Ah, so delicious. Soon, he felt a warm sensation spreading through his body, as if his parched form had encountered sweet dew, and the strength he had lost was replenished at an astonishing speed. It really restores stamina. What was astonished? He suddenly turned to Vanessa, who was clutching the instant noodles, and said urgently, give me the magical noodles, I'll distribute them fairly. No, I bought these. Vanessa insisted, holding onto the noodles tightly. But it's my camera that's being used. What raised his voice? Who said it was yours? Don't think I don't know. That camera belonged to the deceased Monica. Your camera was washed away long ago, you're using hers. Vanessa shouted. Give it to me. This is our guarantee to safely exit the Amazon. What stepped forward suddenly, startling Vanessa. She quickly shrank behind Tan Chen. Tan Chen frowned and said, What? Are you going to lay hands on my esteemed customer? You little brat from Rabbit Country, selling us such magical noodles has saved our lives. I'm not going to lay a hand on you, so get out of my way. What coldly retorted. Such important food must be in his own hands. Oh, you mean you can kick? Then go ahead and try, Tan Chen said with a half smile. You! What's forehead twitched with anger, then as you wish. With a loud bang, he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Tan Chen in the stomach, but Tan Chen didn't budge an inch. Instead, What let out a scream and flew backward. Vanessa and Hans clearly heard a crack sound. What's foot had broken. God! What can squat 250 kilograms, and he kicked him, yet he acted as if nothing happened. Hans was completely stunned. Vanessa's eyes were wide with astonishment. No one paid attention to What, who was howling in the distance while holding his foot. Let's go, set off. Tan Chen said calmly, this was an equivalent exchange, and naturally, they had to see it through. Just then, Vanessa timidly said, Fan, I want to eat another pack of noodles. That last pack was all eaten by that bastard Hans. Alright, hurry up. You only have 3 days, if you don't get out in 3 days, I won't care about you anymore, Tan Chen instructed. Okay, I'll be quick. Vanessa nodded eagerly, and Hans quickly helped out. No kidding, this man was incredibly fierce. With him around, their safety in the Amazon was much higher. They had to get out within 3 days. No one noticed that while Vanessa started cooking the instant noodles again, a petite figure was closely watching them from the nearby bushes. Upon closer inspection, it seemed the bushes were covered in its saliva. Hans, you bastard, come help me already. What, seeing that no one was paying attention to him for a long time, couldn't help but explode with anger, venting all his frustration on Hans. Ah, sorry, Captain, I'm coming right now. Hans quickly left the side of the noodles. In that instant, the petite figure suddenly dashed out, transforming into a streak of light heading straight for the cooked noodles. The monetary suppression only immunized against attacks, it did not speed up Tan Chen. So even when Tan Chen saw that figure, he couldn't stop it in time. The palm leaves flipped over, and the noodles and soup spilled all over the ground. Ah, my delicious noodles. Vanessa broke down. The last bowl of noodles had been snatched by Hans, and at least she had managed to eat a bite of that. But this bowl of noodles hadn't even been touched. Ignoring Vanessa's screams, the petite figure rolled its tongue, and all the spilled noodles were swept into its mouth. In the end, under Vanessa's furious rage, it vanished in a flash. "Wha, my instant noodles!" Vanessa cried out tragically. Tan Shen looked at the silhouette of that creature in astonishment. It was something he had never seen before. It looked like a fish but had a pair of wings and moved at incredible speed. "It's a new species," What shouted, trembling with excitement as he waved his hands. Vanessa also reacted, stunned for a second before continuously exclaiming, "That appearance, it really is a new species. We searched for so many days, and it just appeared now. Oh my god. A new species, no wonder," Tan Shen mused, stroking his chin. After that, Vanessa borrowed a bag from Tan Shen and packed all the instant noodles, holding them tightly to her chest. She didn't mention eating noodles anymore, fearing it would attract that creature again. The group of 4 then set off on their journey. Although What had a broken right foot, he was strong enough to keep up with the pace of the other 3. Just like that, time flew by, and it was already the next morning. A river, a big river. "Fan, we finally found a big river," Vanessa exclaimed joyfully, linking her arm with Tan Shen's, bouncing and swaying. What and Hans also showed signs of happiness. Where there was a big river, there was a possibility of natives. As long as they found the natives, leaving the Amazon wouldn't be difficult. "Great, I can take a bath now." Tan Shen smiled slightly, took off his shirt, and jumped straight into the water. He had long put his money in the zippered pocket, so he wasn't worried about the money's suppressive effect disappearing. "Fan, get up quickly. Be careful, there might be piranhas in the river," Vanessa shouted anxiously from the shore. "No worries." While saying this, Tan Shen began brushing his teeth, causing the 3 on the shore to gasp in shock, their brows twitching. "Are people from Rabbit Country this fierce?" Hans exclaimed in disbelief. "I might have to change my impression of the weakness of Rabbit Country people," What muttered quietly. After washing up, the 4 continued on their journey. Finally, on the 3rd day, they encountered the natives. After promising a sum of money, the 4 were escorted out of the Amazon by the natives. "Fan, are you really not coming with me? Together? I can treat you to a big dinner tonight," Vanessa asked with an expectant look. "No, our deal is done. I have to go make my next business deal," Tan Shen replied calmly. He wasn't a saint, to be honest. He wanted to eat a big dinner too. But today was the last day, and he estimated he would be sent away soon, leaving no chance for a big meal. "Alright then, let's exchange phone numbers, and I'll contact you later," Vanessa said, finding paper and a pen to hand to Tan Shen. Tan Shen casually gave a number, but he was about to return to Rabbit Country, and he knew there would be no chance for future contact. "Goodbye," Tan Shen said as he was about to part ways when suddenly his gaze turned cold. He realized that the new species had somehow crept up on his side and was now lunging for Vanessa's backpack. In a flash, Tan Shen, with a sudden intuition, didn't try to stop the creature but instead lunged for the backpack that Vanessa had gotten from the natives. The creature was indeed fast, but unfortunately, it had no arms. With a stretch of his arm, Tan Shen surpassed it, and then with a powerful kick, he pounced on the backpack first. The new species let out a strange cry, baring its sharp teeth like a piranha, and viciously bit Tan Shen's hind leg. Tan Shen said nothing and swiftly countered with a grab. The strange fish was immediately pinned to the ground, its teeth shattered beyond recognition. The whole incident from the creature's appearance to its demise happened in the blink of an eye. Vanessa and the 2 men present didn't even have time to react before the attack was over. Seeing the strange fish still writhing and struggling, Tan Shen directly stepped down, and the strange fish immediately calmed down, though it rolled its eyes a bit. "A new species, it's a new species," What shouted, unable to contain his excitement any longer. He had completely given up on the idea of discovering a new species, only hoping to survive, and he never expected that just before their separation, this creature would come right to them. "Fan, can we have this winged strange fish? It's incredibly important to us," What earnestly requested. Vanessa and Hans chimed in with eager expressions. "I want half of the profits," Tan Shen said nonchalantly. "No problem." What and the others were overjoyed. Money meant little to them, reputation was what mattered. They exchanged contact information, and with Vanessa's confirmation, What and Hans even provided their driver's license details. Then, "See you later," Tan Shen waved and left. As for swallowing his money, that was impossible. Once he became powerful through the system, he would eventually get that money back when he had the time. Soon, Tan Shen found a secluded corner and whispered, "Return." Buzz he instantly vanished from the spot. In a residential area of Yuzhou, with a tremor in the air, Tan Shen suddenly appeared in his room. Finally completed the mission. Awesome. He tossed his backpack aside and sprawled out on the floor. "Please note, you have completed the main quest, amazing delicious instant noodles. Please claim your reward." Claim. Congratulations, you have obtained the God-level wilderness survival skill. Congratulations, you have obtained the bronze space ring. Congratulations, you have received an additional reward, the right to purchase the divine delicious instant noodles. Congratulations, merchant experience +1. Merchant information panel unlocked. It has been automatically expanded for you. Random merchant information name, Tan Chen random merchant rank, bronze 1/3 items, bronze space ring, upgrades with merchant rank, skills, God level wilderness survival overall ability evaluation, F level. Hearing this, Tan Chen sprang up from the floor like a carp leaping. He opened his palm and found an ancient bronze ring had appeared on his ring finger at some point. As he focused his consciousness on the ring, he instantly saw a space measuring 10 by 10 by 10, 1,000 cubic meters. With a thought, the backpack he had tossed aside was immediately transported inside. It was soon sent back out again. He kept playing with it, sending it in and out, thoroughly enjoying himself. Woohoo, take off! Tan Chen smiled. With this artifact, he finally had a place to store his 100 terabytes full hard drive. Even better, if he completed 2 more main quests, the bronze space ring would upgrade again. Let's check the skills. Tan Chen looked at his information panel. God level wilderness survival. You have mastered everything related to wilderness survival, integrating all knowledge to perfection. Go ahead and be a merchant, because now you understand the wild better than wild men. Oh, and the right to purchase the amazing delicious instant noodles. Tan Chen noticed that in the upper left corner of his space ring, a large vending machine had appeared at some point. Focusing on it, he saw dozens of sales slots, but they were all empty except for one type of product displayed. It was the amazing delicious instant noodles. Price, 100 renminbi per pack? So cheap? Tan Chen was astonished. The effects of this thing far exceeded its price, not to mention detoxifying. The key was its incredible stamina recovery, a guarantee for endurance. However, Tan Chen quickly noticed the note next to the amazing delicious instant noodles, bronze merchant, limited to 10 packs of amazing delicious instant noodles per month. The silver merchant has a monthly limit of 100 packs of magical and delicious instant noodles. The gold merchant has a monthly limit of 1,000 packs of magical and delicious instant noodles. The epic merchant has no limit. Wow, they even have limits. Do I, as a bronze, have no rights? Tan Chen rolled his eyes. To be honest, he really wanted to dismantle the vending machine, but reason told him that this thing was created by the system, and it was impossible for such a loophole to exist for him to exploit. So he honestly paid 1,000 coins and received 10 packs of instant noodles. Just then, the system reminded him again. Please note, global scanning has ended, the next random danger zone has been determined, and will open for teleportation in 3 days. Please prepare, host. The merchant black hole function has been activated. Any financial items obtained can be into the black hole, and the host will receive an equivalent amount of money. All funds have been cleaned for the host, all traces erased, all tracking blocked, and all scrutiny interfered with. Please use with confidence. As soon as the voice fell, a slowly rotating miniature black hole suddenly appeared next to the vending machine. Tan Chen tried to throw the camera into it. A few seconds later, he heard a ding, and a message appeared on his phone. Account ending in 3564, Bank of Industry and Commerce, August 4, 1724. Income of 107,405 yuan, balance 107,465 yuan, counterparty name, Black Hole, counterparty account ending in 0000. Bank of Industry and Commerce, awesome. Tan Chen was stunned. It was only a short time before the money arrived. This merchant black hole was too impressive. In a moment of excitement, he threw everything he didn't want at home into the merchant black hole. Caught up in the moment, he almost jumped in himself to see how much he was worth. Just then, everything he had thrown in was suddenly spat out. Ha! Is it because the value is too low, and it doesn't want it? After thinking for a moment, he even threw in his physical wife, but it was still spat out. In an instant, Tan Chen realized, murmuring, it seems that only items obtained from merchants can be exchanged here. That made sense, otherwise, Tan Chen could just change careers to become a robber or thief, and even if all the detectives in the world teamed up, they wouldn't be able to catch him. Want stolen goods? Crawl into the black hole. Staring at the slowly rotating miniature black hole in his space, along with the vending machine, Tan Chen nodded in satisfaction. This would be his foundation for establishing himself in the future. Now he needed to arm himself. The exclusive passive experience of the silver merchant had ended. For the second danger zone, he had to rely on his own strength. Anyway, my outdoor survival skills are off the charts, so I might as well treat this as an apocalypse, sell a house, stock up on supplies, and maybe get some firearms? A bold idea suddenly popped into Tan Chen's mind. The plot was starting to develop in a strange direction. But then he thought, there was no apocalypse happening now, and going straight for firearms would be illegal. As a fine young man from the rabbit country, he certainly wouldn't do anything to make the police uncle's job difficult. With my current strength, I still need to keep eating beef, so let's be flexible. A chainsaw, a power drill, a nail gun, that wouldn't be bad. It might even be more intimidating. Tan Chen smiled mysteriously. As for stronger firearms, he could get them abroad later. Next, Tan Chen began to divide the area within the bronze space ring. Since he didn't know what functions would be unlocked in the future, the vending machine and the merchant black hole were separately designated an area. Then he divided another area specifically for storing task items and special items that the system would issue in the future, like magical and delicious instant noodles. The next 2 areas would be used to store his daily necessities and survival items. Done. Tan Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction. It was only at this point that he finally felt tired. Although he was invincible with the protection of money suppression in the Amazon, the sleeping environment was truly terrible. There were no soft, fragrant blankets, no quiet surroundings, just the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. He couldn't even order takeout or engage in any entertainment activities. Soon, Tan Chen finished washing up and lazily lay down on the bed. Just before falling asleep, he mumbled, "Can't forget the bed, bathtub, table, lounge chair, pots and pans. All of it has to come with me. And the seasonings. And the dolls. Zzzzzzz. As Tan Chen drifted into dreamland, the room quickly fell silent. The next day, Tan Chen rushed to the department store early in the morning, starting a meticulous raid. He had at least 500 cubic meters of space to fill, and it had to be packed full. Slippers and pajamas, grab. Sofa chairs were also ordered for home delivery. All new pots and pans. For food, he stuffed his shopping cart with canned chocolate, instant meals, self-heating pots, instant noodles, snacks, and ham. He even ordered 100 barrels of drinking water. He didn't know where the next danger zone would lead him, so he could only do his best to maximize his survival comfort level. Having finally become one of the many traversers, he didn't want to die from overconfidence, thinking he was the main character. In the end, he also bought a large quantity of fresh meat, fruits, green vegetables, and even seafood and fish. He was prepared for both scenarios. If the space within the ring wasn't constant, he would buy generators in bulk to store these items in a refrigerator. If it was constant, that would be even better, they would never spoil. Thus, to the astonishment of many, carts full of resources were paid for by Tan Chen and pushed out of the supermarket. Outside the supermarket, he had already called for a car. Not short on cash, he booked it for the entire day. The car was piled high with goods, including a large amount of canned beef and lamb, making onlookers incredibly envious. "Bro, is the apocalypse coming? Why are you stockpiling so much?" The young driver was utterly shocked, scratching his head in confusion. "Why ask so much? You want to die." Tan Chen's expression turned serious, jokingly trying to scare him. "Ah, you're quite humorous," the young driver laughed heartily. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. As cart after cart of items was transported to Tan Chen's place, the driver's expression changed repeatedly, eventually turning a bit green. After a moment of silence, he handed over a pack of cigarettes and asked in a low voice, "Bro, just tell me, I've been reading a lot of apocalypse novels lately, and your actions are making me anxious. Is something really going to happen?" "Nothing's going to happen, don't overthink it. The world is so beautiful, why think about such things?" Tan Chen waved his hand and added, "By the way, bring another load." "Damn, bro, don't mess with me, I'm really scared." The young driver's hair stood on end. "You're overthinking it. I'm actually just a businessman," Tan Chen said leisurely. The young driver expressed his confusion and continued to haul another load of goods. At night, Tan Chen organized and categorized the supplies he had purchased that day. Due to the early death of his parents, he had been lost and aimless for many years, achieving nothing, with only the house still worth something. But a house couldn't be sold in a day or two. So after listing it with an agent, he didn't pay it any mind. He worked until midnight before finishing organizing the living supplies, then stuffed everything into the space ring. To his delight, the time inside the space ring was indeed constant, allowing the ingredients to be kept fresh indefinitely. "But I still need to buy generators and some modern technology. I don't want to live like a wild man after crossing into an uninhabited area," Tan Chen murmured to himself, but that was a matter for tomorrow. He glanced at his balance. There was still about 30,000 left, which was enough. After this day passed, Tan Chen, with his strong execution ability, managed to secure a generator, as well as hot weapons, and gathered dozens of both long and short cold weapons. The living items area and survival items area in his space ring were completely stuffed. Once everything was settled, Tan Chen began to check for any missing items, being even more meticulous than when he was supplementing his small soldiers. Finally, when everything was nearly ready, the time for the second random danger zone arrived. Ding! Main quest. 1 hour later, the host will be randomly teleported to any danger zone in this world. Please sell 100 copies of artwork discs. Related items have been teleported to your space ring. Quest reward? This quest's difficulty is too high. Rewards will be distributed on-site based on the number of artwork discs sold. Quest difficulty too high? A hint of surprise flashed in Tan Shen's eyes. Goodness, it wouldn't directly teleport him into volcanic lava, would it? After thinking it over, he felt it was unlikely. The chances were too small. Swimming ring, come out. Tan Shen waved his hand confidently, and the pink swimming ring appeared again. Aside from the volcano, he was most afraid of falling into the water. He then took one last look at his information panel. Random merchant information, name, Tan Shen random merchant rank, bronze 1/3 items, bronze space ring, upgrades with merchant rank, skills, god level wilderness survival, god level price haggling, proficient in Blue Star language overall ability evaluation, F grade soon. The countdown began. With a few minutes left, Tan Shen glanced at the related items in his space ring that matched the discs. Goodness, it turned out to be a 5 by 5 square meter room. He had no idea what it was for. At the same time, the countdown quickened. 3, 2, 1. Tan Shen once again vanished from the room without warning. The teleportation ended. Before Tan Shen could even open his eyes, a relentless, biting wind suddenly swept over him. He fell to the ground. With both hands propped up, he felt cold, bone-chilling. His hands felt as if they were gripping a large block of ice in winter, and his palms and skin turned pale in an instant. His fingertips and face throbbed with pain like needles. Goodness. This, where am I? Tan Shen trembled as he lifted his head. Besides the cold, he also felt difficulty breathing. All he could see was a vast expanse of white, with only the faint shadows of distant peaks visible. Snow. On a snow mountain? Tan Shen was taken aback. Fortunately, he had a down jacket, so he hurriedly took it out from his space and shivered as he put it on. The process of getting dressed nearly drained all his strength. The cold was secondary, as he had just landed and could still barely hold on for a few minutes. The main issue was the lack of oxygen. With even the slightest movement, he felt as if his lungs were about to explode. In the endless snowfield, a fragile life was hanging by a thread. How could there be a lack of oxygen? Is the altitude here very high? Damn it, even the wisest can make mistakes. I forgot to bring an oxygen tank. Tan Shen cursed inwardly. Just then, the Danger Zone Merchant Systems prompt finally sounded. Teleportation complete, arrived near the northern couloir of Mount Everest, altitude approximately 7,000 meters. After the prompt, the system fell silent. Holy crap, Everest! Tan Shen's scalp tingled. No wonder he was having trouble breathing. This almost made him curse out loud. Damn it, who sells discs on Everest? Are they crazy? Normally, there wouldn't be anyone here. Sell them to a family of snow leopards? But now wasn't the time for complaints. He needed to resolve his oxygen deficiency quickly, or he would soon faint and become a snow sculpture. Calm down, there must be a way. Tan Shen muttered to himself, constantly checking the supplies in the space, hoping to find something helpful. At that moment, a bone-chilling cold wind suddenly rushed in. Although he had already changed into a down jacket, he still felt darkness closing in. The already thin oxygen was snatched away by the howling wind, and for a second, it almost became his final eternity. Forget it, a dead horse is better than a live one. Tan Shen gritted his teeth and directly summoned the house that came with the shadow disc. Boom, the house landed, snowflakes flying everywhere. Without a second thought, Tan Shen dove inside. In an instant, everything fell silent. It felt as if he had entered an incredibly warm place, where he could not only escape the biting winter but also breathe easily. This wooden house. Is it a bit too magical? Tan Shen looked around in astonishment. The first thing that caught his eye was a flat-screen TV, accompanied by a projector, along with tables, chairs, and a bed. Besides that, he didn't see anything extra. But strangely, in this room, the oxygen inexplicably became abundant, and the temperature was at a comfortable level. What amazed Tan Shen even more was that this 5 by 5 small house stood firm against the fierce cold wind, not swaying at all. System product, truly a premium item. This is definitely the ultimate safe house. Tan Shen's eyes sparkled with greed. It felt so secure, he wanted it so badly. Unfortunately, after completing the mission, it would likely be taken back. He took off his down jacket and lay directly on the bed. With a flick of his hand, a steaming beef bun appeared in his palm like magic. As he took a bite, fresh, juicy oil burst out. In his other hand, a can of cola suddenly appeared. After finishing a beef bun and taking a big gulp of cola, Tan Shen finally shook off the recent death crisis. Ah, my life is truly bizarre. He opened the door and looked at the raging cold wind outside. Tan Shen complained, lying in bed on Everest, eating hot buns and drinking cola. Who would believe that? Shaking his head with a smile, he lay back down. According to the system, he was near the Norton Gorge, which was the most difficult route to the summit. He might not see another person for half a year, so he had prepared himself for a long time as a lonely old man. Fortunately, he had plenty of food. The only challenge would be the potential boredom. I was planning to post on social media, but where's the signal here? Tan Shen took out his phone and glanced at it helplessly. But that glance left him stunned. What the heck? 5G signal, almost full bars. Tan Shen gasped, and for a moment, Everest felt even colder. He opened Douyin Chicken. Hurriedly scrolling to the next post, Candied Hawthorne. This is truly smooth sailing. Hiss, motherland is amazing, leading the way. After exclaiming in awe, he felt completely at ease. Forget it, for the days to come, he would just be a recluse on Everest. After all, with such a big house standing here, he didn't believe that passing Everest expedition teams wouldn't come to take a look. Time flew by, and over a week had passed. Everest remained as always, covered in white snow, with the cold wind raging, revealing a hint of death in its stunning solitude. At the foot of Everest, a deadly chase was intensively unfolding. This was a stretch of road leading to Everest. A military truck was speeding across the desolate wasteland, booming music blaring, kicking up dust and giving it a Western blockbuster feel. 1,000 meters away from this military truck, more than 20 jeeps marked with armed police insignia, along with over 10 military trucks, were revving their engines, relentlessly pursuing it. As the distance closed in, shouts echoed through the vehicle's loudspeaker. Andre, listen carefully, you are committing a crime. Stop the vehicle immediately. Stop the vehicle now. Surrender is your only way out. Resisting will lead to your demise. The station troops near Dingri have already set out. By the time the military helicopters and other brother units arrive, you will have no chance of escape. We are giving you 10 minutes to consider, after which we will open fire. This is a warning. Andre, listen carefully, you are committing a crime. The voice from the loudspeakers sounded distant yet piercing across the wasteland. Oh ho, getting anxious. The official from Rabbit Country is getting anxious. The two big men in the vehicle not only did not stop but instead excitedly bumped fists. One of them even rolled down the window and gave a middle finger to the back. It was visible that in front of their vehicle, there was actually a camera, which was connected to a phone. At that moment, a continuous stream of English comments was rapidly scrolling on the phone. Fire God and Vigor God are truly the gods of extreme sports, daring to provoke the military of Rabbit Country. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong the military of Rabbit Country is, can they keep up with extreme athletes? Haha, it's not that I underestimate Rabbit Country, but with their physical fitness, they could barely climb Everest. Our beautiful Eagle Country's athletes are the strongest. I don't know who the planner is, but they are amazing, creating an explosion incident, then hijacking a military truck, and finally climbing Everest under military pursuit. Wow, I'm about to explode with excitement. Hee hee, soon we'll see the military of Rabbit Country make a fool of themselves. They have an old saying, what was it? Looking up at the sky and sighing, Everest is a place where even helicopters can't reach, they can only rage in their impotence. Ha 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 ha. Charge, charge, charge. Explosion, explosion, explosion. Watching these comments, Andre and Vix felt like they were on fire, flooring the gas pedal. Soon, the military truck arrived at the foot of Everest. Behind them were the rumbling armed helicopters. These helicopters were not just for show, they were armed and in pursuit, likely Z-10Me models. It was unclear what these two foreigners had done to provoke the military of Rabbit Country so seriously. Indeed, many viewers who had just entered the livestream posed soul-searching questions. At this moment, Vix had already picked up his phone and extended it out the window, aiming at the pursuers behind them. Instantly, the audience in their live stream erupted in astonishment. In the distance, a dozen armed helicopters roared, approaching at an astonishing speed. The black rockets on the weapon racks were clearly visible, seemingly the most advanced aerial rockets of today. These rockets not only had terrifying accuracy but also enough power to obliterate a military truck, leaving it in pieces. Wow, this scene is huge. This is crazy. Fire God and Vigor God, you two should surrender quickly, this is no joke. Yeah, don't be fooled by the Rabbit Country officials' usually kind demeanor, they are the true fighting nation. If you really provoke them, they won't show mercy just because you're from Eagle Country. Surrender, surrender, that's enough. You two are world-class extreme athletes. It would be too unfortunate to be blown up by rockets for no reason. Many of their true fans began to advise them. Meanwhile, some troublemakers, fearing the chaos would end, frantically showered gifts and shouted, surrender? If you two dare to surrender, we'll dare to block you. Exactly, hurry up and blow them up. What extreme athletes can't even escape from a bunch of lousy soldiers? You still call yourselves Fire God and Vigor God, what a misnomer. The comments flew wildly. Andre grinned, just about to speak when he suddenly heard an incredibly piercing whistle. The next second, boom! Over 100 meters away, a giant rock exploded, shattered to pieces by a rocket. Severe warning, stop immediately. Stop immediately. This missile is the final warning. A voice filled with a chilling authority came from the armed helicopter. Silence. Watching the flames of the rocket explosion in the distance, along with the flying debris, the entire live stream froze for 4 to 5 seconds. Then it was flooded with a barrage of GIFs. Wow, 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 this is amazing, this scene. Oh my god, this is incredible. It's going viral, you two gods, you've made it to the front page of the dark web. At such a critical moment, you must not mess up. If you really surrender to the rabbit country's military, you'll never be able to hold your head up for the rest of your life. The comments rolled in frantically. It's gone viral. Andre and Vic's eyes lit up, their faces showing extreme surprise. They both knew that if they handled this wave of traffic well, their reputation could reach the peak on the dark web. For many extreme sports enthusiasts, having seen through life and death, the pursuit of that near-death feeling and fame was paramount. Boom! With this thought, Andre slammed down on the accelerator again. Charge! Vic screamed, his voice reminiscent of Cled from League of Legends. This push on the gas sent the live stream audience into a frenzy. To them, these two gods were risking their lives to give them a thrill, a dazzling display before death, so they generously showered them with gifts. Various gifts worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, rained down continuously. Meanwhile, in the station troops in the Tibetan region, the command center, dozens of officers reported with pale faces. Standing behind them with hands clasped behind his back was a general adorned with stars on his shoulders. This man had half-white hair, silver strands clearly visible. He stared at the first-person perspective on the screen ahead, his expression dark. Director phone, I will take responsibility for the serious consequences of this incident. I will order the destruction of the criminals right away. One of the officers stepped forward, taking the initiative to shoulder the responsibility. Can you bear it? Director phone did not turn his head, his tone indifferent. At worst, I will resign in shame. The explosion caused by these two Americans is indeed severe, but we have already sealed off the news immediately, and there have been no casualties. The captain immediately replied. Director phone finally turned his head, his face marked by the passage of time, but unlike other elders, his features were filled with a sense of coldness. He gazed at the captain, suddenly smiled, but the smile was somewhat chilling. Resign in shame? Do you think they only caused a mere explosion? If you want to take responsibility, then take on the theft of the Dingri Museum as well. What? The captain's face changed dramatically. Many officers among them also stirred, clearly unaware of this matter. The ancient treasures collected by the Dingri Museum, whether in terms of significance or actual value, are immeasurable, and this time a total of 13 treasures were stolen, worth over 5 billion. What will you use to bear this? Your life. Listening to Director Feng's words, the captain broke out in a cold sweat. The other officers, just learning of this matter, also felt their breathing become difficult. They had lived in the Tibetan region for a long time and certainly knew how invaluable the treasures in the Dingri Museum were. For example, ancient Tibetan prayer beads, Buddhist ritual implements, Yuan dynasty iron, celestial beads, statues, and the Ninite celestial bead of the martial emperor, among others. Now that Director Fong mentioned at least over 5 billion, it meant that at least half of these treasures had been stolen. In an instant, everyone fell silent, no one daring to speak. This is no longer something that can be resolved with a resignation. This is a matter for a military court. Stop immediately, or we will open fire. The voice from the loudspeaker grew increasingly urgent and piercing. Vix, growing impatient, leaned out and shouted in his broken Chinese, MDF*****, if you have the guts, then shoot. If not, you're all sons of B***************. After saying this, he extended both middle fingers and gestured fiercely. The level of mockery he displayed was off the charts. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Is he really risking his life like this? Do you know why the military of Rabbit Country dares not fire? Seemingly aware of the audience's shock, Vix patted the back seat and said proudly, because inside our car, we are loaded with Rabbit Country's cultural relics. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to shoot. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. They never expected that these two guys had hidden such a card. Even their die-hard fans thought they were just involved in an explosion incident. No wonder Rabbit Country deployed armed helicopters and rockets. If it were Eagle Country's cultural relics that were stolen, they might even launch missiles. Oh, I forgot, Eagle Country's 200 years of insignificant history has no cultural relics to speak of. So, let's enjoy the revelry before the climax. Andre and Vix were completely hyped. Finally, the entrance to Mount Everest came into view, and they slammed on the brakes, stopping the car. On the other side, above Mount Everest, near the summit, Tan Shan had just woken up from a soft bed, stretching lazily. At this moment, the howling cold wind outside added a touch of laziness to Tan Shan's sleepy eyes. Half closing his eyes, he reached for the fragrant tea on the stove beside him and took a delightful sip. For a moment, his mouth was filled with flavor, and he finally felt awake. He then got up and opened the door, stepping outside with bare arms, looking completely at ease. The ice and snow hit him, and the cold air rushed at him, but Tan Shan felt nothing. Suddenly, refreshing, he shouted, spreading his arms wide and immersing himself in the enjoyment for a good 10 seconds before finally opening his eyes. He then lowered his head and wiped his face with the snow, satisfied, and returned indoors. Indeed, this was the effect brought by the skill, God-level wilderness survival. Over the past week, Tan Shan felt his body adapting to the environment here at an astonishing speed every moment. Soon, he no longer feared the cold, and the thin oxygen had no effect on him whatsoever. Even more exaggerated was that his body began to grow tall and resilient. Even the violent cold wind could not make his legs take a step back. His overall physical quality was several times stronger than it had been just over a week ago. What should I eat today? Lying on the bed, Tan Shan stroked his chin, recalling how he had always wanted to eat hot pot in the snow. Since he had completely adapted to the environment of Mount Everest, why not make one? Thinking of this, he immediately went out and gathered a large amount of wood. Of course, in such a harsh environment as Mount Everest, it was clearly impossible to ignite wood in the usual way. So he took out a large amount of solid carbon, the same material used to ignite torches on Everest back in the day. From tomorrow on, be a happy person, feed horses, chop wood, and travel the world. Crack, Tan Shan swung the axe, and the wood split. From tomorrow on, care about food and vegetables. I have a house facing the sea, where spring blossoms. He raised his head, feeling the cold wind brush against his skin, yet the images in his mind were of a gentle breeze sweeping over the ocean, and herds of animals galloping through fields of flowers. Slapping his forehead, Tan Shan sighed, look at my memory, I completely forgot to feed those two little guys today. The little creatures in his mouth were two snow leopards. One was an adult female, and the other was a small snow leopard just a few months old. A few days ago, after Tan Shan felt that his adaptability to Mount Everest had greatly improved, he was seized by the impulse to patrol the mountains and enjoy the beautiful scenery of Everest. While wandering around at an altitude of about 4,000 meters, he stumbled upon these two snow leopards. However, the female leopard seemed to have been attacked by other animals, covered in wounds. At first sight of Tan Shan, she was quite frightened, continuously hissing and trembling as she struggled to support herself. Unfortunately, her injuries were too severe, and just a few seconds later, she collapsed to the ground in pain. The little snow leopard, however, showed little fear, even as its mother kept hissing. It approached him. It rubbed against Tan Shan's pant leg, circling around with curiosity. Fluffy and adorable, it instantly gained a charm boost in such a cold environment. From now on, I'll call you Bold. Tan Shan slapped his thigh, directly naming the little snow leopard, and began his feeding career. With this thought, he couldn't help but drop his axe and head straight down the mountain. The king called me to patrol the mountains. I'll turn the snow mountain around. Tan Shan stuffed his hands in his pockets, humming a tune. Those who didn't know would think he was just taking a stroll by the creek, unaware that this was the treacherous area of Mount Everest. In the blink of an eye, Tan Shan disappeared into the wind and snow. At the foot of Mount Everest, closer to the climb. Quick, surround them! Seeing the criminal's vehicle stop, the commander of the pursuit team shouted immediately. Moments later, Andre and Vix were surrounded by hundreds of armed police officers. Above them, armed helicopters hovered in a combat posture, like the sword of Damocles hanging overhead. Get out of the car immediately, warning, get out of the car. The shouts rang out continuously. All the armed police raised their guns, their gazes icy. Oh dear, you rabbit country folks are so fierce, I'm so scared. Vic stepped down with a look of a frightened little wife, patting his chest. But looking at his playful expression, there was no trace of fear at all. At that moment, a sturdy man stepped forward. He was the captain of this pursuit team, Fan Guochang. After staring at Vix for a few seconds, he said in a deep voice, no matter what your purpose is, it's over now, surrender. Ha ha ha, over? You actually say it's over? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Vix suddenly burst into laughter. Inside the car, Andre's mocking laughter followed, and then his somewhat manic voice rang out. Let me tell you, the good show has just begun. This vehicle filled with your rabbit country's cultural relics has already been rigged with high-powered explosives. Once it explodes, not to mention those fragile relics, the whole vehicle will turn to ashes. At this point, Andrei's smile turned sinister. By the way, I advise your snipers to be steady, don't let your hands shake because the remote control for the explosives is not in our hands. Upon hearing this, the armed police officers felt uneasy, and Fan Guoqing's expression changed. Sure enough, Andre then said softly, we have already live-streamed the scene. If we die during the broadcast, or if we suffer any harm, or if the signal is interfered with, then our teammates far away in the beautiful Eagle country will unhesitatingly activate the explosives. Boom! What a wonderful artistic feast. At this point, under the gloomy gazes of all the armed police, Andre finally stepped down from the car. Clap! Andre lit a cigarette, took a nice puff, and then looked up with a sinister smile. So, my powerful rabbit country warriors, shouldn't you get lost now? At the end, his voice suddenly turned brutal. Get lost, I'll count to 3, get lost immediately. Otherwise, we don't mind being buried with these exquisite artworks. 1. Andre began counting directly. 2. Fan Guoqing's eyes were already bloodshot, but he could see clearly that these two guys were indeed madmen who had long disregarded life and death. They only pursued excitement, only sought the feeling of being adored and worshipped. Indeed, he had been watching their livestream while chasing them before, trying to understand. 3. As soon as he finished counting, Andre clenched his fist, seemingly ready to issue a command for a do-or-die situation. In that instant, retreat! Fan Guoqing shouted unwillingly. In military operations, orders are absolute, with no room for doubt, and in the blink of an eye, all the armed police disappeared completely. The armed helicopter also roared away. It seemed they knew the rabbit country people were watching the livestream. Once the threat was lifted, Andre grinned at the livestream and said, by the way, I forgot to mention, we also have a few of your rabbit country's cultural relics in our backpacks. As for which ones, and whether they are the rarest, you can guess. However, only by keeping up with our pace will we return them to you, otherwise, we will use them as materials for our explosive feast at the summit. After saying that, the two turned and headed straight for Mount Everest. Their faces were filled with confidence and defiance. Want to catch up with their pace? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was the absolute confidence of extreme athletes. At the same time, Tan Shen had already reached an altitude of 6,000 meters and then opened his phone. The very first message that popped up made him widen his eyes. Rare cultural relics stolen from Dingri Museum, rabbit country loses face. It is reported that the criminals are extreme athletes Andre and Vix, who claim that no one can keep up with their pace on Everest. The Dingri military is furious and is urgently organizing troops to pursue them to Everest. On the psychological behavior analysis of Andre and Vix, trending searches, overwhelming trending searches. It was as if it had been premeditated. As soon as those two officially began their ascent, news related to them flooded Douyin and other news platforms. There was no way to suppress it in a short time. Bang! Wang Qingshan, the commander of the station armed police, slammed the table heavily, looking at the news on his phone with an extremely grim expression. These damned foreigners who are asking for trouble really know how to stir things up. Wang Qingshan's voice was cold. He then looked up and asked, is everyone organized? Report, 5 squads are fully armed and heading to Everest, expected to start the ascent in 10 minutes. Good. Be sure to capture these two heinous criminals alive. How dare they use our rabbit country as a springboard? They must be tired of living. Just as Wang Qingshan finished speaking, the office phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, and as soon as he heard the other party's voice, he stood up straight and shouted, yes, it's me. Director phone, do you have any instructions? Yes, I have dispatched 5 squads to pursue them, and I will notify you immediately if there is any news. Ah, me? You want me to participate in the search operation? Do I also have to climb Everest? Wang Qingshan's serious face suddenly turned bitter. Although he was the commander, he hadn't participated in training for a long time. His main job was coordination and command. Climbing Everest would be a form of ultimate torture. No one knew better than him what kind of harsh environment Everest was. Just as he was thinking of a way to refuse, a barrage of furious scolding came from the phone. It was real cursing, the kind that drenched him in sweat. In summary, he had an undeniable responsibility for the theft of the cultural relics from the Dingri Museum. He must lead by example and rush to the first scene. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. I will set off right away. Wang Qingshan finished speaking and immediately took action. What he didn't know was that, in addition to the station troops in Dingri, many surrounding units had also received orders from above and were rushing towards Mount Everest. Meanwhile, at an altitude of about 5,500 meters on Everest, Tan Chen had already finished reading the trending news while stroking his chin. A smile that was neither a smile nor a frown appeared on his face. Finally, people had arrived. Although life on Everest was relatively leisurely and fulfilling, there was still a mission at hand, which greatly diminished the sense of ease. Although they are two criminals on the brink of death, they can still be put to some use. Tan Chen smiled slightly and continued towards the den of the snow leopard mother and cub. According to the news, those two guys had just started their ascent. Carrying cultural relics and some explosives, their pace would be much slower, so he didn't need to rush at all. As Tan Chen quickened his pace, the altitude began to decrease, and soon he was down to about 4,000 meters. Looking at a distant cave, he strolled inside. As soon as he entered, a low growl echoed from within the cave, followed by a soft, baby-like roar. Immediately, the two sensed Tan Chen's presence. The mother snow leopard squinted her eyes and lazily lay back down. The cub, however, was not so calm. Like a fledgling bird seeking warmth, it rushed forward and was soon hanging onto Tan Chen's pant leg. How bold! Tan Chen laughed heartily, his face full of affection as he took out several cans of beef to feed it. Then, from 2 or 3 meters away, he placed some meat in front of the mother leopard. The mother snow leopard shook her body and elegantly walked over to eat. Among the many supplies Tan Chen had stockpiled, there were also anti-inflammatory medications mixed in with the food, and after a few days of eating, the mother snow leopard's wounds were no longer so severe. Alright, I have to go now. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Tan Chen patted the bold little head. The cub opened its pink mouth and called out in a soft voice, then bit down on Tan Chen's finger, unwilling to let go. I really have to go. There should be quite a bit to do today, Tan Chen said meaningfully, lifting his leg to walk out of the cave. The cub bit his pant leg, its limbs kicking incessantly. Roar! The mother snow leopard let out a roar and stood up. Only then did the little cub reluctantly release its grip, watching as Tan Chen walked further away. A joyous occasion, a great joyous occasion, Commander. At the foot of Mount Everest, Wang Qingshan had just arrived at the climbing site when a captain came running over with a phone in hand. What's the matter, making such a fuss? What kind of behavior is this? Wang Qingshan was already troubled by the climbing issue, and the disruption made him feel a bit irritated. Commander, it's truly a great joyous occasion. You might not know yet, but yesterday a professional climbing team from our rabbit country has already started their ascent of Mount Everest. This climbing team consists of 9 people. Their goal is not to reach the summit, but to conduct scientific sampling work. There's Tang Feng, co-founder of the Giant Group, from the Life Sciences Research Institute's Plateau Population Research Biotech Institute, the chief operating officer of Giant Sports, a graduate student from Giant Sports Geological University, and accompanying photographers and logistics personnel, etc. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingshan's eyes lit up. He clearly understood what the captain was getting at. If they can intercept in front while we pursue from behind, with a front blockade and rear pursuit, those two bastards will have no way to escape. After saying this, the captain handed over the phone. I've managed to connect with the team leader, Chairman Tang Feng. Wang Qingshan excitedly took the phone, saying, Is this Chairman Tang? It's me. I already know what happened. I've seen the trending news on Douyin. I can't concern myself with other matters, but if those two foreigners are using our cultural relics to gain publicity, then I must intervene. We have temporarily suspended the scientific sampling work and are heading to intercept them. You all encircle them as quickly as possible. At an altitude of about 5,300 meters, Tang Feng leaned against the ice rock and spoke in a low voice. He had to take a breath of oxygen after every few sentences. Great, great. This time, your giant group is going to make a significant contribution. Our plan here, including my team, consists of a total of 6 pursuit teams, taking different routes to chase them down, aiming to intercept them below 6,000 meters. Above 6,000 meters, our team definitely cannot proceed any further. At that point, we might have to use helicopters, but in such harsh weather, helicopters are not reliable, so we must stop them below 6,000 meters. Originally, we weren't particularly confident. After all, they had prepared their equipment in advance and are professional athletes, but now that we have you, we will surely succeed. Wang Qingshan said joyfully. Alright, then we will split up and act separately. After Tang Feng finished speaking, he led his 8 teammates downwards. This time, they did not take a remote route for sampling but followed the normal climbing path. They happened to run into Tan Chen, who was returning along the way, preparing to have a hot pot first. Under the gradual transformation of god-level wilderness survival, Tan Chen's body had adapted to the environment of Mount Everest to the extreme. Although he wasn't wearing a short-sleeved shirt, he was only casually wearing a jacket. He did this to avoid scaring others when he encountered them. However, Tang Feng and his group were still startled. Looking at Tan Shen, who was not carrying any luggage, not even an oxygen tank, with his hands in his pockets, they all forgot to speak, just staring blankly. Tan Shen was equally surprised. He thought only those 2 foreigners had gone up the mountain and never expected there would be another expedition team on Everest. There were so many people. Suddenly, both sides stared at each other, but their emotions were different. Little brother, are you part of a climbing team? Aren't you cold? After organizing his words, Tang Feng tentatively asked. He was genuinely startled by Tan Shen's relaxed demeanor. Beside him, his daughter Tang Ro and son-in-law Li Bailong also looked at Tan Shen with curiosity. Cold? Oh right, so cold. Tan Shen hurriedly took his hands out of his pockets, then wrapped his arms around himself, shivering as he said, I'm freezing to death. Everyone, hurry to my base to take shelter. This cold wind is no good for rheumatism, he said, even pretending to wipe non-existent snot. Seeing this, Tang Feng and the others were speechless. Can you act any more fake? You only remember how cold it is when someone reminds you? As for the base Tan Shen mentioned, they didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just some sheltered rock corner. However, the boy's fearless demeanor in the face of Everest's chill was impressive, so Tang Feng wasn't impatient. Little brother, it's not that we don't appreciate your company, but we have important matters to attend to. How about we wait? Oh, you mean those 2 foreign criminals, right? I'll go with you, one more person means more strength, Tan Shen said earnestly. Tang Feng wasn't one to be overly sentimental, so he immediately nodded in agreement. That would be perfect. By the way, which climbing team do you belong to? Where are your teammates? Climbing team? I don't have any, just me. Tan Shen waved his hand. The 9 members of Tang Feng, who were adjusting their oxygen tanks and preparing to set off again, were all stunned. You mean, you came to climb the mountain all by yourself? To climb Everest? Tang Feng raised his voice. Yes, I'm used to being alone and accustomed to keeping loneliness company, Tan Shen said, pretending to be profound. Put. Tang Ro, wearing climbing boots, a thick down jacket, and sunglasses, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Beside them, Li Bailong couldn't help but furrow his brow. He then spoke up. Do you think you're funny? Where are we standing? This is Mount Everest. A true death zone. Without logistics, without equipment support, without teamwork, how can you make it up here? Then didn't I make it up here? Tan Shen rolled his eyes. Oof. Li Bailong snorted coldly, too lazy to argue. What was his status? And what level was this guy in front of him? Continuing the argument would only make him lose face, even if he won. He. Tang Feng chuckled and continued to ask, so, little brother, oh, I still don't know your name? My full name is Tan Shen, just call me Buffon. Tan Shen replied. Buffon, not ordinary? Good name. Tang Feng nodded. Did you come to Everest to reach the summit? Of course not. I'm here to do business. Tan Shen smiled mysteriously. Business? What kind of business could be done on Everest? Unheard of. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the 9 climbers, Tan Shen waved his hand. Alright, that's not important. What's important is that we quickly settle the matter with those 2 foreigners first. He knew very well that if this matter wasn't resolved, these few people would never go with him to the wooden cabin base. Over the past week, he had figured out the relationship between the discs and the wooden cabin. First was the price. A disc had to be sold for at least 5,000 renminbi. Then, it could only be watched inside the wooden cabin, and only after watching could it be taken away. This made the business aspect a bit more complicated, which was also why Tan Shen hadn't gotten straight to the point with them. Right, cultural relics first, let's go. Tang Feng snapped back to reality and immediately led the team to set off. He even ordered someone to bring a spare oxygen tank for Tan Shen, despite Tan Shen repeatedly refusing. But Tang Feng insisted he take it, saying that life was at stake and they couldn't let a young person be willful. Faced with such concerned looks, Tan Shen had no choice but to accept. The 10 of them began their journey. To attract customers for the discs, Tan Shen deliberately lagged behind the team after following for a while. At the back of the team, besides him, was a young man who also looked quite young. How old are you, brother? Hey, your eyes are quite clear, you must be a college student, right? Tan Shen gently nudged the young man's arm. Unexpectedly, the young man gasped, his body swaying, almost toppling over into the snow. Fortunately, Tan Shen caught him just in time. TSK, your physical condition isn't great, huh? You don't exercise much, do you? Must be lacking in cardio, a homebody? Want to buy a course? Tan Shen asked with a grin. The young man heavily gasped for breath, looking over with a face full of resentment. Damn it, he was a big shot who could climb Everest. In the past, at the gym, who didn't call him Brother Jiang or Jiang God? But now, he was actually called a homebody by this guy? The key was that he couldn't refute it at all. They had been walking for over 10 minutes, and Tan Chen hadn't even taken a breath of oxygen, not even showing the slightest sign of fatigue. His physical condition was simply incredible. Fan. Brother Fan, please don't make fun of me. I'm Jiang Yun, a graduate student at the Geological University. Can you teach me how you train? Jiang Yun genuinely envied Tan Chen's physical condition. With every step he took, he was adjusting his breathing. Every movement made his muscles tense, fearing that if he relaxed, the cold would seep in or the biting wind would knock him down. But looking at Tan Chen, it was as if walking on Everest was no different from strolling by the lake. Do you really want to know? Tan Chen suddenly lowered his body. Brother Fan can teach me. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes. It's not impossible, after all, you are a university student, and university students are all kind-hearted, pure in spirit, grateful, and have clear eyes. Glancing at Jiang Yun's round, cat-like eyes, Tan Chen ultimately swallowed the word foolishness. Great. Yes, Fangu, you are right, that's me. Jiang Yun quickly replied. Alright, but I must declare in advance, this is my unique skill, and you absolutely cannot share it with others, otherwise. Forget it, there is no otherwise, I trust you. Fangu. Jiang Yun was moved. Tan Chen nodded and then said, then I'll teach you the first move, watch more films. Watch more films? Jiang Yun's face suddenly turned bright red. What are you guys talking about? Suddenly, a pleasant voice came from the side. What film? Tang Ro seemed to have only caught the last word. Of course. Falling leaves, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, every piece is a longing for you. Smiling-faced Tan Chen hummed a tune and took a few steps away, leaving Jiang Yun standing there, looking uneasy. Fortunately, Tang Ro did not press further. Instead, she murmured thoughtfully, Yun, what do you think this guy's background is? I've never seen anyone so calm on Mount Everest. Maybe he's a deity among the people. Jiang Yun replied instinctively. Reflecting on what Tan Chen had said, he felt a bit of a headache. He couldn't tell if that man was playing him or if he really meant what he said. Can watching films really make one stronger? How is that possible? The wind and snow were too strong, and there was no conversation along the way. The only sounds that could be heard were the howling of the blizzard and Tan Chen's intermittent humming. No, we're about to reach the route fork. We need to confirm the climbing route of those 2 foreigners first. Tang Feng waved his hand under a massive ice wall, signaling the team to stop temporarily. He then dialed Wang Qingshan's phone. Up to now, there have been 19 climbing routes on Everest, so it was essential to clarify this to intercept them. Dad, those 2 foreigners are carrying a lot of things, including cultural relics, oxygen tanks, and survival supplies, and it seems there's also explosives. In this situation, they definitely won't choose those difficult, less traveled routes. I suspect it's either the Southeast Ridge route or the Northeast Ridge route, Tang Ro analyzed. Moments later, Tang Feng put down his phone, looked at Tang Ro with admiration, and smiled. You didn't guess wrong. They are indeed taking the traditional climbing route, the Southeast Ridge. Upon hearing this, the team became a bit more enthusiastic. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, snipe them. Daring to steal our cultural relics, we must strike hard. We'll find a good ambush point in advance, and we'll definitely catch them. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Tang Feng nodded and suddenly turned his gaze to Tan Chen, smilingly asking, Brother Bufan, what do you think? He seemed to value Tan Chen's opinion. What do I think? I'm wearing sunglasses to look, Tan Chen replied. The snow-covered mountain was blindingly white, and after looking for a while, Tan Chen felt a bit uncomfortable and took out his sunglasses to wear. No, do you know who you are talking to? Li Bailong was somewhat dissatisfied. He felt that both his fiancé and father-in-law had a somewhat subtle attitude towards this person. This made him inexplicably uncomfortable. What's wrong? If you have the ability, don't wear sunglasses while climbing. Tan Chen rolled his eyes. Li Bailong snapped, is this about wearing sunglasses or not? My dad is asking if you have any good ideas to take down those 2 foreigners. What do you mean by that? What level are you at? Why do you care about me? Tan Chen scoffed, too lazy to argue with him, and took a few steps past him, heading straight for the direction of those 2 foreigners. Wait, who does he think he is? How dare he talk to me like that? Li Bailong was furious, pointing at his own nose in disbelief. Tang Feng shook his head and said, you are indeed a bit too proud, but you're young, let's go, don't waste time. Tang Feng, over 50, found this banter no different from that of children. Instead, he was more like a spectator enjoying the show. Tang Ro offered a few words of comfort, but Li Bailong, in his anger, couldn't hear any of it. Who was he? He was the son of the president of one of the top 10 travel groups in the country, and he was mocked by an unknown person. This ignited a competitive spirit in him, and he quickened his pace. Wasn't this guy just relying on his performance at Everest to impress Tang Feng and his fiancée? He had to show them that he was not inferior. With this thought, he hurried to catch up. But when he looked up, Lee Bolong was stunned. In just a few seconds, that guy had already covered a distance of over 100 meters. Damn, is this guy human or a monster? Lee Bolong cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Tan Chen was racing at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he had left Tang Feng and his group far behind. Only after they were out of sight did he slow down leisurely and take out his phone to operate it. Soon after, he entered a dark web live streaming room. As soon as he entered, a flood of comments surged in. Fire God, the V God is too strong. So many people are after you too. I heard the rabbit country is in chaos online. The entire base of Everest is surrounded. Unless those two can directly climb over Everest, they won't escape capture. Wow, is this the first-person view of Everest? So spectacular. It looks like a blockbuster movie. I'm a fan now. Exactly, no matter how this ends for the two gods, rabbit country has lost face. In the video, Andre and Vix were smiling as they traveled, and according to their introduction, they were at an altitude of 3,500 meters, heading towards the 5,000-meter glacier. Thank you for the submarine crash gift from Big King. Thank you for the horror cruise gift, SGA Vix said with a beaming smile. Don't worry, everyone, we are the top extreme athletes from Eagle Country, and Rabbit Country's soldiers can't possibly keep up with us. Even if they mobilize their country's extreme athletes, they are no match for us. Andre and I pursue the ultimate limits. This obsession even surpasses our lives, so Vix, will say this, unless someone from Rabbit Country can beat us in climbing, we will never return the relics of Rabbit Country. But to win against us, it's not just as simple as climbing. Vix said mysteriously. Andre leaned in and said lightly, that's right, what exactly winning means, perhaps you will know soon. Our people have sent the latest news. It is said that there is already a Rabbit Country expedition team climbing Everest. But our explosives are not to be underestimated. If they dare to use force, we will fight to the death. It was clear he really didn't care about his life. As soon as he said this, the comments reached a climax, with various praises and supportive words pouring out, igniting the passion of Andre and Vix. Suddenly, the comments changed. Fire God, it seems like there is someone ahead of you. Oh, it really looks like there is someone. Could it be the expedition team that Fire God mentioned? Looks like the good show is about to start. Seeing the messages float by, Andre and Vix immediately shifted their gaze from their phones to the front. Sure enough, on a snow-covered rock filled with ice crystals and howling wind and snow, a tall figure was standing there. But due to the wind and snow, it was hard to see clearly. Why is there only one person? Andre and Vix exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. But soon Andre grinned and said, let's go meet him. No matter what's going on with this guy, he's material for our big fire. After that, the two hurriedly quickened their pace. The people in the live broadcast room also became excited one by one. So it turns out they are two extreme sports enthusiasts. Interesting, Tan Shen said, watching the two foreigners rapidly approaching below, a smile creeping onto his lips. As they got closer, Tan Shen's figure gradually became clearer in the live broadcast room. Is it really just him? Hands in pockets? This guy is so pretentious. Fire God, Vic, take down this arrogant kid. Their fans shouted in the live broadcast room. At this moment, Andre and Vix had already arrived in front of Tan Chen. Seeing this guy standing so coolly, Vix curled his lip in dissatisfaction, just about to speak, but Tan Chen stepped in first. I'm quite disappointed with your speed. Tan Chen casually pulled out a watch, pretended to glance at it, and said, you're 13 minutes and 26 seconds late compared to my expectations. What? Ha? Both of them were momentarily stunned. At this time, Tan Chen added, you still need to practice. What Andre and Vix thought of this remark was unknown. In any case, their live broadcast room exploded, with nearly half of the foreigners turning purple with anger. Who is this kid? About 1,000 meters above sea level, the team leader Wang Qingshan asked in surprise. To confirm the positions of Andre and the others, he had been watching the live broadcast. It must be said, this kid really brought honor to the Rabbit Country. After all, this kind of live broadcast abroad is aimed at the whole world except for the Rabbit Country. Previously, the Rabbit Country had been ridiculed terribly. Now, the response from this unfamiliar man was like a powerful slap, heavily striking Andre and Vic's faces. He's wearing sunglasses and a mask, making it impossible to quickly identify him through facial recognition, but I can assure you, he is definitely not a member of the Giant Exploration Research Team. I verified the identities of the 9 members of the Giant Exploration Team 20 minutes ago. A voice from the side said, not a member of the Giant Exploration Team. Wang Qingshan frowned, which was somewhat ominous. Not being a professional yet making such bold claims could indeed help the Rabbit Country regain some face for a moment. But what about next? If they were to be slapped in the face by Andre and Vix, it would be even worse. Hurry up and increase the speed, there might be a slight chance to salvage this, Wang Qingshan ordered. Upon hearing this, nearly 1,000 pursuers quickened their pace. The frequency of breathing from the oxygen tanks also increased a bit. Kid, if you wanted to attract our attention, I can only say you succeeded. But, Andre pulled out a dark object, aimed it at Tan Shen, and sneered, if you don't have the corresponding strength and are just trying to show off, I will shoot this hot bullet into your clown-like body. Soon, your body will be as cold as a pile of cow dung on Mount Everest. Staring at the gun in Andre's hand, Tan Shen's brow twitched slightly. He had anticipated that these two guys had firearms, but he was not the least bit intimidated. Gathering the defensive items from his spatial ring only required a thought. Moreover, given Tan Shen's current physical condition, he might not even be unable to dodge a bullet. So, with just a slight twitch of his brow, his expression returned to normal. He said calmly, "Is this the courage that you Americans pride yourselves on? Do you still need to bring weapons to intimidate?" Tan Shen unzipped his down jacket, temporarily set down his backpack and oxygen tank, and casually tossed the down jacket away. Under the gaze of everyone, he stood there wearing only a thermal shirt, on the treacherous heights of Mount Everest at an altitude of several thousand meters. Staring at the astonished Andre and Vix, he uttered two words, "Is that it?" Andre's expression grew serious as he noticed the shift in the comments on the screen. Many were in awe of this guy from the rabbit country. This was the cold Everest, after all. Daring to stand here in just a thermal shirt was practically akin to seeking death. No one had ever done such a thing. Yet this guy before them had managed it. Kid from the rabbit country, I admit you are a worthy opponent. Andre silently lowered his gun. After a moment's thought, he even threw the gun away. You're right, a true warrior doesn't need this thing. Andre looked directly at Tan Shen, but just this alone isn't enough to get the artifacts back. Who said I wanted the artifacts? Tan Shen raised an eyebrow and said, I'm a businessman, I'm here just to sell goods. Sell goods? On Everest? Both of them doubted their ears. Vix frowned and said, if you're selling climbing gear, forget it, we don't need any. No. Survival supplies? We don't need those either. No. Food? We're well prepared. Not that either. Are you messing with us? Vix's expression darkened. If he were to do business on Everest, what else could he sell besides these few items? Perhaps you can come with me to my base and take a look, Tan Shen said. Andre laughed. Can't hold it in anymore, huh? What businessman? What's selling goods? It's just a ploy to lure us to your ambush point. What a clumsy scheme. At this point, he sneered and patted the backpack on his back, saying, I might as well tell you, among the artifacts from your rabbit country, we've placed a large amount of explosives, the latest type, completely voice-controlled. Voice detonation only requires a two-word command. Do you think your actions are faster, or our detonation is faster? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the chase team leaders watching the live broadcast changed dramatically. This was too ruthless. Unless a sniper could take them out with precision, there was no chance of seizing the artifacts. But trying to snipe in the biting cold of Everest was simply a pipe dream. This is troublesome. Even if we catch up to them, we can't shoot. If we miss, with their paranoid personalities, they might detonate the explosives without hesitation. Wang Qingshan's face turned pale, his mind racing to think of a solution. But for a moment, he couldn't come up with a good idea. Oh, if that's the case, what are you too worried about? Just follow me. Tan Shen's expression grew increasingly relaxed and comfortable. Andre snorted coldly, saying, Kid from the rabbit country, you don't need to provoke us. If you want us to go with you, then your climbing ability must be stronger than mine. 6,050 meters. As long as you reach the slope at 6,050 meters before I do, you win. I will not only go with you to your so-called base, but I will also return all the artifacts. But, Vix suddenly added with a sly smile, if it turns out you're just a weakling with a big mouth, don't blame me for blowing your head off. They were among the top climbers from the Eagle Country. In terms of climbing experience and physical fitness, even the Eagle Country had no one comparable to them. This suddenly emerging nobody, whom they had never heard of, they had enough confidence to crush. They thought of it as an appetizer before facing extreme sports athletes from the rabbit country. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Only the wildly scrolling comments in the livestream indicated how much the audience was looking forward to it. Hey! Tan Shen sighed lightly, selling something really is a hassle. Alright, the weather here is indeed a bit cool, so let's warm up for you two rookies. Ha, you boastful show-off, just wait and see how I'll take you down. Vix moved. His expression was incredibly fervent. He seemed even more anxious than Andre, directly handing the live streaming phone to the other party before quickly rushing to the spot where Tan Shen was standing. Kid, you can still give up now, Otherwise, if you back down once the challenge starts, I'll beat you to death. Vix crossed his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Stop the nonsense, let's get started. Tan Chan rolled his eyes. Beat him to death? With his current physical condition, he could easily take this guy down hundreds of times on Everest. Alright, Lai, start the timer for us. Vix turned to Andre. Okay, everyone get ready. A fiery determination flashed in Andre's eyes. This was what climbing Everest was about. Near climbing was meaningless, it had to be a competition to ignite his heart. Although this guy looked weak, he would serve as a warm-up. 3, 2, 1. Wait, put your clothes back on first, we won't take advantage. Andre threw back the down jacket that Tan Chan had taken off. Start. As soon as the words fell, the barrage in the live stream suddenly doubled in intensity. Vix roared and charged up the mountain like a hungry wolf. Tan Chan smirked slightly, following leisurely behind. Andre raised his phone, responsible for filming. At the same time, several hundred meters below them, the figures of the pursuit team finally appeared, looking like they were about to catch up with Andre and the others, but unexpectedly, a climbing competition had emerged. This made them all furrow their brows. They were not professional climbers, and to have reached this point with such efficiency and speed was already impressive. Going further up, they feared they might struggle to even stand. Headquarters, what should we do now? A captain asked. What else can we do? Chase. Get them. Our country's cultural relics must not be lost. Wang Qingshan gritted his teeth. Yes. Thus, the members of the pursuit team, regardless of whether they would be left behind, gasped for oxygen and desperately followed along. Oxygen. 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 Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Vix's chest and abdomen rose and fell rapidly, a large amount of oxygen flooding into his body, propelling him up the mountain like a nimble monkey. Using both hands and feet, the steep snowy mountain wall could not stop him. In a short while, he had climbed several hundred meters. This speed was hardly different from an ordinary person climbing on flat ground. Ha, the viewers in the livestream, the soldiers from Rabbit Country, and that kid must be stunned by my speed, right? A smug look appeared on Vix's face. He could become a top mountaineer thanks to his incredibly powerful lungs. The average person's lung capacity is only 2,000 to 3,000 milliliters, but his lung capacity exceeded 15,000 milliliters. One breath of oxygen was equivalent to 5 or 6 breaths for an ordinary person. Absolutely terrifying. I breathe, I breathe, I breathe again. Wahahaha, I am the king of the snowy mountains. Vix finally couldn't help but shout out loud. He had been climbing for over 10 minutes. By his estimation, that kid was at least 100 meters behind him, forced to eat his dust from afar. Hey, what are you yelling about? Did you take some beast medicine? Tan Chan couldn't take it anymore and dug at his ears. Climbing is climbing. What's with the howling? Vix froze, turning his head stiffly to the left and back, only to see that man, as always, standing with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the snow wall with just the strength of his legs. Are we still competing or not? Hurry up, my body is just starting to warm up. Tan Chan flicked a clump of earwax, which landed squarely on Vix's face, hardening due to the temperature. But Vix seemed completely unfazed, staring at Tan Chan in shock. You can actually keep up with my speed? What, are you fast? Tan Chan glanced at a certain part of him. Vix instantly exploded in anger. Damn Rabbit Countryman, don't get cocky. That was just a warm-up. I need to see if you're worthy of my serious attention. Don't think I don't know, you're only keeping up because you're sucking on an oxygen tank. Since it's a competition, it should be more interesting. How about a no-oxygen climb to the summit of Everest? At this point, he sneered, then surprisingly unfastened the oxygen tank on his back and tossed it down the slope. Be terrified. Tremble. Are you stunned by my boldness? Vix's gaze was locked tightly on Tan Chan's face, trying to catch even a hint of astonishment. Unfortunately, apart from his astonishing handsomeness, there was nothing else on that face. Oh, then as you wish. Tan Chan also set down his oxygen tank. To be honest, if it weren't for the warm hospitality, he wouldn't have wanted to carry this thing around. Just then, Andre finally caught up. He had been lagging behind due to filming. As soon as he approached, he gave Tan Chan a deep look, then pulled Vix aside. Vix, you need to be careful of him. Andre's eyes showed an unprecedented seriousness. Careful? You want me to be careful of a mere Rabbit Country kid? I know you're surprised he can keep up with me, but he's only doing it with oxygen. I'm climbing without it. Vix scoffed. Andre's frown deepened as he handed his phone to Vix to see the live stream, where the audience was all shouting oh my god, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Look, they're all cheering for me. Vix laughed heartily. Cheering for you, my ass. They're amazed by that kid. Andre cursed under his breath and continued, "You're using all your limbs, and he's just following behind, not even using his hands, relying solely on his leg strength. As for your oxygen claim, that's a joke. I took a closer look, and he hasn't even unsealed that oxygen tank." Ah, Vix's expression finally changed, his lips twitching as he said, "Looks like he really has some skill, no wonder he's so cocky." "Humph, don't say I didn't warn you, the number of people in the livestream has exceeded 1 million. Don't mess this up for me. The glory of the top mountaineer from Eagle Country cannot be lost here," Andre warned. Vix shuddered, shouting, "Don't worry, brother Lai. I'll take this seriously from now on and let the world know who the real king of climbing is." After the two finished their whispered conversation, Vix returned silently. At this moment, his face seemed to radiate the sacred glow of a major competition, and he was mentally prepared for the upcoming glory. "Have the two of you finally come up with a strategy?" Tan Chen asked with a half smile. Before Vix could respond, Tan Chen suddenly threw his backpack down the mountain. "Since this is a test of extreme climbing, it's quite reasonable not to need survival supplies, right?" Tan Chen said. Vix stiffened, suddenly feeling something was off. At that moment, Tan Chen took off his down jacket and down pants, saying lightly, "No oxygen plus no logistics or survival supplies plus extreme cold. This is the purest form of human extreme climbing. I'm all in, so, do you dare to follow me?" A meter away, Vix and Andre's faces turned as pale as the snow on Changbai Mountain. The live stream was also silent. Vix is ruthless, daring to throw away the oxygen tank on Everest, especially since the two of them are still being pursued by a chasing team. But this mysterious man from the Rabbit Kingdom is even more ruthless. Not only did he throw away the oxygen tank, but he also discarded survival supplies and warm clothing. It's like dancing on the scythe of death. In the live stream, even the shouting Rabbit Kingdom fans fell silent at this moment. The pressure suddenly shifted to Andre and Vix. I. Vix's face gradually turned red. He wanted to say something tough, but despite his obsession and madness, he also had self-awareness. Without warmth, without an oxygen tank, and throwing away survival supplies while sprinting on Everest, just thinking about it makes life seem bleak. Just as he struggled to form a complete sentence, a strong hand rested on his shoulder. "You film, I'll compete with this kid." Andre handed over the phone. Then, with a serious expression, he began to take off his backpack, oxygen tank, and then started to remove his clothes. Seeing this, the previously silent live stream erupted into a frenzy. "Well done, Fire God. Let the Rabbit Kingdom kids see that we Eagle Kingdom men are the bravest." "Ha, Vix's courage still needs practice. This Huagua kid is clearly trying to intimidate you, and if you don't compete, he'll win by default." "Exactly, in the end, this competition is just about who gives up first. As long as he can't hold on and concedes, the glory still belongs to you. The hottest climber, Andre, go for it." Andre's supporters were buzzing in the live stream. Tan Chen saw Andre's expression becoming excited and knew without thinking what those foreigners in the live stream were saying. With a faint smile, he took the lead. "Stay close to me, don't fall behind whoosh like the athletes in the Olympic rock climbing competition." Tan Chen suddenly leaped 1 or 2 meters forward. But unlike those athletes, he didn't even extend his hands, relying solely on the strength of his legs. "No way!" Andre shouted, his muscles swelling instantly. He also lunged forward, tightly clinging to Tan Chen's back. Mount Everest. The rocks are cold and the cliffs steep and treacherous. From high above, the entire mountain looks like an alien artifact not belonging to this planet, filled with a beauty that instills fear. The temperature here has already dropped to over -30 degrees, but the most terrifying thing is not the temperature, but the biting cold wind that sweeps through. If one's physical condition is not strong enough, it can instantly throw the body temperature out of balance, causing one to collapse and be forever buried in the ice and snow. Yet, facing such dire circumstances, two men without any equipment, only wearing anti-slip climbing boots, are charging toward the summit like beasts. Along the way, Tan Chen deliberately chose a more difficult, treacherous, and harsh route, quickly surpassing an altitude of 5,000 meters. After a while, they also exceeded 5,500 meters. In fact, for Andre and Vix, 5,500 meters is nothing, but Andre is currently sprinting with almost all his strength. And he is not using oxygen. So his entire face is turning purple from the strain. Hold on. He must be reaching his limit too. I have to hold on. Looking at the figure climbing a few meters ahead, Andre reassured himself. He has experience. The more extreme the moment, the more it tests willpower. As long as his willpower is stronger than the opponent's, the final victory will surely belong to him. Just then, a nimble figure suddenly dashed over from the front. That's a snow leopard. Quick, dodge, there's a snow leopard. Vix shouted from behind. Although he was carrying a backpack and holding things, he could still barely keep up with the two because he could use oxygen at any time. What, a snow leopard? Andre exclaimed in surprise. The snow leopard is a super fierce beast, known as the king of the snow mountains, easily capable of taking down a Tibetan mastiff. But before he could make any extra moves, he noticed that the man ahead suddenly accelerated to nearly double his speed. In just a few leaps, he reached the top of the cliff and caught the little snow leopard that was leaping towards him. Little guy, what are you doing here? Where's your mom? Tan Shen hugged the bold little creature and rubbed its fluffy fur vigorously. The little leopard let out a few cries, continuously rubbing against Tan Shen's chest. From its carefree and adorable demeanor, it seemed to have sneaked out while its mother was sleeping. Ah, you really are mischievous, Tan Shen said with a smile, teasing it. Below, Andre was completely dumbfounded at the sight. What was this nonsense about reaching the limit, about testing willpower? It was utter nonsense. The man before him was so strong it made him feel hopeless. After competing in a full sprint for so long, he had actually hidden his strength and even had the mood to play with animals. Is this still a human? This has already surpassed human limits, right? Andre murmured. Moments later, he reached the spot where Tan Shen was. Then, his body went limp and he slumped down. How about you rest for half an hour before we compete again? Tan Shen glanced at him sideways. No, I lost. Andre sighed. He had thought he was at the pinnacle of extreme athletes, but he never expected there to be someone beyond that. This mysterious man's physical condition was at least one, no, even two levels above his own. For someone who regarded extreme sports as more important than life itself, this was an unparalleled temptation. Suddenly, Andre looked up with burning eyes and said to Tan Shen, "Can you teach me?" "Pfft, you're a criminal now, you should think about how to evade capture first. But if you can hand over the cultural relics to me, perhaps I can plead for you," Tan Shen said, unable to hold back a laugh. "No problem, I can give you the cultural relics right away. As for evading capture, we have our ways, but can you take me as your disciple?" Andre gazed at Tan Shen with eager eyes. "Let's talk about returning the relics first," Tan Shen replied lightly. Taking on a criminal who had wasted a lot of resources and damaged his reputation as a disciple was simply wishful thinking. If it weren't for the potential usefulness, he would have kicked him away right then and there. "All right." Andre nodded heavily, then turned to look down. There, Vix was quickly approaching. As soon as he got close, before Vix could say anything, Andre said, "Give me the cultural relics from Rabbit Country." "Ha?" Vix was taken aback. Anger then surged onto his face as he shouted, "Brother Lai, everyone in the livestream is saying he's on drugs. A normal person couldn't possibly have such extraordinary physical abilities, so this guy must have taken some banned substance we don't know about. He cheated." Tan Shen curled his lips slightly but wasn't angry, he just stared at the two. At that moment, Andre, looking at the audience's confident comments in the livestream, felt a bit uncertain. With technology so advanced now, the new drugs from the Great Eagle Country could even change a person's skin color. So, it wasn't impossible for Rabbit Country to develop even more advanced drugs, especially since this man's performance was truly off the charts. "How about I give it to you later? If you all can maintain this state?" Andre suggested somewhat compromise. But Vix wasn't as calm. He shouted emotionally, "You are the man hailed as the god of fire in the climbing world, how could anyone defeat you? He must have taken drugs. I say we should let such cheaters sleep here forever, Enough." Andre snorted coldly, "There's no evidence to determine whether he used drugs. If he didn't, wouldn't we be wrongfully killing a god of mountaineering who shares the same faith as us?" After saying this, he looked at Tan Shen. "You may not be able to provide us with artifacts for now, but you said you are a businessman. Let's first go to your base and take a look." Tan Shen then regarded Andre with a bit more respect, even though this guy had committed arson and robbery, spoken disrespectfully about the Rabbit Nation, shown no reverence for its soldiers, and carried many prohibited items, among other things. But one had to admit, he was indeed a man of faith. "Let's go." Tan Shen stopped wasting words and headed directly to his base. Soon, a wooden cabin stood in the cold wind, appearing vaguely in front of everyone. "Is that a house?" The two stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and the people in the livestream were equally astonished. This was at an altitude of 6,050 meters. They had thought his so-called base was just a tent camp, but it turned out to be a complete house. "So, is that your base?" Andre asked in surprise. "Yes." Tan Shen nodded slightly. At this moment, he glanced at the live streaming phone in Vic's hand and said lightly, "Let's turn off the live stream for now. It's a private room, and we need privacy." He just didn't want to expose his true self while promoting his goods, to avoid embarrassing the Rabbit Nation. This time, Vix didn't argue, as there really wasn't much to film about buying something. So he addressed the live stream, "Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to buy some survival supplies next, so we won't be showing you that. It's just right for the phone to charge for a bit, but please don't go away. I will soon find a way to expose the true face of this Rabbit Nation person who is cheating." After saying this, Vix closed the live stream and put the phone in his pocket. Seeing this, Tan Chen cleared his throat. For the first time, a warm smile appeared on his face. He could finally relax and stop pretending. Indeed, in front of the live stream, Tan Chen had to maintain the grand image of the Rabbit Nation. This was also the reason he had been putting on airs. Now he could finally take it easy. "Hey, Rabbit Nation kid, what exactly are you selling? Don't say I didn't warn you. If there's an ambush in this house, I will definitely detonate the bomb at the first opportunity," Vix said coldly. He genuinely felt something was off. Who conducts business at 6,050 meters on Everest? It was simply unheard of. There was definitely a conspiracy. "What I'm selling might take a little more time, but I assure you, it will not disappoint you," Tan Chen said confidently. He had already tried the effects after watching the video. The effect was even more thrilling than magical instant noodles. Oh, at that moment, the little snow leopard let out a soft cry, as if saying it wanted to know too. "TSK, you can't look, you're still too young." Tan Chen glanced at it. This made the mother snow leopard realize she had let her cub astray and had to rush up the mountain to provide warmth. "Humph, you Rabbit Nation people love to be all mysterious," Vix grumbled as he approached the wooden cabin, pushing the door but finding it wouldn't budge. "Open the door!" Vix shouted. "I said, wait a moment, there are still guests arriving." Tan Chen maintained his professional demeanor as a businessman, keeping a smile on his face. "You're not waiting for the pursuit team, are you?" Vic's expression darkened. Andre's face also changed slightly. "No, they won't arrive so quickly, it's other guests." Just as he said this, Tan Chen raised a hand and pointed downwards. "They're here." The group that arrived was the giant exploration team. Because Tan Chen had deliberately taken a difficult route during the competition, they hadn't encountered them on the way back. Fortunately, the pursuit team had been in contact with them, and that was how they learned the specific situation en route, allowing them to rush over. That kid actually defeated the top figure in the mountaineering world. This medicine is indeed powerful. I just wonder how strong the side effects are. With such a potent effect, it won't cause genetic mutations, will it? Li Bolong mocked pretentiously. Tang Feng frowned and said, "Enough." Brother Tan risked his life for the country's cultural relics. He is a hero worthy of admiration. "What's with your sarcastic tone?" Seeing Tang Feng's displeasure, Li Bolong quickly forced a smile and said, "Father-in-law, you misunderstood. I'm just concerned about him, afraid of strong side effects." Tang Feng snorted lightly. It was one thing for young people to compete fiercely among themselves, but now that the boy had restored such dignity for the country, he couldn't just let it go. "Dad, is that the base he mentioned? It's just a small wooden cabin. When was it built? It's surprisingly sturdy in this cold wind," Tang Ro exclaimed. "It is indeed impressive," Tang Feng replied, astonished. The cabin was not large, yet it had not been blown apart in such an environment. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. The clear-headed college student Jian Yun, who was at the back, also noticed the wooden cabin and, for some reason, suddenly thought of what Tan Chen had said about watching films. "If we watch here." No, what am I thinking?" Jian Yun shook his head vigorously. Meanwhile, the group had approached, standing 3 or 4 meters away from Andre and Vix, exchanging cold glances. Both sides appeared indifferent. "Alright, stop looking so grim, business is what matters. We only have half an hour at most before the pursuit team arrives," Tan Chen said with a smile. "Tan Chen, which side are you on? Are cultural relics not worth more than your worthless goods? What time is it, and you're still colluding with these two criminals? I see you're just after money. Take them down immediately. Consider it a contribution to your redemption." Li Bolong suddenly shouted. He thought the live broadcast was still on, wanting to show his face to the whole country. Little did he know, instead of gaining attention, he turned around to find everyone looking at him as if he were a fool. Even more terrifying was that the foreign man with the backpack suddenly raised his hand and threw a dark object over. It landed precisely in front of him. Oh my! Explosives! Li Bolong was so scared that he pulled Tang Ro in front of him as a shield and stumbled backward in panic. The others were startled as well, but they didn't react as intensely. Especially after seeing that the dark object wasn't smoking and showed no other reaction, they all calmed down. They then realized that it was indeed a grenade, but the safety pin hadn't been pulled. The expressions of everyone present changed instantly, all falling on Li Bolong. Tang Feng's face was stern, and Tang Ro's astonished gaze revealed disbelief, as if she could never have imagined Li Bolong would act this way. "Rower, let me explain. I was just so scared that I pulled without thinking. I didn't notice you were beside me, otherwise, I wouldn't have used you as a shield even if you killed me. Li Bolong was almost in tears. Yet, he hated Vix deeply in his heart, thinking, if you're going to throw something, at least throw a real grenade. Now I can't save face. So you mean, if it were us, you would feel justified in using us as shields? A tall man from the giant mountaineering team asked coldly. He was the chief operating officer of the giant group sports and didn't care about Li Bolong's status. No, it was really my panic. It's my fault, Li Bolong said, looking regretful. But deep down, he didn't think so. What a joke! If that had really been a grenade about to explode, forget about Tang Ro. Even if Tang Feng were beside him, he would have pulled the pin. What was his status? He had a wonderful life waiting for him to enjoy, and of course, he didn't want to die here. Watching this scene, Vix, Andre, and Tan Chen all wore expressions that were half smiles, half amused. Alright, you don't need to explain. Tang Ro waved her hand impatiently. She didn't say much more, just distanced herself a bit from Li Bolong. Faced with this behavior, Li Bolong was no longer flustered. After all, women could be soothed later. But just then, Tan Chen spoke up, smiling as he looked at Tang Ro. Miss Tang must be feeling quite upset right now. Perhaps the products in my little shop can help ease your gloom. How about a visit? Tang Ro looked surprised and said, you really are a businessman, aren't you? You came to Everest to do business? The others began to whisper among themselves. They had seen traveling merchants, but never one so absurd as to open a shop at an altitude of 6,050 meters on Everest. Did he really think he could make money here? Could risk and profit really be proportional? Indeed, my shop can be said to be everywhere in the world. Perhaps you can find my store in any corner of the globe, Tan Chen introduced. What nonsense are you spouting? Any corner of the world? Are you going to set up shop in the desert, in uninhabited areas, or even in the Pacific? That's hilarious. I can't stand people like you who try to show off. Li Bolong scoffed, his disdain evident. He was eager to regain his face, or rather, to divert attention, so he spared no effort in putting Tan Chen down. Perhaps it really is possible? Tan Chen said lightly. Ha. You think you can set up shop in those areas? That's the biggest joke of the century. Come on, even with a beautiful woman present, at least try to be a bit smarter when you show off. Don't be so dim-witted, alright? Li Bolong said, nearly laughing his teeth out. Tan Chen simply gave him a serious look, already calculating his outcome in his heart. He then ignored Li Bolong and turned his gaze back to Tang Ro, smiling. So, shall we go take a look? Sure, it's just right to shake off the bad luck around me, Tang Ro said as she elegantly stepped out and walked straight into the house. Li Bolong stepped forward to follow but was blocked by Tan Chen. What do you mean? Step aside. Li Bolong pushed with his hand, but Tan Chen stood firm, his legs gripping the ground like steel claws. Because the products in my shop are special, each visit only allows one person, Tan Chen said calmly. You! Li Bolong was furious, believing this guy was targeting him. Just as he was about to stir up more trouble, Tang Feng finally spoke up. Enough! Don't you think you've made a big enough mess already? Tang Feng said in a deep voice. Tang Ro's engagement to Li Bolong was something he had painstakingly arranged. Originally, Tang Ro was unwilling 100 times over, but Li Bolong's status was indeed prominent, being the son of the president of one of the top 10 tourism groups in the country. However, his character was a complete disaster. He not only indulged in debauchery but also pretended to be someone of great depth. He could put on a good show in front of others, but once provoked, his true self quickly revealed itself, just like now. Thinking of this, both Tang Feng and Tang Ro sighed deeply in their hearts. But there was no way out. The giant group faced the risk of dissolution due to a special incident. They could only rely on a marriage alliance to secure their position. Whatever you say, father-in-law, is what goes. I'm just anxious. I'm afraid Roar might encounter danger going in alone. As soon as these words were spoken, the others present held back their laughter, but Andre couldn't help but burst out laughing. Danger? I'm afraid the biggest danger to that beautiful lady is you, right? Andre wore a face full of sarcasm. Just as Li Bolong was about to argue, Tang Ro, already impatient, stepped into the wooden house. The arrangement of the wooden house was simple, but it felt warm enough. However, after surveying the place for a while, she seemed to find no merchandise. Without thinking, she called out, Tan Chen, where's the merchandise you mentioned? Come show me. Tan Chen responded with a light HM and turned to walk inside. Just to keep things confidential, he casually closed the door behind him. However, no one paid it any mind. It was just a wooden door that could easily be kicked open, and closing the door was likely just a reflex, so they didn't think much of it. Meanwhile, inside the wooden house, Tan Chen took out a CD and patted the bed beside him, saying, "Come sit." Oh, Tang Ro was taken aback, standing still, unable to react. Sit, the merchandise is an artwork that needs to be appreciated while seated, Tan Chen explained. Tang Ro hesitated. If it were a chair or something similar, she would have sat down without a second thought. But this was a bed. And in a strange room with a strange man beside her, it felt odd no matter how she thought about it. But after a moment's consideration, everyone outside was on her side. What could he possibly do to her in this rundown wooden house? So she decided not to dwell on it and sat down. Tan Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, I'll tell you the price of the merchandise, 5,000 renminbi, no bargaining. You can have a 10-second preview. If you think it's worth it, you can pay and take it home. 5,000 renminbi? Tang Ro's eyes widened in surprise. What could possibly be so expensive just to look at? Even watching a celebrity concert for a few hours wouldn't cost that much, right? Suddenly, she felt a strong curiosity rising within her. Well, fine, since I can preview it, I want to see what you're so mysteriously selling at Everest. Tang Ro huffed. Then you better watch closely, this exquisite experience will surely be unforgettable for you. Tan Chen smiled mysteriously, then connected the CD to the TV and pressed play. In the next moment, a high-pitched scream burst forth like a tangible sound wave, breaking through the clouds. The little snow leopard that had been rolling on the bed jumped 2 meters high in fright and fell off the bed. Tang Ro stood up instantly, her face flushed, her eyes filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger. This is the art you were talking about. She pointed directly at the TV with her slender, jade-like fingers. To be honest, out of youthful curiosity and impulsiveness, she had seen quite a bit of such things before. But those were all slow-paced plots. How could it explode like this right from the start? Her beautiful eyes caught sight of the white and strong figures colliding on the screen, and her face turned even redder. Before Tan Chen could respond, there was a loud banging on the door from outside. Open the door! What are you doing in there? Open the door! Bang bang bang! Idiot, what are you doing? Hurry up and open the door, or we'll break it down. Chaotic and angry voices came from outside. Tan Chen merely raised an eyebrow, too lazy to respond. He knew well how sturdy the wooden house was. During the previous storm, even when boulders fell against the door, there wasn't even a mark left. They were dreaming if they thought they could break down the door. The transaction is not yet complete. To protect the client's privacy, we cannot open the door. Tan Chen replied calmly, then turned his gaze back to Tang Ro, saying, the artwork refers to this, but the exquisite experience I mentioned is not this. After saying that, he looked at Tang Ro with a strange gaze, taking in her entire figure. Pervert! What are you looking at? Tang Ro seemed to misunderstand something, shrieking as she covered her ample chest with her hands and kept retreating. Due to being overly excited, Tang Ro twisted her right foot and was about to fall off the bed. However, at that moment, she found an unexpected strength from somewhere, and with one arm propped up, she managed to support her entire body. Not only that, but she also realized that her body seemed to have become countless times lighter. Maintaining a one-handed handstand, she instinctively did a push-up. After a few seconds of this, she landed on her feet, her mouth forming an O shape as she stood up. What's going on? In shock, Tang Ro kept feeling her own body. It wasn't that she had become lighter, but rather that her strength had increased. With this thought, she placed one hand on the edge of the bed and, with just a slight effort, lifted the entire bed as if it were made of foam. But before she could think further, there was a loud knocking outside, as Ain Ran began to pound on the door. Bang 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 bang! Boom 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 boom! Tan Chen, you can still stop now, you are committing a crime. I advise you not to seek death, Tan. If you dare to have any improper actions towards Miss Tang Ro, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Damn it, open the door. Boom boom boom. It sounded as if countless legs were kicking the door, yet the room inside remained eerily calm, not even a speck of dust falling. One had to admit, this room was indeed sturdily built to an abnormal degree. Is the soundproofing this poor? Tan Chen seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Why has my strength increased so much? Tang Ro stared with her beautiful eyes, dazedly looking at Tan Chen. Even the dullest person would realize something was off at this moment. Moreover, Tang Ro was quite clever. What do you think? Tan Chen replied with a half-smile. Tang Ro's whole body trembled as she suddenly looked at the television. The images on the screen were now even more exciting than when they first started, showcasing moves and high-energy poses she had never seen before. Even a seasoned veteran with decades of experience would likely be left in awe. Previously, Tang Ro would have angrily scolded Tan Chen for being a pervert, but now she only wished to see more. After all, watching this could directly enhance her strength. Countdown, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Trial time is up. After saying this, Tan Chen paused the video. Tang Ro licked her lips, realizing immediately that this behavior was inappropriate. But thinking of the benefits of watching and the high-quality footage, her expression turned somewhat anxious. An extremely incongruous look appeared on Tang Rou's face. After purchase, you can watch the complete film. Tan Chen tempted her. I want to know, is my increased strength really because I watched this film? Tang Rou asked with a complex expression. Yes, and it's not just an increase in strength, it enhances your overall physical quality. Whether it's cold resistance, fatigue resistance, explosive power, etc. All will be raised to an astonishing level for a certain period, Tan Chen said with a faint smile. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Tang Rou punched the bed. She felt as if she had punched through tofu. The hard bedboard was instantly penetrated by her fist. It's real, not a dream. Tang Rou gasped, and in her gaze towards Tan Chen, a hint of fervor unknowingly appeared. With such a magical thing at his disposal, Tang Rou couldn't even imagine the world this man was involved in. She just wanted to step into it too. So, do you want to buy it? Each disc is 5,000 renminbi. Tan Chen continued to explain, each disc has a playback duration of 5 minutes, and after watching it completely, you will gain 5 hours of enhanced time. However, after playing each disc 3 times, it will lose its enhancement effect. The cost-performance ratio is quite high, so, stop talking. How many do you have? I want them all. Hear me clearly, I want them all. Spoke almost word by word. Bang! 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 The sound of the door being smashed continued. The threats had turned into impotent, furious insults. You want them all? Tan Shen's eyes lit up. The first customer was so generous, saving a lot of time. That's right. Saying this, directly took out her phone and said, I'll transfer the money right now. Can you really transfer money on the spot? Tan Shen's eyes brightened even more. Normally, for a customer like this, the price should be hiked up, possibly doubled, and would definitely ask for it. But with the system in hand, he didn't want to lose his personal integrity over such a small amount of money. That would be too petty. A total of 100 copies, 500,000 yuan, shall we transfer now? Tan Shen quickly took out his phone as well. Yes. Smiled confidently, but when she entered Tan Shen's bank card number and verified it, she froze. It was frozen. Her bank card was actually frozen. How could this happen? Panicked. After a final attempt, she could only scrape together over 40,000, enough to buy 8 discs. Don't you have anything valuable on you? Tan Chen asked. I do. Thinking of the magical nature of the discs, unhesitatingly took off her necklace, the ring, and the jade bracelet. After estimating through the system, Tan Chen found their total value was only about 130,000, which was quite modest for someone of her status. So, for the remaining 330,000, I'll find a way to give it to you later. Please don't sell the other discs to anyone else. Can you hold them for me? Urged. That'll cost extra. This was beyond the service, and Tan Chen's price increase was quite reasonable. No problem, whatever you say is fine. The daughter of the president of the giant group, money was just a number. Tan Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile. Good. Then, can we continue watching? Asked shyly, her legs slightly crossed. Of course, please go ahead. Tan Chen gestured. For some reason, seemed not to mind him sitting next to her this time. Instead, she appeared a bit girlish. The discs started playing again, and watched very intently. This seriousness was evident as sweat beaded on her forehead, her cherry lips slightly parted, and her fingers continuously rubbed the bed sheets. A pair of long, beautiful legs also trembled and swayed. The only thing marring the scene was the continuous banging on the door outside and the shouts. Tan Chen was oblivious, and didn't need to say more. Her mind was entirely focused on the content on the TV. Suddenly, S phone rang incessantly. It was calling. Instinctively answered. Daughter, what happened? That bastard didn't do anything to you, did he? Daughter, what is that sound on your end? Daughter. S tone was filled with disbelief and shock. You need to mute it. No, pause it. Shouted in embarrassment and anger. Extra services cost more. Add. Hurriedly replied. Tan Chen walked over and temporarily paused it. Dad, don't misunderstand, he was just teaching me climbing techniques, The process might be a bit intense, please don't get the wrong idea. Would have been fine not saying that, but once she did, S face darkened. When has teaching techniques involved making those kinds of sounds? That was clearly an indescribable and unmentionable activity. I don't care what you're doing. I command you to come out immediately, you're ruining my reputation. S mindset was somewhat collapsing. After all, he wasn't the only one present, there was also his son-in-law and a large number of employees. There were even 2 foreign guests present, making it hard for him to save face. Although Tan Shen did have some skills in climbing and had just won against that foreigner, gaining some prestige, after this incident, he might even receive commendation from above. But that's all just an illusion. The giant group cannot be revived by this alone. A young man who has just begun to emerge cannot compare to Li Belong's 100 billion background. Tang Feng was still very clear about this. Sorry, Dad, just wait a little longer, we'll be fine soon. At this moment, Tang Ro's mind was filled with the wonderful images from the disc, causing her to speak without thinking. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the protagonist in the images was unlike anyone else, almost like an angel or a deity, making her utterly captivated. What do you mean soon? Tang Feng's pupils widened in shock. But before he could ask, Tang Ro had already hung up the phone, and to prevent any disturbances, she turned it off completely. Unfilial child. Unfilial child. Outside, Tang Feng was furious. He couldn't understand what had happened that could make his obedient daughter act so recklessly. You Tang family must give me an explanation. From your conversation, it seems she wasn't forced at all. Li Bolong roared, his face dark and almost dripping with anger. Clearly, he had heard the entire conversation between Tang Ro and Tang Feng. Not just him, due to the phone speaker, Andre, Vix, and the others also heard it. Vix nudged Andre's shoulder and said with a strange smile, I've changed my mind, that really has some skills, he actually got that woman. Andre looked odd as he replied, why do I feel like all of us are just a part of the play between and that woman? The two of them whispered to each other. Tang Feng, with an awkward expression, began to explain, Bolong, there must be some misunderstanding, maybe they really are studying mountaineering? As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Clearly, the term mountaineering had a strong impact, but there should be more than one mountain they were climbing, right? Too much. Li Bolong thought Tang Feng was deliberately mocking him, and in his anger, he kicked the door again. The door didn't budge, but his foot went numb. Damn it, damn it, damn it, how can a wooden door be so hard? It's driving me crazy. Li Bolong angrily searched for something to smash the door, wanting to kill that pair of dog men and women. But there were no tools to break the door on sight, and suddenly, he set his sights on Vix. Can you lend me a bomb? There will definitely be a generous reward afterward. Li Bolong strode over and asked. No way. Vix refused decisively, we haven't even verified whether he cheated or not. If you blow him up like that, what if our haters think we killed him to silence him? You! Li Bolong was furious, but the other party had explosives and even weapons, so he didn't dare to act rashly. In his anger, he started banging on the door again. Inside the room, the disc was nearing its end. After all, it was only 5 minutes long. Taking advantage of this time, Tan Shen said, by the way, there's one more thing I need you to do, it will be beneficial for you too. Come closer and tell me. Tang Ro stared at the TV without blinking. Tan Shen was afraid she was too focused on the content to hear clearly, so he had to lean in closer, with only about 20 centimeters between them. Tang Ro's nostrils flared as if she caught a whiff of that unique scent of male hormones, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. Although what Andre and Vix are doing is criminal, they are principled and faithful individuals. You are currently in a phase of explosive physical growth. I need you to replace me and compete with them to reach the summit of Everest. Even if you win, there won't be any danger. Just think about it, the top mountaineer of the Eagle Country, a tough guy, being easily defeated by you, a little girl. Not only would it completely restore the face of Rabbit Country, but you would also gain fame, and of course, my so-called cheating would naturally be disproven. Tan Shen laughed. That's right, he admitted, he had a patriotic heart and didn't want to see the Rabbit Country humiliated. It had nothing to do with gains or losses. No problem. Tang Ro's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. But she added, but I need you to agree to one request of mine. What request? Tan Shen had just asked. A fragrant breeze suddenly rushed towards him, and Tang Ro's fair and delicate arms wrapped tightly around Tan Shen's waist like steel. Then her pink lips parted, heading straight for his mouth. What the hell? Even Tan Shen was taken aback by Tang Ro's sudden ambush. Fortunately, his physical condition had greatly improved, and his reaction speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. His right hand shot out, covering Tang Ro's mouth. Are you crazy? Tan Shen exclaimed. Tang Ro's face flushed, and she suddenly extended her fragrant tongue to wrap around his hand. Tan Shen's palm felt as if it had been electrocuted, and he quickly pulled it back. Then he kicked Tang Ro away, rolling back in disbelief, looking at the woman on the bed who seemed to be savoring the moment. The daughter of the president of the giant group was actually a pervert? Or could it be that she was influenced by the DVD? But that didn't make sense, he had watched the DVD too. This meant that Tang Ro must have had some perverted traits to begin with. Sorry. Your scent is just too enticing, I couldn't help myself, Tang Ro said, licking her soft pink tongue. Tan Chen clenched his fist, his palm damp, and he couldn't help but rub it heavily against his pant leg. You better hope this was just a moment of weakness. I warn you, don't do anything perverted again, Tan Chen said fiercely. The memory of that damp tongue made his hair stand on end. Tang Ro returned to her shy demeanor, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Am I crazy, or is she crazy? Almost lost my innocence over a business deal, Tan Chen muttered. Looking up, he saw that the DVD had finished playing, so he turned off the TV and tossed the 29 DVDs onto the bed. Let's go, you know what to say and what not to say when we go out, right? Just before opening the wooden door, Tan Chen reminded her again. Don't worry, I don't want them to know about us either, Tang Ro said, tucking a strand of black hair behind her ear. What is it that she doesn't want them to know? Tan Chen felt that this sentence sounded somewhat familiar and a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he placed his arm on the doorknob and pulled the wooden door open. The next second, a shadow crashed in. In a moment of panic, Tan Chen executed a sliding tackle followed by an elbow strike. Ah! Li Bailong's pig-like scream echoed as he tumbled in midair. Meanwhile, Tan Chen and Tang Ro walked out leisurely. As soon as the two main characters who had been causing a ruckus appeared, 8 or 9 pairs of eyes outside shot towards them. Among them, Tang Feng's expression was grim, and the accompanying members looked either complicated or stern. Only the clear-eyed college student Zhang Yun looked at Tan Chen with surprise. As for Andre and Vix, they were grinning widely, enjoying the spectacle. Get back here! Tang Feng glared coldly at his daughter, and although he had originally admired Tan Chen, now he was filled with rage. Dad, don't be angry, I was really just discussing mountaineering with him, Tang Ro said, her eyes reddening. Earlier, she had been doing handstand push-ups and tackling Tan Chen in the room, leaving her clothes and hair in disarray. This made it impossible for anyone to believe her words. Shut up! I'll deal with you when we get back. After saying that, Tang Feng turned his icy gaze to Tan Chen. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Explanation? What explanation? We're just doing pure business. She gives me money, and I provide what she needs. It's perfectly normal, Tan Chen said matter-of-factly. She gave you money? Tang Feng's vision went dark, and the others were equally shocked. Especially Vix, whose eyes were about to pop out. The look he gave Tan Chen was filled with admiration. It was truly impressive that not only did he manage to get such an extraordinary woman, but she even paid him? Yes, a total of 170,000. We agreed on 500,000. But she didn't have enough money, so can you directly pay for her? Tan Chen just wanted to quickly complete the system task. Is what he said true? Tang Feng stared at Tang Ro, his lips trembling. 500,000 might not be enough. He also offers additional services. Tang Ro dropped another bombshell. At that moment, Tan Chen also realized something was off. Why did it seem like this woman was intentionally creating misunderstandings? Just as he was thinking, he heard Li Bailong's furious roar and scream from behind, "Damn adulterers, I'll kill you." Turning around, he saw Li Bailong swinging a chair at him. I'm dodging. Left kick. Li Bailong came in fiercely, but when he flew back, he looked utterly pathetic. In the end, his head hit the wall, and he passed out. Tan Chen remained unfazed and turned back, saying, "Don't misunderstand, the additional services she mentioned aren't what you think. Let me describe it in detail." What the hell? Describe it in detail? A few young men showed expressions of excitement, but more were filled with anger. If it weren't for what had just happened, or it seemed Tang Ro had volunteered, the members beside Tang Feng would have rushed over by now. Damn brat, shut up, shut up. Tang Feng couldn't wait for Tan Chen to elaborate, he roared out loud. The next second, he gasped and rolled his eyes, fainting from the anger. He was so mad he passed out. Dad! Tang Ro screamed, finally stopping her antics, and hurried over. At the same time, Tan Chen smiled at Andre and Vix, saying, "Let's not waste time, the pursuit team should be arriving soon." Shall we continue the competition? You took drugs, that's unfair, Vix said stubbornly. In fact, after seeing Tan Chen kick an adult man flying just now, he no longer thought this man was on drugs. Moreover, so much time had passed that even if he had taken something, the effects should have worn off by now. Besides, such potent drugs would surely have significant side effects. Yet this man showed no signs of any such symptoms. No, this time it's not me competing with you, it's her, Tan Chen pointed at Tang Ro. Unbeknownst to them, Andre had already started a live stream. Perhaps he had begun streaming secretly the moment Tan Chen and Tang Ro opened the wooden door. Upon hearing this, Andre and Vix exchanged glances, and the next second, they burst into laughter. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha! Fan, I have to say, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Fan, are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit your rabbit country's artifacts? Ha ha ha! Ha! You! You almost succeeded. Not just them, the comments in their livestream were rolling in abundance, and it was clear they weren't saying anything nice. Whether it's a joke or not, you'll only know after competing. Just then, Tangro, who had just helped Tang phone up, suddenly threw him down with a duong sound, standing up and coldly shouting, "Oh dear, I'm so scared." Vikes continued to laugh. Andre smiled and said, "Little girl, with that fierce look of yours, you don't really want to compete with us, do you?" "Who said I'm joking with you?" As my brother fan said, "Let's see who can reach the top first. By the way, it's an oxygen-free summit." As she spoke, Tang Ro kicked the oxygen tank away from her feet. "Is she serious?" The smiles of Andre and Vix faded. Tan Shen spoke up, "According to the previous rules, if we win, you two will completely return the artifacts of the Rabbit Kingdom. If we lose, you can dispose of them as you wish." "Alright." Andre's expression turned serious. "You dare to send a woman to fight us, no matter how badly you lost before, at least your courage is commendable. So come on." Andre handed the live streaming phone to Vix, clearly ready to take action himself again. "This time, I'll do it." Vix handed the phone back. He was still brooding over the fact that Andre lost to Tan Shen. Now he wanted to win back personally. "Fine, but before that, I have something to do." Tan Shen took a few steps forward and stood in front of Andre's live streaming phone. His previously stern face suddenly broke into a warm smile. The next second, his words left everyone in the live stream stunned. "A bunch of clown trash, only barking in the live stream, dare to bet with me?" Tan Shen said. "He called us clowns? Trash? Wait, how dare he? This is a dark web live stream. Doesn't he know the terror of the dark web? He's done for, I swear on Hand Ripper Jack." The comments exploded. Even Andre and Vix looked astonished, even they wouldn't dare offend people from the dark web. This man in front of them had offended everyone in the dark web livestream in one breath, and who knows if there were assassins or psychopathic killers among them. If he got targeted, even in the safety-first Rabbit Kingdom, it wouldn't be good, right? What's wrong? Don't dare to bet, only know how to threaten? Besides barking uselessly in the stream, what else can you do? Tan Shen scoffed. "Bastard, I want to kill him. Kid, you better hide well. If I find you, skinning you alive will be a light punishment. I've already bought a plane ticket to the Rabbit Kingdom." Some were increasingly furious, while others couldn't stand Tan Shen's arrogant remarks and directly demanded he state the betting terms. After this, the popularity of Andre's livestream surged again. It reached a staggering 3 million viewers, meaning at least 3 million people worldwide were watching this livestream. "Oh my god, he understands live streaming so well," Vix murmured. "Come on, bring the phone closer." Tan Shen waved his hand. Andre hurriedly scurried over with the phone. Tan Shen looked closely now, seeing that the comments were all about wanting to report their bets and stakes. The bet is naturally the result of this oxygen-free climbing competition, and the stake is, if you lose, every single one of you must type Rabbit Kingdom no. 1. At least 10 times, Tan Shen said with a slight smirk. He did this not only to restore the Rabbit Kingdom's face but also related to his future plans. To sell products faster and better, he also planned to start live streaming. Now that he had become a hero of the Rabbit Kingdom, he could attract traffic when he started streaming in the future, and unless absolutely necessary, he feared no one would dare to shut down his live stream. So this kid wants to use our hands to make the Rabbit Kingdom famous. He really thinks too highly of himself. Does he really believe that weak little girl can win against our Eagle Kingdom's top climbing god? You're the clown. And what about you? What will you do if you lose? Yeah, you only mentioned the cost of our loss. You, kid, are betting against over 300,000 of us. No, now it's over 400,000. You must pay a huge price. Quick, tell us what your stake is. The comments rolled in at an incredible speed, almost too fast for the eyes to keep up. The stake, well, is her. Tan Shen suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Tang Ro. "Ah, me?" Tang Ro was taken aback. "That's right, if she loses, she should just end her life on the spot. Isn't that enough to settle the bet?" Tan Shen said matter-of-factly. Tang Ro was stunned, and with another duong, she threw down Tang Feng and rushed over. As the daughter of the group president, her English was certainly up to par, so she could understand the barrage of comments. A beautiful woman's life? Seems okay. But a simple suicide is too boring. We need to customize the method. How about sending her abroad? I'll do it myself, and you can enjoy the show. Ha ha, isn't that K-God? I heard your team has come up with a new play, looking forward to it. This stinky woman thinks she can compare to my boss, Vic? I really want to tear her apart, such an overconfident thing. The barrage was filled with derogatory comments about Tang Ro, and they even started planning how to kill her. Tang Ro was initially fearful of the bet, but now all that remained was a surge of anger and rage. I accept. If I don't win, I'll die to apologize. If I win, you better not be cowards, Tang Ro said coldly in English. After watching the video, she realized that not only had her physical abilities skyrocketed, but her courage had also soared to new heights. However, the barrage was not just one voice. Some people had long been displeased with Tan Shen, and they all spoke up, insisting that Tan Shen's life should also be counted in the bet. As they flooded the screen, the overall sentiment of the barrage gradually unified. They all demanded that Tan Shen be included as well. Want my life? Fine, but I doubt you can take it. At this point, he added, this live stream will be edited into various languages and spread across the world after the event ends. If you don't want your country to be embarrassed, you'd better not go against the terms of the bet. Isn't it just rabbit country no? 1. If you really can win, what's the harm in giving you a reward? Exactly, MD, we are all real men. Whoever breaks the agreement is a coward. Just afraid you're dreaming. You think a woman can defeat the god of mountaineering? What a joke. Waiting for the suicide feast. The barrage from people around the world grew increasingly fierce. Then let's get started. Tan Shen turned around and said. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Vic silently began to stretch and warm up. Tang Ro also leaned against a rock wall to stretch her body, but accidentally applied too much force and crushed a protruding rock. So strong. Tang Ro stared blankly at her palm. On the other side, the team members who had revived Tang Feng rushed over in a swarm. Sister Tang, how could you agree to such a thing? I checked Vic, he's a professional mountaineer. I've heard that many professional mountaineers are no match for him. This is too childish. You don't value your life at all. I say you should escape quickly. As long as you meet up with the pursuit team, you'll be safe. Everyone from the giant group urged. No need. Tang Ro slightly raised her fair chin and confidently said, I have trained in mountaineering techniques with Brother Bufan. Ah, everyone was dumbfounded. They never expected Tang Ro would bring up such a shameful thing herself. They were momentarily at a loss for words. I'm ready, Vic said lazily. If the opponent were Tan Shen, he might have been tense, but against such a little girl, he felt he could crush her even with his eyes closed. I'm ready too, Tang Ro replied softly. All right then. Positions. Tan Shen raised his right hand, and the two immediately took a sprinting stance. Wait, no, this match and bet absolutely cannot happen. We refuse. At this moment, just waking up, Tang Feng shouted after learning the whole story from his team members. When he first found out about this, his heart was trembling. Didn't he know what kind of strength his own daughter had? Activities at an altitude of 6,000 to 7,000 meters were manageable, but reaching the summit was simply a pipe dream. Not to mention it was an oxygen-free climb. There were better ways to seek death. Start! Tan Shen directly ignored his voice and coldly shouted. In the next second, two figures shot out like arrows. Tang Feng was so angry that he gasped and fainted again. Just as Tang Ro and Vicker's competition began, the members of the pursuit team below stopped in their tracks one by one. They were currently at an altitude of about 5,700 meters, still a distance away from 6,050 meters. From the numbers, it seemed only a little over 300 meters away. But along the slanted path at this altitude, they were still at least a kilometer short. Captain Fan, what? What should we do now? Should we continue the pursuit? They are going straight for the summit. A member of the pursuit team gasped. Fan Guochang scanned the surroundings. The once aggressive pursuit team members were already swaying. Some members could barely stand. After all, they were chasing a criminal, not slowly climbing, which had pushed them to the brink of exhaustion. Damn it! Fan Guochang's face turned pale. Among ordinary people, they were indeed the elite of the elite. But compared to professional climbers, they were still lacking. Most importantly, their oxygen was running low. Captain, my oxygen can only last until 6,000 meters. Mine too. The high-intensity pursuit consumes too much oxygen. It seems we can't keep chasing. Is there any other way? Hearing the panting words of his team members, Fan Guochang fell silent. After a moment, he said, let's retreat. By the time we reach 6,050 meters, they will have sprinted to 7,000 meters. If we continue and someone suffers from altitude sickness, it will be very dangerous for you. After a pause, he added, but we must find a way to stop this farce of a competition. If we wait for the results, our country will lose face. At that time, the higher-ups in our country will probably all be dismissed. As he expected, at this moment, Director Feng of Dingri was fuming with rage. Absurd! Absurd! Simply absurd! How can a little girl compete with the top athletes of Eagle Country for the summit? Which side is Tan Shen on? Director Feng slammed the table heavily, his thick brows furrowing into a shape. If there was a chance to salvage the situation before, now there was no way out. If it couldn't be resolved properly, he feared his position as director would come to an end. But the bet appeared too quickly, and the agreement started even faster. He couldn't react in time. It was too passive, far too passive. Director, we have contacted Tang Feng's team, but they can't stop it in time, a colonel quickly reported. Director Feng's expression darkened even more, but he had no good solutions at the moment. After all, Andre and Vickers were carrying artifacts and explosives from their country. We can only leave it to fate. Director Feng looked out the window at the distant snow-covered sacred mountain. Under the golden sunlight, Mount Everest resembled an elegant goddess stretching lazily, beautifully unparalleled under the clear sky. Vickers, charge, charge, charge. What kind of nobody dares to challenge our mountain god? Teach her a lesson. Take off. Conquer the sacred mountain. Surpass humanity. As the competition began, the audience in the live broadcast room went completely wild. Countless comments and explosive language surged in the dark web livestream, but this madness lasted only a minute before it fell silent in an instant. It was as if a loud, honking goose had suddenly had its throat squeezed. Initially, to everyone's eyes, Vix and Tangro were merely half a meter apart. But a minute later, Tangro seemed to have been struck by a bolt of energy, suddenly dashing out in Vix's bewildered gaze. There was a small boulder blocking the way, which mountain climbers would typically choose to go around. However, whether out of fear of wasting time or sheer audacity, Tangro leaped up and landed heavily on it with her right foot. Bang! With a loud explosion, the boulder, as thick as a thigh, was kicked away by her, and she shot out 3 to 4 meters. Vix was petrified. Behind him, Andre, who was gasping for air and trying hard to keep up, froze as well. What just happened? In the moment of their shock, Tangro's figure had already become a small dot in the distance. Her speed was like a high-speed train bursting forth, recklessly going against the current on Everest. Suffocating, terrifying, stupefying. Wait, what's going on? Oh my god, that woman? Am I seeing things, brothers? Tell me, is there still hope for my eyes? This is Everest, brothers. Someone is doing hurdles on Everest, and at an altitude of over 6,000 meters. I'm really kneeling, I truly am. Is the Rabbit Kingdom hiding such depth? In the barrage of comments, all the support for Vix collapsed. No, it was their understanding that shattered. The entire live stream room was in chaos, filled with expressions of shock. Countless question marks flooded Andre's live stream. My heavens, she. How is this possible? Andre murmured, not even noticing how distorted his voice had become. Nothing is impossible. A calm voice came from beside him. Turning his head, Andre saw Tan Shen casually holding a chicken leg, speaking while leisurely munching on it. She looked as if this place was not a forbidden zone for ordinary people, but rather a stroll by the lake. Elegant, indeed elegant. Is she a secret weapon cultivated by your Rabbit Kingdom's climbing team? Andre asked bitterly. He was genuinely struck. The gap was simply too vast. Here, at an altitude of over 6,000 meters on Everest, that woman, who didn't seem particularly strong, could leap nearly a meter high. The cold stone was kicked away by her foot, and Andre didn't dare to imagine the force behind that kick. Secret weapon? Tan Shen glanced at the live stream in his hand and said lightly, it's just normal performance, I have more than one student. She's your student. Andre was shocked. Yes. Tan Shen, completely unaware of what it meant to be low-key, nodded with an indifferent expression. The audience, just emerging from their state of shock, exploded once more. If her student was this strong, one could only imagine how formidable this man must be. No wonder he could easily defeat Andre before. Fan, you really are. Sigh. Are all of you from the Rabbit Kingdom this low-key? Andre's face was filled with confusion. Being low-key is merely a traditional virtue of our country. Otherwise, do you really think you could so easily seize our cultural relics? Tan Shen's gaze turned cold. Our country treats you with courtesy, but look at what you two have done. Clearly, having been defeated in what he was most proud of, Andre's mindset had changed drastically. At her words, a look of shame appeared on his face. At that moment, without Tan Shen needing to say anything, he took off his backpack and handed it over, sincerely saying, your Rabbit Kingdom is known for its etiquette. This time, we have gone too far. The cultural relics from the Dingri Museum are all here. After saying that, he opened his backpack, took out the bomb inside, and threw it far away before detonating the explosives. Boom! A loud explosion went off, waking some people in the live broadcast room. I take back what I said before. This woman truly has the qualifications to be a rival to the god of Vix Mountain. But the content of the competition is who reaches the summit first. No one in the world has ever done it without oxygen, right? That's right. She can't reach the top, so the competition definitely can't be counted as her win. It's a tie, a tie. Seeing that the situation was not right, many people in the dark web live broadcast room began to shout. For some of them, it was harder to accept that their country was number one than to lose their parents, so they wouldn't easily give in. Fan. Look. A troubled expression appeared on Andre's face. The situation was actually quite clear. Vix was losing badly, and clinging to the summit was indeed unreasonable. It's fine. Tan Shen waved his hand and sneered. I knew these bastards wouldn't kneel easily, so let them open their eyes and see how our country's sons reach the summit of Everest without oxygen and create miracles. Well said. In the Dingri command center, Director Phone, beaming with joy, slapped the table. At this moment, he showed no signs of anger, but was instead overjoyed. He never expected the situation to reverse so quickly. Not only had they obtained the cultural relics, but the face of their country was also being raised higher and higher. They had made a strong impression on the world. In the dark web live broadcast room. Keep bragging. I don't believe anyone can really reach the summit without oxygen. No one has done it in the world. 8844. 43 meters at the top of Everest, even reaching it with oxygen is a 1 in a million chance, let alone without oxygen. Ha ha, I admit that woman is indeed a bit impressive, she is my dream goddess, but relying on a woman to reach the highest peak without oxygen is truly unrealistic. It's a tie. Tie, tie, tie. The audience in the live broadcast room all started to spam tie. Give me your phone, Tan Shen said. At this moment, in Andre's eyes, Tan Shen was like a true god, and he handed it over without hesitation. Watch closely, I will only perform once, Tan Shen said calmly. In the next second, he shot out like a whirlwind towards the higher altitude of Everest. Whoosh, in just a few breaths, he surpassed the petrified Vix and sprinted after Tang Ro's figure. Oh my god, hurry! Keep up! Andre shouted, his face flushed with excitement. Ha! Vix was stunned for a moment, then reacted. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he quickly took the oxygen tank handed to him by Andre and rushed after him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tan Shen's feet blossomed like lotus flowers, his body as taut as a bowstring. With every rise and fall, he could leap forward significantly. It felt as if a peak snow leopard was chasing its prey on the snowy mountains. In just a short while, he disappeared from Andre and Vix's sight. So amazing. Is this really our country? Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. We were really sitting in a well and looking at the sky before. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. But they did not stop their steps. They couldn't give up on such a grand spectacle, both putting all their strength into desperately chasing after him. Compared to them, the audience in the live broadcast room felt even more connected. The raging winds, treacherous ravines, and giant rocks surged past continuously. But that man named Tan Shen, with arms and body as steady as Mount Tai, didn't even make the phone tremble despite such intense movement. This powerful scene made many forget to type. They all stared in astonishment. He's caught up. Tan Shen smiled slightly as he saw that petite yet determined figure. After a short-term boost in physical fitness, Tang Ro faced no pressure in her oxygen-free ascent to the summit. However, she still lagged behind Tan Shen by a considerable margin. Under the god-level wilderness survival skills, what was enhanced was not only his adaptability to Mount Everest in physical fitness but also various mountaineering techniques, which had reached a god-level peak. This made him a true god of mountaineering. Little blackies, open your eyes wide and see how our heroic woman from Rabbit Country, Miss Tang Ro, reaches the summit of Everest without oxygen. Tan Shen began to boast directly. Ignoring the suddenly increased barrage of comments, he took several strides to reach Tang Ro's side. Tang Ro was startled by the noise behind her. Thinking it was Vix chasing her, she turned around to see Tan Shen, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. Brother fan. Well done, keep it up, Tan Shen encouraged her. Tang Ro nodded happily. Under the gaze of everyone in the dark web livestream and the scrutiny of high-ranking officials from Rabbit Country, the two set off towards the summit of Everest. Soon, they crossed the 8,000-meter threshold. 8,000 meters altitude. God, can humans really do this without oxygen? Some trembled, while others were ecstatic. The events here had long reached the ears of the higher-ups in Rabbit Country. Various powerful figures, containing terrifying energy, continuously issued various orders. Yes. Immediately start investigating Tan Shen and Tang Ro. Our Rabbit Country has such talents, they must not fall into obscurity. Prepare Rabbit Network video and Douyin. Once Tan Shen and Tang Ro reach the summit, we will begin comprehensive promotion. This is the glory of our entire Rabbit Country. No, this is the glory of all humanity. Is the dark web live stream arranged? If they fulfill their promise later, immediately capture all the footage of Rabbit Country. No. 1. We must let the world hear the voice of Rabbit Country. No. 1. Now, we just wait for the moment of reaching the summit. Due to the recovery of the relics, Andre and Vix were no longer the main targets, they were insignificant now. The eyes of everyone in the world who knew about this matter were focused entirely on those two Rabbit Country people. As the climbing altitude increased, snow accumulated on both Tanshan and Tangro. Their hair and clothes were eroded by the cold snow, making their original appearances unrecognizable. The little snow leopard, bold yet unable to keep up, had long been shivering in Tanshan's hat to keep warm. "We've reached the Hillary step," someone in the dark web live stream suddenly screamed. Everyone was shaken. Indeed, they saw the famous final climbing point. The height here reached a terrifying 8,790 meters. Can we make it up? We should be able to. I didn't expect that chasing and seizing relics would lead to a record unprecedented in human history. Rabbit Country is amazing. God Fan and Goddess Row are amazing. At this moment, everyone was filled with anticipation. Many Rabbit Country people who had climbed over the wall to the dark web livestream clenched their fists, feeling their hearts racing wildly. It was even more intense than winning an Olympic gold medal. The value of reaching the summit of Everest without oxygen was far greater than that of a gold medal. Finally, under the excited, tense, and fervent gazes of everyone, Tanshan raised his phone, aiming it at Tangro as she charged towards the Hillary step. History was about to unfold. Under the wide-eyed stares of everyone, Tangro effortlessly reached the Hillary step. After that, it was the summit of Everest. At 8,843 meters, Tanshan followed closely behind, steadily pointing his phone at Tangro, confirming to the live stream audience that she had reached the summit. Then, he opened his arms. In that moment, it seemed as if he had touched the horizon. Looking around, all the icebergs and snow lay prostrate at their feet, the vast sky roiling with clouds, resembling a celestial river beneath the starry sky. It was silent. At that moment, the entire dark web livestream room fell into silence. Not even a single comment could be seen. Everyone was stunned by the magnificent scenery and the unprecedented anaerobic climbing feat in human history. It was unclear how much time had passed. A barrage of comments erupted, more terrifying than a tsunami, yet the content was so shocking, so unexpected. Rabbit Country no. 1. 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 Rabbit Country. Rabbit. There was no need for Tanshan to say anything. Countless Rabbit Country no. 1 foot comments rolled out. If this were in Rabbit Country, they would probably have to bring the national flag, and the entire livestream room would be drenched in red. But even now, it was incredibly shocking. Even Tanshan was dazed for a long time by this scene. So this is national pride. I thought I was just making a bet for my future convenience in livestreaming, and it ended up having such an effect, Tanshan murmured. He knew very well that just this one time, he would be remembered by the entire Rabbit Country. At 8,200 meters below, Andre and Vic stopped in their tracks, quietly watching this scene from the backup machine. Their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. This man had changed their perception of Rabbit Country. Tang Feng, surrounded by a group of team members, was equally stunned. After such a long time, they had connected to the external network and logged into the dark web live stream room. Rua reached the summit without oxygen? Tang Feng's face was filled with disbelief. He didn't want to pursue the reasons for it anymore. He only knew that his daughter was the center of attention at this moment, also being gazed upon by countless high-ranking officials from Rabbit Country. The giant group was saved. She must have taken drugs. Father-in-law, Xiao Rua definitely took drugs. She must have been coerced by that guy. Let's kill him. Father-in-law, let's join forces to take that guy down. That drug must have serious side effects. He wants to harm Xiao Rua. Li Bolong, who had already regained his senses, shouted frantically. Who is your father-in-law? Don't shout nonsense. Tang Feng frowned and said coldly. What a joke. What kind of drug could give a woman the ability to reach the summit of Everest without oxygen? It was simply absurd. He had long been displeased with Li Bolong. If it weren't for the giant group needing a marriage alliance, he would never have agreed to this marriage. Now that Tang Rua had become a phenomenon-level star, there would definitely be a flood of funds pouring into the giant group. Li Bolong? Nothing at all. You, old man, how dare you? Li Bolong was furious, seemingly wanting to take action. But looking at Tang Feng, surrounded by a group from the giant group, he didn't dare to step forward and only spat out a harsh remark. You will regret this. Then he staggered away towards the foot of Everest. At the foot of Everest, it was bustling with activity. Hundreds of vehicles were lined up, and thousands of nearby citizens held their breath. Just as Tang Ruo and Tan Shan reached the summit, thunderous applause erupted, resounding endlessly. Their faces were all beaming with pride and excitement. Rabbit Vision, Douyin, and various major media platforms were also frantically pushing reports. The atmosphere surrounding this event reached a climax. If the spread in Rabbit Country was somewhat slow due to the wall, then the speed of dissemination abroad was simply at the speed of light. The North American mountaineering community is shaken. The mountaineering circles in Europe and America are in a frenzy. Even in the far-off Arctic Iceland, there are cheers and screams. Gradually, a global celebration is taking shape. An oxygen-free summit of Mount Everest. One of them is a woman. It's hard to imagine the impact this has on human history. Fan. It's Fan. In the Eagle Country, at the largest news media company, Fox News, Vanessa gasped and covered her mouth. Nisa, do you know this man? A female colleague sitting nearby asked in surprise. Is he the amazing man you mentioned? Another female colleague, recalling something, hurriedly inquired. At this moment, Vanessa was speechless, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. At the same time, at the summit of Mount Everest, Tan Shan smiled as he closed the live stream, then walked to the edge of the peak and looked down. Before him was a vast expanse of white, with endless wind and snow roaring at the highest point of the mountain, intimidating to behold. Brother Bufan, thank you. Tan Shan turned his head and found Tang Ro looking at him with deep affection, her eyes brimming with tears. Fair trade, no need to mention it. Tan Shan awkwardly averted his gaze. Tang Ro's gaze made him feel uneasy. You know that's not what I mean. Tang Ro mustered her courage, stepped forward, and softly said, I like you. Can we be together? Ha, does the disc have a similar effect to love potions? Tan Shan was surprised, feeling he had sold himself short. Hey, what are you talking about? Tang Ro stomped her foot, pretending to be angry, then quickly added, I really like you. You don't really like me. Tan Shan shook his head, his previously nonchalant expression suddenly gone, and he said lightly, you just want to know the secret of the disc, to uncover the secrets behind me. You're just temporarily attracted by my unusual aspects. But dear, that's not love. Tan Shan sighed lightly, deliberately mentioning a song title. It was a song his ex-girlfriend had hummed after their breakup. Brother Bufan. Tang Ro became a bit anxious. Don't say that. How long have we known each other to talk about liking each other? Even if you're an air sign, it can't be that fast, right? Besides, I'm not planning on that for now. Tan Shan smiled. Only then did Tang Ro stop talking. Suddenly, her phone rang with a strange notification sound. She opened it and her face lit up with surprise. Huh, all my frozen cards have been unblocked? Wow, what's going on? She appeared incredibly excited. Tan Shan knew very well that with such a big commotion, the national authorities must have thoroughly investigated the giant group and Tang Ro. Discovering that a national hero had their bank cards frozen would be unacceptable. Fan, I'll transfer you money right away. 500,000, right? No, you have extra services. Is 5 million enough? What's your card number? I'll transfer it to you immediately. Tang Ro exclaimed excitedly. Then let's go with 5 million. Tan Shan replied. Having helped the giant group so much, 5 million was hardly excessive, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse. Soon, the money was transferred, and Tan Shan handed over the remaining discs to Tang Ro. The next second. Ding! Please note, you have completed the main quest, the amazing art disc. Please claim your reward. Claim. Congratulations, you have obtained the God-level gun skill, Bullet Time. Congratulations, you have obtained the God-level passive, Danger Perception. Congratulations, you have received an additional reward, the right to purchase the amazing artwork. Congratulations, Merchant Experience +1. The Merchant Information panel has been automatically expanded for you. Random Merchant Information, Name, Tan Shan Random Merchant Rank, Bronze 2/3 items, Bronze Space Ring, upgrades with Merchant Rank, Skills, God-level Wilderness Survival, God-level Gun Skills, Bullet Time, God-level Price Haggling. Passive, God-level Danger Perception, proficient in Blue Star language. Overall Ability Evaluation, E-level note, completing the third perilous task will unlock the Random Shop feature. 2 God-level skills all of a sudden? Tan Shan's eyes lit up. After the Everest task, he understood just how powerful God-level skills could be. And this Bullet Time, just the name sounds impressive. As for the God-level Danger Perception, it sounds even better since it's a passive skill that doesn't require activation. Right, and there's the God-level Price Haggling skill. I've been too sincere, which is why I've never used it. I'll give it a try in the next dungeon. As Tan Shen was thinking, he noticed Tang Ro already sitting at the edge of the Everest peak, looking completely unafraid of falling. Is the effect of the disc really that exaggerated, making one fearless of life and death? Tan Shen was surprised. Just then, Tang Ro said softly, "Brother Bufan, I'm sorry, I was reckless, but I'm just so excited. My mother passed away when I was in middle school. That day was a school holiday, and she took me to the amusement park. On the way, she just tripped while walking, and she was gone. At that moment, I thought, how can a person be so fragile? Aren't humans supposed to be the spirit of all things? Aren't we the kings of all beasts? Why do we shatter with just a touch?" I was very sad and very scared. Tang Ro's shoulders began to tremble slightly, as if she were sobbing. Tan Shen sighed softly and sat down beside her. Tang Ro continued, "So over the years, I haven't picked up any bad habits of a rich girl. I don't go to bars, I don't buy luxury goods. All my money has been spent on my training, which is how I made it to Everest." Tan Shen nodded. No wonder her jewelry was only worth a few $100,000, and no wonder she was the only woman in the team. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Tang Ro turned her head and looked deeply at Tan Shen, saying, "All these years, I've been overshadowed by the fear of my mother's death, and I've lost sleep over the frailty of life. But you've given me hope, a hope that transcends life itself. I beg you, take me into your world. No matter what your purpose and requirements are, I promise I won't let you down." After saying this, she gazed intently at Tan Shen, seemingly afraid he would refuse. Tan Shen's brows furrowed. Entering his world, transcending life itself? How could that be transcending? He had merely gained some extraordinary skills, he hadn't become a superhero or anything. The transcending life she mentioned, could it be immortality or invincibility? That's simply a pipe dream. He had no ability to help her obtain such things. Seeing Tan Shen's heavy expression and troubled face, Tang Ro quickly said, "Brother Bufan, you don't have to agree to me right now. I just want a hope, is that okay? Alright, let's talk about it later." This time, Tan Shen didn't refuse, but he only gave a perfunctory reply. Just this one sentence made Tang Ro ecstatic. She opened her arms, puffed out her chest, and faced the vast sky of Everest, calling out loudly, "Stop howling, get ready to head down the mountain. Don't forget the effect lasts only 5 hours." Tan Shen patted his backside and stood up. No, it's my first time at the peak. Let's stay a little longer." Tang Ro tugged at Tan Shen's sleeve, shaking it, her long hair dancing in the wind. "Fine, you stay a bit longer. I'll wander around nearby." Okay. Tang Ro happily released her grip and then cheered a few times towards the distant rising sun. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and quickly turned her head, saying, "Right, Brother Bufan, let's add a good." Before she could finish her sentence, she froze. There was no trace of Tan Shen on the snow-covered peak of Mount Everest. Only Andre's phone lay alone on the ground behind her. Fan! A hint of disappointment flickered in Tang Ro's eyes, quickly followed by her hands cradling her heart, revealing a deep expectation. Return complete. Accompanied by the system's voice, Tan Shen successfully returned to his old nest. He discovered that the wooden cabin on Everest had also been reclaimed, but it quickly vanished from the spatial ring. Clearly, it was a one-time item. Next time, I can level up to silver. Tan Shen grinned. He then focused his thoughts on the bronze spatial ring. This time, the harvest was indeed substantial. Not only did he earn 5 million in one go, but he also obtained 2 god-level skills. Moreover, these 2 skills were related to combat, which greatly boosted Tan Shen's sense of security. Suddenly, beginning global scan. Please note, the global scan is complete. The next random danger zone has been determined and will open for teleportation in 3 days. Please prepare, host. This time, the selling task is different from before. Please be cautious, host. Failure penalty, none. Hearing this, Tan Shen was surprised but not flustered. Last time, the system also claimed the task difficulty was too high and rewarded him in batches based on the number of discs sold. And what happened? He almost crushed the challenge. The system didn't mention the batch rewards afterward, probably thinking they were too trivial, and directly gave him the full version. Trying to scare me again? Ha! Tan Shen chuckled lightly and shifted his attention to the vending machine inside the spatial ring. Sure enough, new products appeared in the vending machine, magical disc. The selling price was 1,000 renminbi each. Compared to the magical instant noodles, the price had increased tenfold. The monthly purchase limit was the same as the magical instant noodles. The bronze merchant could only buy 10 discs per month. With a thought, Tan Shen directly bought out this month's quota. So, as usual, for the next 3 days, let's continue the sweep. But before that, I need to change my nest. With that thought, Tan Shen left the house. It was obvious that with the conclusion of the Everest incident, a large number of people would come to investigate him. He didn't want to get caught up in an investigation. Since he had enough money, it was better to go to the wild and build a new base. After leaving the house, Tan Chen immediately took out his phone and began selecting a suitable base location. This phone was linked to his bank card, which had been modified by the merchant's black hole, so he wasn't worried about being tracked. It's hard to find a place. If it were abroad, I could just follow those wilderness survival experts who build houses underground, but there are too few places to do that in the country, and they aren't discreet. Tan Chen rubbed his nose, habitually scanning the spatial ring with his thoughts while searching for a location on the map. Suddenly, Tan Shen's whole body shook. He seemed to see something incredible and froze in place. Fish! He saw a familiar fish in his bronze spatial ring. This fish was clearly the one that had snatched Vanessa's magical instant noodles back in the Amazon. But how did it end up here? He saw the winged fish gently flapping its wings, gliding 2 meters above the ground. Its entire body was transparent, almost ethereal. Tan Chen couldn't care about the journey anymore. He quickly immersed most of his consciousness into it and made contact. The next second, the entire spatial ring trembled, and a new machine appeared next to the magical item vending machine. The machine resembled a nesting place, occupying about 5 square meters, with a prominent sign reading where to find magical creatures. Magical creatures? Tan Chen's heart stirred. He then began to read the introduction of the machine. According to the machine's description, due to the birth of certain magical items, such as magical instant noodles, magical DVDs, and magical, the world had given rise to magical creatures. These magical creatures were extremely rare and difficult to encounter, each possessing different magical skills. Only by enticing them with magical items could one hope to capture them. The fish that Amazon had encountered was a prime example. It was called the one-ray fish, and once captured by the magical creature nesting place, it could continuously spit out golden beans. Spit out golden beans? Tan Chen was taken aback, then overjoyed. Goodness, isn't this the legendary treasure pot? Looks like I need to find time to visit the eagle country. Tan Chen stroked his chin. From the explanation, he understood why the one-ray fish was currently a phantom in space. It was like a Pokédex, only representing that he had encountered it. Let's keep looking. Tan Chen continued to read the machine's instructions. The more he read, the more excited he became, even his breathing grew heavy. 7. If I collect 7 magical creatures, this magical creature collection machine can grant me a wish? Ward off 7 Dragon Balls? Tan Chen was stunned. In an instant, all sorts of unimaginable wishes, things he wouldn't even dare to think about normally, surged in his mind. Just the other day, he had said that Tangro was dreaming. And now, not long after, he really had the chance to achieve something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. 7. Currently, one is known to be in the eagle country. Damn, had I known that broken fish was a magical creature, I definitely shouldn't have let Vanessa and the others take it. Tan Chen felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, that thing was an unknown new species, and for research purposes, the people in the eagle country would surely protect it well, so he didn't have to worry about it being sliced up in the short term. Continuing to read, Tan Chen's earlier feelings of regret surged back. It even made him involuntarily curse. What the hell? Every time a random teleportation occurs in a dangerous area, there will be a magical creature present? Damn, doesn't that mean there's one on Mount Everest too? Tan Chen was speechless. Was it still too late to return to Everest now? Psych, calm down, calm down. As long as he didn't miss the next dangerous area he teleported to, it would be fine. As for Everest, he could wait until he became more powerful and the conditions were more favorable. For some reason, a bold image of a snow leopard suddenly flashed through Tan Chen's mind. Shaking his head, he finished reading the explanation in one breath. To activate the magical creature nesting place, all you need to do is catch a magical creature. Thankfully, there are no other requirements. Tan Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, he really wanted to fly straight to the eagle country and get his hands on the one-ray fish. Continuous golden bean production, who wouldn't be envious? How much value could that generate in a day? With that thought, Tan Chen changed his plans. He headed straight to the bottom of the sky bridge, squatted down in a corner, and opened his phone to connect to the internet. Then he entered the number Vanessa had given him and added her as a contact. Before long, it showed that the request had been accepted. You are? Vanessa sent a message. Tan Chen didn't keep her in suspense and directly replied with a voice message saying, "It's me." The next second, a voice message came back. As soon as Tan Chen answered, Vanessa's voice, filled with excitement, rang out, "Oh my god. Fan, you finally contacted me. I really missed you." "Oh right, Fan, was that man on Everest you? You really surprised me, you're so amazing. Climbing Everest without oxygen. So many people in our company are your fans now. You're famous, super famous. Hotter than Superman. can I give you a little fan? The earlier part was fine, but the last sentence almost made Tan Chen spit out. Get a grip, I have something to discuss with you, Tan Chen said irritably. Yes. Oh yes fan, you're so manly. Vanessa's tone was soft and incredibly tempting. Clearly, this woman had already fallen. Women from the West have an immense admiration for the strong. She had been saved by this man several times in her moments of despair, and now she knew that Tan Chen had done something that shocked the whole world. Not immigrating on the spot was already quite rational. I ask you, where is the manta ray now? Wah! What manta ray? A question mark appeared on Vanessa's forehead. Before Tan Chen could respond, she suddenly realized, I got it. You're talking about that new species of fish. Wow, how do you know its name? Did you just make it up? You answer my question first. Oh. After responding, Vanessa said, at that time, our report on it caused a huge sensation, and our company's stock skyrocketed. Of course, I got promoted because of it. But after this incident, it was taken away and sent to the Biological Research Institute. Upon hearing this, Tan Chen pondered for a moment and said, can you get in touch with the people at the Biological Research Institute? Of course, after all, this species was brought back by us. Alright then, find a reason to visit the Biological Research Institute and confirm whether the manta ray is still alive. Alive, definitely alive. You don't know, those guys treasure that fish so much, they're even dreaming of finding out why it can grow wings and live on land, saying that humans could evolve because of it. It's really quite funny. Go take another look, this fish is useful to me. Tan Chen's tone was very serious this time. Vanessa immediately stopped joking and said, Fan, don't worry, I'll make an appointment right now, and I should be able to go tomorrow. Alright, send me the information tomorrow. Before Vanessa could reply, Tan Chen had already hung up the call. If the next dangerous place is near the Eagle Country, will I have a chance to kill two birds with one stone? Tan Chen smirked. He was very eager for the golden beans. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. There was only a day and a half left until the teleportation to the third extreme danger zone. And today, an incredibly explosive event occurred. The son of the president of the Shangtian Tourism Group, Li Bailong, attempted to force his fiancée Tang Rou, but was kicked in the groin. After the incident, Tang Rou immediately announced the cancellation of their engagement. Following this, the furious Shangtian Tourism Group vowed to make Tang Rou pay the price. And just this evening, Shangtian Group took action. Their methods were extremely bloody and cruel. Within a few hours, they had poisoned all the peace trees in the giant group. The giant group was in an uproar and also vowed to make Shangtian pay a bloody price. Is this modern business warfare? It's really quite simple and unadorned. Tan Chen grinned as he watched the report on Douyin. Just then, the prompt for the third random danger zone task finally appeared. Ding! Main quest, Advanced Silver, quest name, Commoner, right now, you are homeless, nameless, and have not established long-term customers and trust, as humble as dust. It's time to make a change. Quest content, 1. Start a live stream, attracting customers to be captivated by you without revealing the magical aspects of the products. At the final settlement, you will receive additional rewards based on the popularity of the live stream. Initial reward 100%. 2. In 30 days, sell 10,000 portions of fried stinky tofu. Note, this task is an advanced task, high difficulty, so the host should be mentally prepared. 3. Within 30 days, receive 10,000 customer reviews. Task reward, unlock a random shop, advance to silver merchant, advance to silver space ring, other rewards unknown. Failure penalty, none. Live streaming? Is this system a worm in my brain? Tan Chen was shocked. He had just thought about starting a live stream during his time at Mount Everest, and he never expected to hit the jackpot. It seems that the remaining time must be spent preparing live streaming equipment. Besides that, there was the task content. Selling 10,000 portions of fried stinky tofu, is that really difficult? Averaging it out, I need to sell 300 portions a day. Upon careful consideration, it does have some difficulty, but that's for an average person. Tan Chen stroked his chin. He now had several divine skills at his disposal, so he was not worried at all. This system had a history. The last dangerous place also said it was dangerous, but he had it completely under control. Forget about that, let's get the live streaming equipment sorted first. The silver space ring, I wonder how much space it can increase. 1,000 cubic meters is already a bit insufficient. With that thought, Tan Chen headed straight to the largest computer city in the city. On the way, he logged into the external network and contacted Vanessa. Transferred? Tan Chen frowned. On the other side, across the Atlantic, at the Umbrella Biological Research Institute, in the restroom, Vanessa was pressing the flush button while cheerfully saying, I heard it was taken for an exhibition, it will be sent back in a few days. Oh, I see. Tan Shen nodded, thinking it was being transferred for dissection. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. Alright then, please keep an eye on it for me, and it would be best if you could report its safety status daily. Upon hearing this, Vanessa not only didn't show impatience but her eyes lit up. Really, Fan, we can contact each other every day. Tan Shen rubbed his face, adjusting his voice to smile. Yes, beautiful Miss Vanessa, it's an honor to hear your voice every day. For the fish for the golden beans. Tan Shen suppressed his high-pitched voice. Wow, Fan, your voice is so magnetic, I love it. Vanessa was ecstatic. After chatting with Tan Shen for a while longer, she reluctantly hung up. Phew. Tan Shen exhaled a breath of stale air and then took a taxi. Soon after, he arrived at the computer city. He immediately began his shopping spree. He bought 10 mobile phones, each costing over 10,000. He also bought 10 computers. Additionally, he purchased sound cards and over 100 power banks, plus signal boosters, and so on. He aimed to make the live stream as foolproof as possible. Okay, let's shoot a video to warm things up. I need 1,000 followers to start the live stream. So, Tan Shen went to the top of a tall building, sat on the edge, and opened the video recording against the night wind. Hello everyone, I am Tan Shen, who reached the summit of Mount Everest and retrieved cultural relics. Tomorrow, I will head to a new area to bring you a first-person live stream, so stay tuned. After recording, Tan Shen registered on Douyin to post the video, while also linking his bank card. This step was crucial. His bank card had been processed by the system, making it untraceable and unlocatable, etc. If the Douyin account was linked to it, it would likely have the same effect. With the heat from Everest, this video is bound to go viral. I truly have foresight, otherwise, if I suddenly want a live stream, wouldn't it take forever to build up initial popularity? I'll sleep soundly tonight, and when I wake up tomorrow, I'll have 1 million followers. A smile crept across Tan Shen's lips. He then ordered barbecue and beer, enjoying his dinner under the night breeze. A night without further words. On the morning of the third day, Tan Shen woke up on the 2-meter-wide bed on the top floor. He didn't bother to wash up and immediately opened his Douyin account. Then he was completely taken aback. 12 likes, 5 followers, 3 comments? Tan Shen thought there might be a problem with the signal, so he closed Douyin and logged in again. The data still showed no change. Embarrassed and furious, he immediately clicked on the comments. Laughing to death, another impersonator of the immortal god, doesn't even look at what kind of onion he is. Still streaming in first-person view, come on, at least learn how to operate an account? Do you really think any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become an immortal god? These 2 comments made Tan Shen's nose flare with anger. How dare they say he was impersonating himself? The last comment was posted 5 minutes ago. After this day, I've seen countless impersonators of the immortal Emperor of Everest, and you're the worst, with the most pathetic data, and you're so stingy you won't even invest in Dough Plus, you're just a feather. Damn! Upon reading this, Tan Shen couldn't help but curse. So many people were impersonating him? No wonder his videos were ignored. It turned out there were so many imposters. At that time on Everest, he had worn sunglasses and a mask, so his appearance hadn't been revealed, and he hadn't thought much of it. He never expected the world to be so abstract. It was precisely because he didn't show his face that so many people could take his place. Forget it, I'll just live stream with my phone first. Once my figure is revealed, I don't believe those guys won't recognize me. Tan Shen snorted lightly. He quickly washed up and finished his breakfast. Then he grabbed his swimming ring and waited. His heart was both nervous and excited. Every time he was transported to a perilous place, it was when Tan Shen felt the most exhilarated. The unknown environment and location made him hear the beating of his own heart. It's coming. It should be coming soon. After checking the resources in his spatial ring one last time, he tried to calm himself down. Suddenly, a rapid countdown began. As the countdown quickly reached 0, Tan Shen silently disappeared from his spot. The third random perilous location had begun. Teleportation complete, arriving at the frontline battlefield of the K Army and the Bear Army. A cold prompt sounded in his ears. However, the content made Tan Shen shiver. Frontline battlefield? What the hell? While pondering the meaning of these words, a scene suddenly appeared in Tan Shen's mind. Below the image was a city in ruins, with the sounds of artillery mixed with thick smoke rising everywhere. Vaguely, he could see refugees like ants, trembling as they searched for a place to hide. Soon, the image in his mind focused on a man standing dazed on the ruins. Then, a sniper bullet shot in from somewhere, piercing through his head in one blow. Blood splattered everywhere. Tan Shen saw clearly that the man was himself. Is that what's going to happen next? Tan Shen felt a jolt throughout his body and rolled away without hesitation. The next second, a bullet shot past, creating a small pit where he had been standing. If he had been a moment later, his head would have been gone. Damn it, there's actually a sniper. Tan Chen was both angry and shocked. It was the first time in his life he had been shotted by a sniper. On a ruined high-rise a kilometer away, a K-Army woman with streaks of face paint and chewing gum froze in surprise. Did he dodge? Or was it a coincidence? The bubblegum woman furrowed her brows. At this moment, Tan Chen had already found cover to hide. He was furious. His anger made him not want to complete the task first but to hunt down that person instead. I remember, the bullet came from that direction, right? I'm just an ordinary person without any weapons. I can't believe that guy couldn't see me, but he still shot. I have to shove his sniper rifle right up his ass. Tan Chen gritted his teeth. If it weren't for his god-level danger perception, he would have been dead before he even started. Moreover, this place is so dangerous, getting a gun sooner would help him survive better. With this thought in mind, Tan Chen resolutely walked towards the direction from which the sniper bullet was coming. After all, he had danger perception. If there was real danger, he could avoid it in advance. As for the live stream, he wasn't that bold yet. He needed to stabilize himself and find a safe shelter before starting. Boom boom boom, bang bang, bang bang bang. In the distance, the sounds of artillery and various firearms were deafening, making his head buzz. Thinking about how he would have to live in such an environment for 30 days in the future, Tan Chen's brows furrowed like an orange peel. How could he rest at night in such conditions? Men who sleep late age quickly. He had a promising future, so he needed to take good care of himself. Even the wisest can make mistakes. If I had known, I would have bought some soundproofing material. What am I going to do tonight? As Tan Chen hurried along, his mind was filled with a whirl of thoughts. He didn't even notice that a three-man team had surrounded him. Put your hands up. No. It wasn't until a sharp command rang out that Tan Chen snapped back to reality. No warning from danger perception? Was it because they hadn't fired, or did the danger perception think I could handle this situation? Tan Chen's heart stirred, and he glanced at the description of his god-level skill. Bullet time. Bullet time, your time. The description was simple, but often, the simpler things are, the more solid and unbreakable they become. Without hesitation, Tan Chen activated the skill. In an instant, the smoky sky transformed into a dull yellow in his eyes. The three soldiers from the enemy army, holding rifles and wearing fierce expressions, seemed to be playing at 0.1x speed. The movements of raising their guns and the words coming from their lips slowed to an infuriating degree. Tan Chen bounced a few times in place, feeling no effect on himself. If he had a gun in his hand right now, these three soldiers would be no different from live targets. No wonder it's called bullet time. This is amazing, Tan Chen exclaimed. With a swift motion, he effortlessly snatched the guns from the three of them and stored them in his spatial ring. Then he continued to search them, finding 9 magazines, 3 handguns, 4 daggers, tactical glasses, night vision goggles, and several other accessories. Oh, almost forgot the recording device. Tan Chen yanked it off and tossed it into the spatial ring. Even a mosquito is meat, and he would later trade everything for profit. It was only at this moment that the upper and lower lips of the three men finally touched. Tan Chen pulled out a handgun and knocked out 2 of them with the butt of the gun. Only one remained standing, and he then deactivated. Bullet time. Wait. The blonde handsome soldier had just uttered the word wait when he was shocked to find that all his companions had collapsed to the ground without him noticing. All the weapons on him had also vanished. From his perspective, everything that had happened felt like magic. But being a soldier, he forced himself to calm down in an instant and then attempted to subdue Tan Chen. Snap! He grabbed Tan Chen's arm and tried to throw him over his shoulder. However, the figure behind him didn't budge an inch, as if it were an ancient tree rooted deep in the ground. The blonde soldier gasped in shock, realizing something was wrong. The next second, he heard a crack, and his right arm was broken. The blonde soldier screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat. I ask, you answer, Tan Chen said with a smile in the K language. Yes. The blonde soldier covered his broken hand and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. But then he thought of something and quickly added, wincing in pain, brother, shall we go? Go to the cover and talk? There are snipers. No need. Tan Chen was too lazy to waste time hiding slowly. Anyway, with the danger perception in place, if there really were snipers, it would clarify the target instead. The blonde handsome soldier felt a chill down his back. This guy was really bold. You are from the K Army, right? What's the situation in the city? Briefly tell me, Tan Chen said. Because the K side did not fulfill the treaty, and due to Bao's expansion, the Bear Army began its expedition. This was the fuse for this conflict, and Tan Chen understood it quite well. However, he was not very clear about the current battle situation in this city. Got it, got it. The blonde handsome soldier quickly responded and then began to narrate rapidly. It turned out that as the front lines stretched, the situation between the K army and the Bear army had fallen into a stalemate. Originally, this city was still the main battlefield, but due to higher-level decisions, the main forces of both sides had already left. Only a portion of the military remained to clear out the scattered enemy personnel. This soldier named Thomas was one of the clearers. Very well, I now give you two choices, Tan Chen said quietly. Thomas's face turned pale. He knew that a crucial moment concerning his life was approaching. Somehow, he thought of something and made a move that left Tan Chen dumbfounded. He suddenly knelt down with a soft thud, muttering something under his breath. Tan Chen listened carefully, and it turned out to mean "Long live our emperor, long live, long live." My god, this foreigner is a fan of rabbit country dramas. Tan Chen was surprised. He couldn't help but marvel at the influence of rabbit country, which had indeed grown larger in recent years. How did you know I was from rabbit country? Tan Chen asked. Upon hearing this, the blonde handsome soldier immediately perked up, a smirk playing on his lips, half mocking and half cold, saying, "People from Ghost Island and Kimchi country, not to mention taking action against us, they don't even dare to look us in the eye. But people from rabbit country are different. Many ordinary tourists from rabbit country who come to K country look at us K soldiers not only with curiosity but also with blatant provocation. It feels like watching monkeys in a zoo, no different," Tan Chen added. Ah, yes, exactly. The blonde handsome soldier seemed quite pleased, nodding continuously, then looked at Tan Chen and continued, "The way you looked at me just now was just like that, as if I were garbage. People from Ghost Island and Kimchi country wouldn't dare to do that, so I figured you must be from rabbit country." I have to say, this kid's words really made Tan Chen feel good. A smile appeared on his face for the first time. "Let's go, talk over there." Tan Chen pointed to a dilapidated house nearby. The blonde handsome soldier was overjoyed. He was afraid of being shot by a sniper, and now his life was saved. The two stood behind the wall, and Tan Chen said, "I give you two choices, one is to assist me, and the other is that I knock you out right now. If you faint in a place like this, whether you survive or not depends on your luck. Choose one." "I choose one," the blonde handsome soldier said without hesitation. No kidding, if he fainted in a place like this, he would be eaten by nearby refugees. "Very well, then follow my lead and move towards the cover. I have something to take care of first. Of course, if you think you can run away, you can try, but next time I catch you, it won't be as simple as knocking you out." As he spoke, Tan Chen casually placed his hand on the wall, exerted a little force, and 5 finger holes penetrated through the wall. The blonde handsome guy was stunned, his whole body trembling as if electrified. Chinese Kung Fu. Tan Chen ignored him and stepped out of cover, moving toward the direction from which the bullets had come. For a sniper, failing to kill with a shot was an absolute disgrace. He didn't believe that sniper would be able to resist shooting after seeing him. Shasha. Tan Chen stepped on the ground littered with charred stones and gravel, leaving behind a series of piercing sounds. He glanced at the sky. It was still noon, 4 or 5 hours behind rabbit country. The distant sounds of cannon fire and gunshots grew increasingly intense. What's going on? Did he not spot me, or has he changed position? Tan Chen pondered. Generally speaking, if a sniper failed to eliminate an enemy with a shot, they would relocate. He was just an ordinary person. That guy shouldn't have moved, right? Unless, of course, there were other snipers nearby. Forget it, I'll just wander around a bit. If he really has changed position, then that's just his luck. Ugh, I can't get the gun barrel stuck, that's so annoying. Tan Chen pouted and suddenly kicked a nearby soda can far away, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Are the people from rabbit country all this crazy? That guy who climbed Everest without oxygen before, and now this one with a sniper rifle, TSK. The blonde handsome guy, hiding behind cover a dozen meters away from Tan Chen, gritted his teeth in silence. He held back from running, wanting to minimize the risk. If this man were shot dead by the sniper, he wouldn't have to risk being caught while escaping. Just then, the blonde handsome guy noticed Tan Chen turning his head several dozen meters away, seemingly trying to confirm his direction. However, before he could react, the man's head had barely begun to turn when he suddenly fell straight down as if his central nervous system had been forcibly yanked out. As his head was about to hit the ground, his arms suddenly slammed down, and his body defied the laws of physics, bouncing back up in an instant. What's happening? Newton, look at him. The blonde handsome guy, who had witnessed the entire scene, was completely dumbfounded. What shocked him even more was that at that moment, he saw a bullet, half the size of a palm, fly past the man's head. It then struck a stone pillar not far behind, creating a bottomless hole. He dodged the sniper bullet? Is he even human? The blonde handsome guy's eyes widened like copper bells. At that moment, he heard a powerful cold shout, "Found you! Damn it, this time I'm going to shove the gun barrel up your ass." Tan Shen stared at a building in the distance, his body moving as he sprinted across the gravel-strewn ground at a speed surpassing Bolt's. The blonde handsome guy was so shocked that he was numb. At that moment, he wasn't even thinking about escaping but wanted to see what other miraculous abilities this amazing man from Rabbit Country had. He quickly followed suit. Tan Shen raced forward, going full speed, and in less than half a minute, he reached the dilapidated building. On the second floor, he cornered the sniper. "Ma'am, in such a hurry, where are you off to?" Tan Shen asked with a half-smile, looking at the female sniper a few meters away, chewing gum. She also had beautiful blonde hair and a curvy figure, quite a match for the blonde handsome guy. "Who are you?" The blonde beauty scrutinized Tan Shen with a serious expression, not underestimating him just because he wasn't holding a weapon. 2 sniper bullets, and she had missed them all under her own initiative. Now he had arrived at the scene so quickly. It was simply inhuman. As a top-tier sniper, she knew just how difficult it was to dodge sniper bullets. "Me? Strictly speaking, I'm just a businessman who helps those in distress in various dangerous places." Tan Shen smiled faintly. "A merchant?" The blonde woman paused her chewing of bubblegum, a cold smile appearing on her face. "A merchant? Can a merchant dodge a sniper bullet? You really have a problem. It was right for me to shoot." "Oh?" Tan Shen raised an eyebrow. He had originally wanted to stand on a moral high ground to make the blonde beauty understand. But this woman seemed to be shooting not just randomly. Oh, you're dressed so well with a swimming ring, standing on the ruins looking around, with those shifty eyes, it looks so strange. I've consulted my superiors, and there's no one like you among us, which means you must be from the opposing side." The blonde beauty said, and seeing that Tan Shen didn't make any special moves and looked quite ordinary, she couldn't help but want to move her sniper rifle to take control of the situation. But just as her fingers moved, she felt something missing. Her precious sniper rifle had vanished. It appeared in that man's hands. "Blonde beauty, let's just call you Xiao Mei. I admit what you said makes sense. I'm not a random executioner killing civilians. But the fact is, I'm just an ordinary merchant, so you are wrong. If you're wrong, you must accept punishment." Tan Shen glanced at Xiao Mei's backside. Xiao Mei hadn't realized what was about to happen next. Her beautiful eyes kept darting between her hands and the sniper rifle in Tan Shen's hands. She was completely immersed in disbelief. "Hey, did you hear what I said? Accept the punishment, or die." Tan Shen shook the sniper rifle, aiming it at Xiao Mei's forehead. What punishment? Faced with death, Xiao Mei finally came to her senses. With her biggest support taken away, she recognized the reality. "It's simple, you turn around, and show me your backside," Tan Shen said softly. This was the only sentence the blonde handsome guy heard when he rushed here, panting. His eyes widened again. He hadn't forgotten the man's angry words before, saying he would put the gun into the shooter's body. And now asking the blonde beauty to turn around, could it be? No, judging by the military uniform on the blonde beauty, she was also from the K Army. If it really happened, it would be too humiliating. So this blonde handsome guy's knees went weak, and he knelt on the ground, wanting to use the same trick again. "Get lost. I'm not someone you can worship just because you want to." Tan Shen kicked him away. "Does he think I'm a fool, really believing this trick is a universal formula? Ha!" Seeing her soldier being attacked, Xiao Mei also moved. This was the only chance. Whoosh! Xiao Mei's long legs moved quickly, and after just 2 steps, she aimed for Tan Shen's neck, seemingly wanting to perform a naked choke. Tan Shen snorted coldly, and without any apparent movement, he reached out and grabbed Xiao Mei's ankle. In that moment, he shook it like a flower gun, a terrifying force bursting forth instantly. Xiao Mei gasped, and she split her legs in midair. With a rip, because of the sudden excessive force, her tight pants split down the middle. "Oh, what color is this? As a sniper, you have quite a girlish heart," Tan Shen mocked. "Get lost." Xiao Mei was both embarrassed and angry. If it were one-on-one, she wouldn't be like this. After all, foreign customs are generally more open. But now there was a teammate from her own country present, which made her cheeks flush instantly. Tan Shen was too lazy to say more. He lightly kicked with his right foot, but to Xiao Mei, this force was simply inhuman. The single foot she landed on had no space to resist, and she crumpled down, her whole body falling to the ground in a mess. She wanted to move again, but the dark muzzle of the sniper rifle was already pressed against her head. "Turn around, and show me your backside," Tan Shen said. "I don't want to repeat this a second time, if you don't want your head to explode. Can you let him go out first?" Xiao Mei looked at the blonde handsome guy who had been kicked to the ground and was struggling to get up. When you shot, did you even ask me who I was? Tan Chen replied. But, Xiao Mei was almost in tears. Hurry up! Tan Chen pushed the gun directly into Xiao Mei's mouth, his finger resting on the trigger. In an instant, a tremendous fear surged within Xiao Mei's heart. She was only 23 years old, she had a large number of fans and supporters on IS. She wasn't married yet, hadn't enjoyed life properly, she didn't want her head to explode, she didn't want to die. Xiao Mei quickly nodded frantically, her fear of death surpassing her shame, and she flipped her body over, lying on the ground. Then, she tightly closed her eyes, preparing to endure the violation. If she could live for a while, maybe after it was over, this person from the rabbit country would show some kindness. Or perhaps, a teammate would come to rescue her? With such thoughts, the blonde Xiao Mei mentally prepared herself. But suddenly, bang! A loud striking sound echoed throughout the building. It could be seen that a thick bamboo strip had appeared in Tan Chen's hand at some point. He had originally intended to use it to build a treehouse. Ah! Xiao Mei screamed, shaking violently from the pain. Do you dare to shoot recklessly again? Bang! He struck down heavily again. With such a handsome guy standing there, how could you lay a hand on him? Bang! Help! Help! It hurts so much. Xiao Mei pounded the ground with her hands, sweating profusely and tears streaming down her face. Not far away, the blonde handsome guy breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't him, just hit a couple of times. Bear with it and it would soon pass. Pain? It has to hurt. Pain is how you learn. Tan Chen struck again fiercely. I was wrong. I learned my lesson. Please don't hit me again. Xiao Mei begged repeatedly. Am I handsome? Handsome. Wrong answer. I'm clearly very handsome. Bang! It hurts so much. Are the men from Rabbit Country manly or not? Are they the most manly, the strongest men in the world? Yes. Whoa, you Rabbit Country men are the most manly. Xiao Mei was in so much pain that tears flowed from her eyes, and the bubblegum in her mouth had long since been spat out, disappearing without a trace. What should you do when you see an Asian face next time? Tan Chen asked again. At that moment, Xiao Mei was inspired and quickly answered. First, distinguish. Treat those from Rabbit Country as honored guests, and kill all from Ghost Island. Ha! The bamboo strip that Tan Chen had raised paused. Looking at the body that was trembling from pain, he ultimately did not continue to strike. You answered that question very well, okay, you can get up. Tan Chen casually tossed the bamboo strip aside. Xiao Mei let out a long breath. She had guessed right, this demon had finally stopped. The blonde handsome guy not far away also showed a look of joy and quickly jogged over with a slight limp. At this moment, Xiao Mei had already covered her but, biting her lip in pain as she stood up. However, the pain in her but caused her to squeeze her legs tightly together, making her look quite strange. From today on, you will be called Xiao Mei, and you will be called Xiao Shuai. In the days to come, you will follow me and assist me in completing a task, after which you will be free. Tan Chen's gaze swept over the two, speaking. When they arrived here earlier, the details of the task had also been formally given. This time, the stinky tofu selling task was different from before. According to the detailed introduction of the task, the tools for frying tofu and the stinky tofu would be provided by the system. However, a materials list was also given to Tan Chen. As long as you follow the items on the material list and do some extra processing before making stinky tofu, the flavor will become even more exquisite, and the results will be much better. Besides, you will also learn the magical craft of making stinky tofu in the process. But that material list. Tan Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. This was precisely why he was unwilling to take action himself, leaving it to Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei. Inside the bronze space ring, on the equipment for frying stinky tofu, there was a conspicuous instruction sheet. 1. Magical stinky tofu sauce, the stinky socks of a sports student. 2. After the sauce is made, the next material will appear. Upon reading this, Tan Chen took a deep breath, taking advantage of the relatively fresh air. On the other side, Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei exchanged silent glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Indeed, this man had come with a special mission. Did he want to use some trick to annihilate the Ku army? Or was he trying to spy on military secrets? No, anything else is fine, but he must not be a traitor. Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei both secretly made up their minds. Okay, now I'm giving you your first task, Tan Chen said in a deep voice. Here it comes. Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai's hearts tightened. This guy was finally going to reveal his ulterior motives. Under their intense gaze, Tan Chen uttered a line that left them dumbfounded. Help me find the sports student's stinky socks, the more the better. Silence. The entire building was silent, with only the distant sounds of cannon fire and gunshots still booming. Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei were completely stunned, looking at Tan Shen as if he were a freak. Actually, I'm a businessman. Tan Shen, unable to bear their stares, explained, "You can call me Boss Tan. I want to use these socks to develop a delicacy, so don't misunderstand." "You still say you're not a freak?" Upon hearing Tan Shen admit he wanted to use the sports student's stinky socks to research some delicacy, the two completely broke down. What normal person uses stinky socks to research food? Is this something a human being can say? "Ha? Are you unwilling?" Tan Shen's expression changed. Xiao Shuai reacted the fastest, quickly saying, "Willing, 100% willing. Don't worry, it's all on us, just when do you need it?" "If you need it, there's no rush, the delicacy isn't made yet. Let's find a place to settle down first," Tan Shen said, continuing, "You two are familiar with this area, where do you think is safe?" Pop. Xiaomei, not knowing where she got it from, popped a piece of bubblegum in her mouth, which just happened to burst. Seeing Tan Shen look over, her face turned pale, and she quickly said, "My butt hurts too much. Chewing bubblegum helps with the pain." To avoid giving Tan Shen any ideas, she swiftly answered the main question. "The main battlefields are in the central and western regions. The eastern area is relatively safer, but it's only relative. There are still some gang members making a profit from the chaos over there. The place we are in now is close to the eastern area. Alright then, find a place to settle down before dark tonight. No time to waste, follow me." After saying this, Tan Shen led the way downstairs. "Hey, do you think his identity as a businessman is a lie? Who does business in a place like this, especially selling food? Is he taking us for fools?" Seeing Tan Shen go downstairs, Xiao Shuai quickly leaned over to Xiaomei and whispered. Xiao Shuai's earlier act of kneeling to save her had earned him some goodwill. Although he ultimately failed to save her, it was also because that man was too freakish. So Xiaomei's voice was soft, mixed with lingering fear. "It is indeed strange, but we must not act rashly now. That man is too terrifying. I don't even know how he took my sniper rifle away. Let's take it one step at a time. Damn it, if I had known, I would have retreated with the main group and not ended up in the hands of this big pervert." At this point, he patted his chest and said to Xiaomei with a sense of bravado, "But don't worry, I will definitely help you escape from his clutches." It's all up to you." Xiaomei nodded eagerly. "What are you still dawdling about? If you don't get down here soon, do you believe I will really pull out a 1-meter-long sniper rifle and shove it up your backside?" Tan Shen's wild voice erupted from downstairs. "Coming Tangu, I'm coming down right now." Xiao Shuai didn't look at Xiaomei again and hurriedly dashed down. Xiaomei sighed, "Can such a person really be relied upon?" An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The three found a house. Compared to other damaged houses, this one looked much better. Moreover, the living items inside were quite complete. The only discomfort was the floor covered in dark brown bloodstains, with blood marks and bullet holes on the walls and furniture. It seemed that a struggle had occurred in this room, as many household items were scattered about. "Clean up a bit, I'm going to whip up some food." Tan Shen casually found a room and slammed the door shut with a bang. Outside, Xiaomei and Xiao Shuai looked at the tightly closed door, and their thoughts suddenly became lively. The two exchanged glances, engaging in a silent telepathic conversation. "Xiaomei, should we run?" "Xiao Shuai, can you outrun him? Besides, do you want to keep your backside?" "Xiaomei, how about you run first? If nothing happens, I'll catch up." "Xiao Shuai, what kind of malicious statement is that?" "Xiaomei, anyway, your backside hasn't been hit yet. You have a higher margin for error than I do." "Xiaomei, man up. Don't forget, you're a man." "Xiao Shuai, should I give it a try?" Encouragement instantly filled Xiaomei's eyes, and her hands formed fists. Xiao Shuai became excited and cautiously stepped outside, moving away from the house. After walking a dozen meters, he found that nothing unexpected had happened. A look of surprise spread across his face as he was about to wave to Xiaomei. But he noticed that Xiaomei was staring at him with a face full of terror. "What kind of expression is that?" Xiao Shuai was taken aback. The next second, he heard a familiar and cold voice coming from behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" He stiffly turned his head and was shocked to find that the man had silently appeared behind him without him noticing. "Why you? How did you do that?" Xiao Shuai was genuinely scared this time. He clearly hadn't seen anyone come out of the house. Was it haunted? "Did I not say that if there's a next time, your backside won't be safe?" Tan Shen said. Xiao Shuai suddenly realized something and tried to run away. But Tan Shen was faster, kicking him down to the ground. That long, terrifying sniper rifle was raised high. "No!" Xiao Shuai let out a piercing scream. Thud. Twisting, struggling, writhing, whimpering. 5 minutes later, Xiao Shuai crawled back, covering his bloodied backside, trembling as he looked at Xiaomei. "Xiaomei, I still have to clean the house, so don't disturb me." Xiaomei didn't even glance at him, desperately dragging things on the floor. Xiao Shuai's recent pitiful state had nearly scared her to death. She didn't want to end up like that. Glancing at the door that Tan Shen had entered and then closed tightly again, she felt not only fear but also a sense of wonder. This Boss Tan was too incredible. She had clearly seen that the door had never opened, nor had she seen Boss Tan leave the room. How did he suddenly appear behind Xiao Shuai? Could he be a magician? But magicians need to set things up in advance, right? Yet this house was clearly one we randomly found, and I was the one who suggested it. Xiaomei was puzzled. Yet inexplicably, Tan Shen felt a twinge of curiosity. Meanwhile, in the room, Tan Shen exhaled a breath of stale air. Indeed, he had activated bullet time once again. Under bullet time, his speed was like light to those ordinary people. This created the illusion. Now that those two have injured their backsides, even if they want to run, they won't get far. A smirk appeared on Tan Shen's lips. Yes, even if Xiao Shuai didn't run, he would find a chance to take him down. This kind of injury wouldn't be fatal and wouldn't overly affect combat effectiveness at a critical moment. The only impact was that they couldn't run too far or speed up. Everything is ready, now it's time to livestream selling stinky tofu. With a thought, Tan Shen took out the stinky tofu and related stall from his space. Then he opened the livestream room and entered the title, Frontline Battlefield First-Person Perspective Selling Stinky Tofu. Next, he started the livestream. As Tan Shen expected, he waited a full 3 minutes, and only one person entered. Selling stinky tofu on the frontline battlefield? Why don't you just fly to the sky? Pfft, another clickbait title. After cursing a few times, the person left. Tan Shen silently noted down his ID, bread seller. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, now you ignore me, later I'll make you regret it. No popularity, huh? Then let's smash it. Smash money. Directly accumulate initial popularity. How long would it take to rely on the random popularity of passers-by? Did he really think it was like in the novels, where there would be thousands or tens of thousands of people in no time? Swish, swish, swish. Tan Shen pulled out another phone, made a series of operations to recharge, then added a big account as a friend, entered the livestream room, and immediately sent out 10 gifts of Douyin 1. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. For the sake of the popularity bonus at the final settlement, this little money was nothing. Sure enough, with the boost of money, it instantly brought in a large amount of traffic. Tan Shen also set up a 10,000 yuan lucky bag, and oh boy, it immediately attracted thousands of people. Of course, once the lucky bag ended, most of these people would definitely leave. At that point, it would depend on the excitement of the livestream and whether the host could keep them engaged. Wow, this host is so rich, must be a new account? Not even a video posted, and already a 10,000 yuan lucky bag? Oh, and 10 gifts of Douyin 1, what's he trying to do? Wait, look at the livestream room title, Selling Stinky Tofu from the Frontline Battlefield? What a joke! Clickbait, right? No matter what, the host is righteous. Just when I wanted to drink milk tea, I'll gladly accept. I hate these clickbait titles the most. I'll grab the lucky bag and then leave quickly. Instantly, a flood of bullet comments filled the livestream room. Tan Shen smiled slightly, unfazed, and introduced himself to the livestream room. Hello everyone, you can call me Boss Tan. The place I'm in is called Kexier, one of the conflict's battle points. Listen, you should be able to hear the faint sound of cannon fire and gunshots. As he spoke, Tan Shen walked to the side and opened all the windows. The people in the livestream room were clearly startled. Many of them perked up their ears, and sure enough, they heard the roar of cannon fire. This must be special effects, right? Of course, it's definitely sound effects. If this kid just said he was on the frontline battlefield, I might believe him, but he has to talk about selling stinky tofu, treating us like fools. Tisk tsk, look next to him, there really is a stinky tofu stall. At least he's quite dedicated to the act. Ha, I've lived a long life, and this is the first time I've seen someone connect the battlefield with selling stinky tofu. Just for the host's thick skin, I'm following. Hey, look at the room's decor, it's actually quite nice, there are even bullet holes. The audience in the livestream room began to speak up in response to Tan Shen's words. As for the audience's disbelief, Tan Shen didn't care at all, time would prove everything. Tonight, he just wanted to warm up a bit. Alright, the scene has been introduced, I'm going to start making stinky tofu now. If you like the streamer, feel free to follow. Once I finish the stinky tofu, I'll take everyone to see the frontline battlefield. After saying that, Tan Shen took out the ingredients for the stinky tofu. He then set up the tools and bowls neatly. Then he lit the fire and heated the oil. This is the star of our afternoon, the magical stinky tofu. I believe everyone here will definitely love it. Tan Shen brought the stinky tofu closer to the camera, and immediately someone gasped. Wow, this stinky tofu is crystal clear and looks so tender. No kidding, at least the appearance of this tofu is quite good. Does the streamer sell stinky tofu? I think you shouldn't bother with that nonsense about selling stinky tofu on the front line. Do you really think people are fools? You might as well just sell the goods directly. Yeah, with your generosity, we will definitely support you. Looking at the rising messages in the chat, Tan Chen paid no attention. Instead, he continued, this stinky tofu isn't the complete version. You see, there are no sauces, scallions, or cilantro. But for today, let's make do with it. I've already sent my little helper to find the ingredients, and we can get it done by tomorrow. For today, let's fry 10 pieces to try selling, and the price will be 1,000 renminbi per portion. Tan Chen spoke as if he were performing a solo comedy act. He knew very well that as long as he set up his stall and personally appeared on the battlefield filled with gunfire, that would be more convincing than anything else. There was no need to waste breath trying to make them believe. At this moment, the oil was hot, and Tan Chen followed the steps in the manual, directly tossing the stinky tofu into the oil. Boom! The hot oil bubbled, frying the stinky tofu with a sizzling sound. At the same time, an indescribable smell shot up into the air. Tan Chen took a slight breath and couldn't help but roll his eyes, nearly choking. Goodness, did the smell hit so hard right after tossing it in? Tan Chen pinched his nose. Meanwhile, the people in the livestream were already in an uproar. Wait, streamer, what are you doing? Is this a joke? Are you playing solo? Did you even read what we said? Your acting is so exaggerated, at least fry it a bit longer before showing a disgusted expression, right? Even the stinkiest stinky tofu shouldn't make you react like this right after it hits the oil. Tisk tsk, it's just starting, and you're already pinching your nose. By the way, did you not notice? He's selling stinky tofu for 1,000 renminbi a portion. I don't even want to talk anymore. The audience in the live stream began to feel a bit annoyed. But Tan Chen, as always, paid no mind and started to flip the stinky tofu with chopsticks. Instantly, the stench began to spread at a terrifying speed. 3 minutes later. Ah, so stinky. Xiao Shuai, did you fart? I didn't. It must be you who farted. Ugh, I really didn't fart. You. The voices of Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei echoed outside. Inside the room, Tan Chen calmly took out an electric mask and put it on, then opened the door while holding his phone. Just then, Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei also came to find Tan Chen to reason with him. As soon as the door opened, they were hit by the overwhelming stench. Ugh! In front of nearly 3,000 viewers in the livestream, Xiao Mei immediately vomited, the foul substance pouring out. What the hell? Huh? What happened? Wait, sister, you. Is it really that exaggerated? Many viewers who planned to grab their goodie bags and leave were stunned by this scene. Originally, they were excited to see a blonde beauty when the door opened, but the next second, such a high-energy scene unfolded. It's killing me. I can't take it anymore. Xiao Mei let out a howl and rushed out the door without even wiping her mouth, vomiting as she ran. Boss Tan, are you cooking shit? Ugh, Xiao Shuai couldn't help but dash out as well. Soon, the sounds of retching echoed outside. Wow, what acting! Absolutely amazing. Actors from the country, come take a look. This is real acting. The authenticity of the vomiting, the near-death look in their eyes, it's incredible. Where did the streamer find this foreigner, with blonde hair and blue eyes, so beautiful and handsome? Big investment, I can only say. The viewers in the livestream were all exclaiming, clearly thinking that Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai's reactions were all an act. Only Tan Chen knew it was real. Go ahead and vomit, get used to it, and you can eat stinky tofu, Tan Chen said with a strange smile. He then returned inside and fished out 2 pieces of fried stinky tofu. The first test subjects, the first 2 customers, were set. Placing the stinky tofu in a bowl, Tan Chen held up his phone and walked slowly towards the retching Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai outside. You too, want to buy some stinky tofu? Trust me, it's really delicious, Tan Chen said with a persuasive look. This wasn't a lie. Generally speaking, the more authentic and stinkier the stinky tofu, the tastier it was. But that was for the locals. For foreigners, what was the difference from eating shit? Take it. Just take it away. I won't eat it. I won't buy it. Xiao Mei kept retreating, waving her hands. Xiao Shuai's reaction was even more exaggerated, backing away 10 meters, showing no difference from seeing shit. Douyin now had an automatic translation feature in the lower left corner, just like the international version. So the people in the livestream could understand what Xiao Mei was saying. Tan Chen sighed softly. He didn't want to be a shady businessman, nor did he want to force anyone to do business. Since they weren't eating, it seemed he had to think of another way. Alright, I won't force you, let's leave it at that for now. Tan Chen returned inside. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. If this was considered delicious, then then what had they eaten before? What does this guy want to do? First it was stinky socks, now it's stinky tofu. If this battle doesn't end, we'll be suffocated by his stench. Xiao Mei gritted her teeth. We're not perverts, and we don't understand the psychology of perverts, Xiao Shuai sighed. On the other side, Tan Chen started frying stinky tofu again. 10,000 portions of stinky tofu, each portion about 10 pieces, that's a total of 100,000 pieces of stinky tofu. Averaged over 30 days, he needed to sell at least 333 portions a day. You two come here, you don't have to eat, just help me fry stinky tofu. Tan Chen shouted. The two were startled, their brows knitting into a frown. But thinking about how they had already refused once, they were afraid that refusing this man again would likely make him explode, so they timidly approached. I don't have high demands, just fry me 10 portions, and we can open for business today, Tan Chen said. Soon, the two pinched their noses and forced themselves to endure the nausea as they began the journey of frying stinky tofu. An hour later, the stinky tofu was ready. Tan Chen glanced at the livestream. Wow, the number of viewers was not decreasing but increasing, reaching over 3,500. However, it seemed that these people were all there for Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai was tall and handsome, a standard Western blonde hunk. As for Xiao Mei, as a rare sniper, her looks and figure were off the charts, attracting countless admirers. Looking at the barrage of comments, indeed, they were all discussing Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai. Only a small portion was talking about stinky tofu and the frontline battlefield. Tan Chen casually hung up a lucky bag, grabbed the packed stinky tofu, and hit the road. To everyone in the livestream, let me introduce myself again. I am Tan Chen, a businessman. The city I am currently in is Lursk, one of the battle points of the conflict in the Bear Country. And our task today is to sell 10 portions of stinky tofu, each worth about 1,000 renminbi. Tan Chen reiterated once more. Unfortunately, as always, it failed to elicit any reaction. Everyone just laughed it off. Tan Chen remained non-committal, picked up the 10 portions of stinky tofu, and stepped out. Xiao Mei and Xiao Shu hurried to follow. What's the nearest safe gathering point? Tan Chen asked. In the West, generally speaking, the safest places in a war-torn city are churches or hospitals. There are also civilian organized gathering spots that are less likely to be bombed. It's the Luzi Hotel. It's no more than a 10-minute walk from here. It's a luxury hotel built by the Eagle Nation, with a safety declaration agreement, Xiao Shu quickly replied. Then let's go there. Tan Chen nodded. Suddenly, everyone heard a sharp whistle, and in the distance, they saw a fiery object flying toward the supermarket. It was unmistakably a shell. Tan Chen calmly raised his phone, and in an instant, the shell exploded, collapsing 1/5 of the supermarket. The previously incessant barrage of comments fell silent. After a long pause of 7 or 8 seconds. What the hell? No way, brothers, I'm not seeing things, right? That was a shell? It really was. Not a special effect? What special effect? Look at the surrounding buildings, the collapsed structures, and the abandoned vehicles. Does this look like something made by special effects? Could it be at some filming base? Are you kidding? Which filming base in the country could create foreign-style skyscrapers? So, does that mean the streamer is really on the front lines? Damn! The viewers in the live stream were all dumbfounded. Many who hadn't entered the live stream but were watching from outside began to flood in. Clearly, that shell had completely shocked them. Ignoring the comments in the livestream and the rapidly increasing number of viewers, Tan Chen quickly headed toward the Luzi Hotel. However, the further he walked, the more something felt off. In the distance, he saw a tall building billowing black smoke. As he got closer, it indeed turned out to be the Luzi Hotel. It was evident that this hotel was incredibly luxurious, with 5 sculptures at the entrance. Moreover, it was surrounded by a concrete wall, clearly to protect it from bullets and bombs. Little did they expect that the shell would hit directly on top. As a result, the entire hotel building had collapsed by more than half, resembling a ruin, with all the people inside having fled, leaving no trace of where they had gone. Tangu, should we still go? It seems like this place has also fallen, Xiao Shu asked anxiously. He was afraid that if they went for nothing, the man would get angry. Of course we're going. Why wouldn't we? There might still be survivors, and they could be our potential customers. We must never give up on any customer. Tan Chen tightened his grip on the stinky tofu and stepped forward. Xiao Shu and Xiao Mei had no other choice. They were very reluctant to go, since this place had already fallen. It meant there could be roaming soldiers cleaning the battlefield. If it were their side, it would be fine, but if it were the enemy, they feared it would be dire. Snap! Tan Chen stepped on the rubble, gazing at several large craters not far away, smoke still rising from them. There was also a nauseating smell, like countless insect corpses piled together and burnt. Looking at this, Tan Shen took a slight breath, turned the phone toward himself, and smiled, saying, "This is Boss Tan's livestream. I am businessman Tan Shen. What you are seeing is the Luzi Hotel in Lurisk City. It is evident that this place has been bombed, which has completely affected my business. But don't worry, let's search and see if there are any survivors. My principle is to never miss any potential customer. Of course, it's possible to encounter danger during the search, like a cold gun, or an explosion, but Boom! Before the words were finished, a deafening explosion erupted from behind Tan Shen. Bang 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 bang! At the moment the explosion occurred, gunfire erupted simultaneously, urgent and intense. Looking around, he could even see flames shooting out from some corners not far away. This was the first time Tan Shen had experienced the sound of bullets and cannon fire at such close range since his journey began. As the shell exploded, the ground shook, and the earth cracked. Everything that had been clear around him was engulfed in intense firelight, and the smoke blurred everything further. Besides that, the most immediate reaction was a strong ringing in his ears. Tan Shen was fine. His physical condition, enhanced by God-level wilderness survival training, gave him a strong adaptability. At first, his eardrums felt a sharp pain, but just 1 or 2 seconds later, it recovered. Following that was the heat wave and shockwave. Tan Shen reacted quickly, cradling the stinky tofu in his arms to avoid exposing the spatial ring. He moved his phone to his chest to prevent it from being hit by flying debris. After about 10 seconds, Tan Shen finally raised his phone again, smiling as he introduced the current situation. "Sorry to startle everyone. Let's continue. I'm sure you all saw that just as we were about to search for customers, we suffered an unexpected blow. Of course, I'm not sure if this shell was aimed at us or if we just happened to be unlucky." Tan Shen spoke lightly, as if the explosion that had just occurred not far behind him was merely a firework. While speaking, he scanned the surroundings with his phone in a 360-degree view and continued, "You can see that not far away, 2 factions are exchanging fire. I learned from Xiaomei that there are gang members here, so I can't be sure if there are gang members inside." At this point, Tan Shen paused his analysis. His danger sense had activated. A stray bullet was heading towards him. If he didn't dodge, he would surely be hit. So he turned his body slightly, avoiding the stray bullet, and continued, "Now for some good news. We finally encountered living people. These are all our potential customers, and if possible, I'd like to develop this further." With that, Tan Shen finally stopped speaking and looked at the livestream. In that instant, the terrifying speed of the comments nearly blinded him. A glance at the upper right corner revealed that the number of viewers had exceeded 10,000 in just a few minutes. Clearly, everyone outside the livestream couldn't resist entering the room. "I'm kneeling. Already kneeling. Really kneeling. There are too many points to complain about. I don't even know where to start. I just want to say, host, are you even human? Oh my god, stop mentioning your damn customers, bro. No, big shot. Do you want to open your eyes and see where you are? On a battlefield. Customers? Developing? Oh my god. Host, what exactly do you do? A shell exploded next to you, and you didn't even blink? Mom, come see the ultimate real man. Host, I apologize. I shouldn't have called you a clickbaiter. I'm sorry, I'll send you gifts right now. This is really awesome. My legs are still shaking. Where else can you see such thrilling scenes besides in movies? Movies? Even movies aren't this exaggerated. At this moment, even the trolls couldn't find a point to criticize. Damn, live streaming nonchalantly near a bomb. How can you complain about that? Unheard of. 10 meters behind him, Xiaoshui and Xiaomei were tense, crouching down, watching the man in front of them swallow nervously. It's insane, really insane. Does this man not fear death at all? Boom, another stray bullet came flying, hitting hard next to Tan Shen's feet. Tan Shen didn't even blink, continuing to walk towards the center of the battlefield. Brother Tan, we can't go on. We really can't go on. Xiaoshui shouted. As a soldier, he knew all too well how terrifying the center of combat was. It could be called a death meat grinder. Even if a tank charged in, it would be turned into a sieve. Tan Shen ignored him, just waved his hand, signaling them to follow, and continued speaking to the livestream. My customers are killing each other. This is not good. Why must it be all this fighting? Can't we just sit down and enjoy my family's stinky tofu peacefully? As Tan Shen spoke, he zoomed in with his phone's camera. The viewers in the livestream, one and all, widened their eyes. As the camera zoomed in, they were shocked to see the splattering blood on both sides of the combatants. Oh my god? Is this even allowed to be broadcast? Why isn't it being shut down? Shut down? This kind of scene is rare in 100 years, and you still expect a shutdown? I'll spray you with salt soda. Whether it gets shut down or not is one thing, but how come Brother Tan shows no fear at all in such a situation? What a ruthless person. Honestly, I've never seen anyone more ruthless than Boss Tan in the real world. except for the heroes in history books. Awesome! I suddenly feel the title is too modest. This isn't just a first-person perspective, it's an ultimate immersive perspective. When the bullet came flying just now, I thought it was going to hit me. Wait, what are you all discussing? Isn't it just clickbait? Boom, holy crap, real artillery fire? Holy crap, this streamer, holy crap, amazing. The streamer is amazing. The live stream was flooded with comments. Tan Shen had already walked to a close point of one of the fighting sides, and from a distance, he shouted in English, "Hey everyone, are you hungry? Want some stinky tofu?" This shout not only confused the people in the live stream. Wait, are you really here to sell stinky tofu? The dozen or so soldiers who were called out were also bewildered. Have they fallen behind the times? There's food being sold on the front lines? For a moment, they collectively fell silent. Not directly refusing meant there was a possibility of agreement. Tan Shen's eyes lit up, and he raised the stinky tofu while stepping forward. How about one? I guarantee it's delicious. If you want it, I can bring it over right now. Stop, are you looking to die? The soldiers' faces turned fierce. Are you kidding? How could they let an unidentified person approach with an unknown object? What if it was explosives? Moreover, the situation was urgent. They couldn't waste time on an unknown individual. So, without a few seconds of consideration, the squad leader among them ordered to open fire. They were decisive, and Tan Shen was even more decisive. No one noticed when the handgun appeared in his hand. It was as if they only heard a gunshot and saw a phantom. Bullet time, activate. The next second, the dozen or so soldiers not far away all screamed, and upon closer inspection, they were shocked to find their wrists, holding the guns, had all been pierced by bullets. Blood splattered. The firearms in their hands all fell to the ground. Ha! Ha! No way? What happened? Aren't you a businessman? Are you also a sharpshooter? Ha! Just as the viewers in the live stream collectively had question marks popping up on their foreheads, a special phrase representing the super admin floated up in Tan Shen's livestream. Why can't I shut down your livestream? Once this was said, Tan Shen had no idea what effect it would have in the livestream. He only knew that his stinky tofu had a market now. In a moment of inspiration, Tan Shen rushed into the midst of these soldiers. Some of the more aggressive soldiers wanted to pick up their guns with their other hand, but were startled into stillness by a few bullets that flew precisely by, missing their fingers by just a centimeter. Don't act rashly, or I guarantee your fifth miss will pay a heavy price, Tan Shen said with a smile. Perhaps the soldiers on the other side also sensed something was off, as the gunfire from that direction ceased. Seeing that they dared not move, Tan Shen set out some stinky tofu and said, "Let me introduce this, our rabbit country's delicacy, magical stinky tofu. The taste is beyond compare, and it's cheap too, just a mere $1,000, which is about $140 US. So, how about trying a portion?" Tan Shen's face was full of anticipation, his eyes shining brightly. However, the scene felt incredibly strange and out of place. Not to mention that the price of stinky tofu was exorbitant, but the serious way he was introducing it made it seem like he was genuinely trying to do business. Even the super admin in the livestream temporarily gave up on sealing the chat, entranced by Tan Shen's absurdity. "You injure us just to sell stinky tofu?" the captain of this military squad asked incredulously, clutching his bleeding palm. "Of course, I've said it before, I'm just an ordinary food seller, and you all jumped to attack without a word," Tan Shen replied, pouting. Hiss. The captain gritted his teeth, his mind racing with one thought. It turns out that when people are speechless, they really are speechless. God, this is a battlefield. A rabbit country person inexplicably appears here and starts abstractly selling tofu? Are you out of your mind? The other soldiers present were also cursing furiously in their hearts, but they only dared to curse internally, as this rabbit country person was simply too monstrous. Whether it was the speed of shooting or the accuracy, it was hardly different from that of a devil. They were utterly unmatched. Well, make a quick decision. By the way, I never force anyone. If you don't want it, I won't force you, Tan Shen said very kindly. He was indeed serious, but in this situation, who would believe his words? Immediately, the squad leader fumbled around his body and handed over a stack of cash. "It's all here. How much stinky tofu can this buy?" Tan Shen was delighted and took it to count. However, the soldiers around him became restless again. They had all experienced blood and fire. How could they easily submit? Seeing this man go to take the money, they seized the opportunity to pounce on Tan Shen. Bang 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 bang, Tan Shen didn't even look, nor did he turn his head, and casually fired a few shots. The attackers all cried out in pain as they fell to the ground. "I told you, I'm just a stinky tofu seller. If you make any more moves that make me misunderstand, I'll have to change my profession to selling organs," Tan Shen said unhappily. Then he took out 6 portions of stinky tofu and handed them to the squad leader. You gave $860, 6 portions of stinky tofu cost $840, so the extra $20 is for the fright I received. So what about you? Anyone else want to buy? I still have 4 portions of stinky tofu. Tan Chen scanned the other soldiers. Every soldier he looked at felt a chill down their spine. They wouldn't believe for a second that this guy would be so kind as to not force them. If they didn't buy the stinky tofu, something terrifying would surely happen. So one by one, they began to search their bodies. Then they all pulled out US dollars. Wow, everyone is so enthusiastic, but I only have 4 portions of stinky tofu left. If you want to eat this badly, I'll bring more next time? You can add me on Green Bubble. Almost forgot, I'm abroad, Tan Chen said with an awkward smile. The soldiers present, however, did not have a single smile. They had already tacitly accepted that this guy in front of them was insane. Clearly, his shooting skills were extraordinary, yet he insisted on selling some rotten tofu. Did he really think we wanted to eat that? Was this some kind of international joke? Just as I was thinking this, a soldier next to me suddenly vomited. Turning to look, it was because he had opened the food packaging, and immediately, a wave of foul odor surged out. In an instant, there were screams and rolling eyes all around. A small number of soldiers began to vomit, while others, though not throwing up, turned a shade of green. What's going on over there? The soldiers from the bear country were starting to get confused. The sudden and bizarre ceasefire was one thing, but what was with the screams and strange noises? Should we go take a look? Could it be a trick? Let's probe a bit. We can't just stay in a stalemate. So, 5 minutes later, there were another 10 or so people with holes in their palms. Don't look at me like that. Even though I'm from Rabbit Country, and even though Bear Country and Rabbit Country are in a honeymoon phase, you guys are the ones who want to shoot first. They are my guests, and besides, it's just a hole in the palm. I was startled, Tan Chen admonished. The Bear Country soldiers dared not retort, truly astonished by that incredible marksmanship. As soon as the gun was raised, their handguns were simultaneously shot away, their palms pierced. How is this any different from auto-aim in a game? What do you want to do? The captain of this small team from Bear Country asked stiffly. Tan Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, I can assure you I'm much closer to you." Then, he casually pulled over the squad leader from the K Army, a man weighing at least 90 kilograms. Yet, Tan Chen lifted him effortlessly with one hand, instantly silencing everyone present. The live stream was filled with astonishment. Wow, I really want to say wow, host, are you sure you're just a stinky tofu seller? This strength is more terrifying than my 10 great-grandmothers combined. A sharpshooter and with explosive strength, no wonder he dares to come to the front lines. Super admin, can you handle this? Why don't you stop thinking about shutting down their livestream and join us in watching the host promote our country's cuisine? The viewers in the live stream began to comment. At the headquarters of ByteDance, in the regulatory department, a young man with a buzzcut frowned, staring intently at the live stream. The dilapidated building, the unpixelated severed limbs in the distance, and the sensitive conversations between the Rabbit Country citizens and the frontline soldiers. Each point was like dancing on a minefield. Although he wanted to keep watching, he didn't want to lose his job because of it. But why can't I shut it down? Forget it, haha. Anyway, it's all being recorded. I've done my best to shut it down, and the higher-ups can't say much. As for reporting, I'll pretend to work hard to shut it down for another 5 minutes. The buzzcut super admin smirked slightly. Meanwhile, in Kessel City, Tan Chen's display not only stunned the viewers in the livestream but also left the dozens of soldiers present dumbfounded. You explain the situation to the Bear Country soldiers, the rest of us will continue, Tan Chen said, casually taking the money handed over by a nearby soldier and passing the stinky tofu over. The soldier with a scar on his face looked at the stinky tofu, his face contorted, but he had no choice but to reach out quickly to take it. He then quickly set it aside, constantly wiping his hands on his clothes as if he had touched something filthy, his face full of disgust. Seeing this, Tan Chen's expression suddenly darkened. What do you mean by that? Tan Chen stood up abruptly. The scarred soldier was taken aback. He couldn't even lift his own squad leader with both hands, yet this man in front of him had done it effortlessly with one hand. So any movement from him made him anxious. This was a man he could never hope to overpower. I don't mean anything. Originally, in his girlfriend's eyes, and in the eyes of the opposite sex, he was a man overflowing with strength, but now, in front of Tan Chen, he shrank his body like a quail. No meaning. Tan Chen snorted repeatedly. I kindly offered you food from our Rabbit Country, and you look like you've stepped in shit. Do you look down on our country? How dare you even ask what I mean? After saying this, he suddenly drew his pistol and shouted, "You dare to insult our country's cuisine? That's simply too much. If a gentleman can endure, what can he not endure?" I want to duel with you. Ha! The scarred soldier was dumbfounded. The other soldiers nearby were also wide-eyed in shock. What's going on? Why is there going to be a duel all of a sudden? Ah, crazy, this streamer is really crazy. Ah, this is killing me, sending a Douyin no. One as a token of respect. No, look at the scarred soldier's expression, his face is twitching. If he had the strength to duel with the streamer, would he still be sitting here, being scolded like a grandson? Follow. Damn, this is too satisfying. The streamer is awesome. It's hard to imagine that our rabbit country actually has such a talented person. Who says there aren't? Just a few days ago, 2 amazing climbers scaled Mount Everest without oxygen. TSK, our rabbit country really has hidden talents. Wait, speaking of the amazing climbers on Everest, why does the streamer's name sound familiar? Because of Tan Shen's words about the duel, the live stream room erupted again. Compared to their enjoyment of the spectacle, the scarred soldier was in immense agony. Are you kidding? Who is this man in front of him? He was someone who could overpower more than 20 soldiers by himself. Just thinking about his incredible marksmanship made his head spin. It was no longer just marksmanship, it was an art. In a real duel, even 100 of him wouldn't be enough to die. No, bro, I didn't insult rabbit country's cuisine, I just. The scarred soldier suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly said, I just feared my hands were too dirty and wanted to clean them before eating. Oh, Tan Shen's expression softened a bit, I see, then go ahead and eat, I'll watch you. Ha! The scarred soldier was dumbfounded again. The other soldiers present looked at him with sympathetic expressions. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. Didn't you say you'd eat after cleaning your hands? Are you trying to trick me? Tan Shen paused here, then drew his gun again. I want to duel with you. Fuck. The scarred soldier was furious. He had confirmed that this guy in front of him was a lunatic, an absolute lunatic. Okay, don't be anxious, I'll eat it right now. The scarred soldier hurriedly tried to calm the anger of the man in front of him. Tan Shen put away his gun and sat down, smiling, then go ahead and eat. Trembling, cold, despair, helplessness. The scarred soldier felt like his blood was about to stop flowing. His fingers trembled as they reached for the stinky tofu. Then, shaking, he began to open the bag. Whoosh, the few soldiers beside him immediately retreated. This reaction almost made the scarred soldier cry, but looking at the man staring at him, he had no way out, as there was no one behind him. Already darkened. Hurry up, eating something and you're dawdling. Are you even a man? Tan Shen was displeased again. Okay, right away. The scarred soldier's expression hardened, and he suddenly tore open the outer bag of the stinky tofu, the foul smell bursting forth, and his eyes instantly rolled back. But he dared not make any other moves. Better to suffer briefly than to suffer long, so he quickly opened the box. In an instant, the dark, foul-smelling stinky tofu, emitting an unknown odor, was presented to the eyes of the soldiers present for the first time. Not far away, Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei had not dared to say a word. They finally realized how kind Tan Shen was to them. At least he didn't force them to eat stinky tofu. Gazing at the scarred soldier, filled with a sense of humiliation as if he were about to eat shit, they felt immensely relieved. Is this stinky tofu? Why is it black? Black? The scarred soldier's scalp tingled. Eating shit was one thing, but black food? Stinky tofu was like this. The darker it is, the purer it represents. What, do you think our rabbit kingdom's research on food is inferior to yours? Hurry up, don't waste my time. Tan Shen seemed to have lost his patience and stood up again. The scarred soldier shivered in fear, and with a determined heart, he suddenly shoved the piece of stinky tofu into his mouth and bit down hard. The next second, he froze in place. What's going on? He's not moving? Oh God, he's not going to be shocked by the smell, is he? Quick, go touch him, I feel like his body has gone stiff. The soldiers present were astonished. A few soldiers who were close to him, disregarding the smell, rushed over to shake him. Just as they were about to reach him, the scarred soldier suddenly howled, Maya, this is so delicious. Ah! The scarred soldier chewed rapidly, his eyes closed, his expression one of pure enjoyment. At that moment, he forgot the pain in his palm. In just 3 seconds, he finished the piece of stinky tofu and swallowed it. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, he huffed and puffed, devouring the remaining 9 pieces of stinky tofu in a whirlwind, leaving nothing behind. He even drank the leftover oil in the box clean. Whoa, it's so delicious, how can something be this good? Whoa, amazing. The scarred soldier howled to the sky, utterly intoxicated. After a long while, he turned his head, his eyes shining as he looked at Tan Shen, seemingly asking, is there more? Suddenly he thought of something and rushed towards the stinky tofu that the squad leader had already bought. He then clutched it in front of him, protecting it like a treasure. Past. This kid, is he putting on a show? Stinky tofu is indeed delicious, but it's not like he's exaggerating this much. He's probably afraid Tan Boss will challenge him to a duel again. Since he's already eaten it, he might as well act a bit more genuine. Smart move. The people in the live stream began to comment. Only Tan Chen knew that this stinky tofu was absolutely delicious, just like magical instant noodles. It seems you really like our Rabbit Kingdom's food. Very good, I'm quite satisfied. From now on, when you buy stinky tofu from me, I'll give you a 10% discount, Tan Chen said with a beaming smile. Really? The scarred soldier's eyes lit up, and he quickly said something that made all the soldiers present change their expressions dramatically. That I wanted now. I want to reserve 100 portions. Goodness, it doesn't seem like he's acting. But if it's true, how heavy is this kid's taste? Do you think they're all actors? No way, I've been to Silk City, the buildings around are all identical. The people in the live stream were fervently discussing. The soldiers near Tan Chen, however, were not in such a good mood, each looking at the scarred soldier with predatory eyes. They had finally bought out this crazy person's stinky tofu, and were about to leave, never to cross paths again, but this guy actually made a reservation. Captain, brothers, I'm not lying to you, stinky tofu was really delicious. I swear to God, it's absolutely tasty. The best flavor. The scarred soldier shouted, constantly licking his lips, looking unsatisfied. Ha, good, then add me on the phone, and I'll have someone deliver it to you when it's ready. Tan Chen was pleased to hear that. Sure thing. The scarred soldier happily took out his phone and quickly added Tan Chen. Okay. There is no banquet that does not end. The transaction is over. You are free to do as you please. But then again, isn't it more refined to enjoy some stinky tofu together in a friendly and happy atmosphere rather than resorting to violence? Tan Chen asked with an expectant look. We'll try our best. The captain of Kufang's team quickly replied, eager to send this lunatic away. The captain of Xiongfang nodded vigorously, showing his agreement. Very good, Tan Chen said, increasingly satisfied. Just as he was about to leave with Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei, he suddenly turned around and said, alright, I need a large quantity of stinky socks from athletes. Who among you was an athlete before? In Tan Boss's livestream? Not you, bro. Shocked. Is this some kind of heavy fetish abstract? Stinky tofu and athletes' stinky socks. Do you think the streamer might be a pervert? You just figured that out? The live stream room erupted again, and Tan Chen glanced at the screen, where the number of viewers had astonishingly reached 70,000. Clearly, Tan Chen's livestream had left them in shock. It was all prohibited content. It wouldn't be long before it simply broke 100,000. Stinky socks from athletes? The soldiers present were taken aback, their gazes shifting. Tan Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be true? He immediately waved to Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei, who looked distressed. You two, go help me collect those stinky socks. He pointed to some soldiers who had already started taking off their socks. These soldiers had no other choice. The more perverted this guy acted, the more they wanted to satisfy him quickly so he would leave. Brother Tan, are we really collecting them? Xiao Shuai asked with a bitter expression. Xiao Mei looked even worse, on the verge of tears. Of course, hurry up. Can't you see the customer has already placed an order? We need to get back to work. Tan Chen shouted. With no other option, the two approached the athlete soldiers. At that moment, the athlete soldiers had already taken off their socks. Xiao Shuai Gij, can you help me carry mine too? Xiao Mei couldn't bear to touch the stinky socks with her bare hands, so she playfully pouted. Xiao Shuai didn't think much of it, whether it was 1 or 3, it was all the same. So he held his breath and picked up 3 pairs of stinky socks with his fingers. Got them! These are rare materials. A low voice suddenly came from behind. Xiao Shuai shivered and couldn't help but take a breath. In an instant, the stench of stinky tofu mixed with the sweat odor of the socks, which had been worn for who knows how many days, and the smell of bacteria rushed into his nose. Boom! Xiao Shuai felt his vision go dark, about to collapse to the side. Fortunately, he was propped up by something. Thank you. Xiao Shuai was clearly a polite kid. Even as he was about to faint, he still managed to express his gratitude. But when he turned around, he found that what was propping him up was a beautiful leg. It was none other than Xiao Mei, who looked utterly disgusted. She couldn't even be bothered to help him. Well done, Tan Chen smiled, now let's get to work. After saying this, he glanced at the live stream room, which had already surged to 100,000 viewers, with a flood of GIFs continuously scrolling. But he felt no excitement. After all, he had seen millions of viewers during the Everest event. Such numbers didn't faze him. Looks like I need to livestream on several platforms at the same time. Then I can have Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei each hold a phone to help me film. Wouldn't that boost the popularity to the max? Anyway, the system hasn't specified that I can only livestream in one room. Tan Chen stroked his chin, thinking happily. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and calmly said to the livestream room, "Alright, this episode ends here. See you tomorrow." Snap, he directly closed the live stream, leaving countless bewildered viewers in the chat room silent, howling. Is this streamer really out of his mind? With such explosive popularity, he just stopped streaming? Damn, so reckless. What a fierce streamer. Followed. Over 100,000 viewers. If he keeps this up, he could definitely become a top streamer on Douyin, but he just says he won't stream anymore? He really has personality. Don't, streamer. I just got hooked. Why did you stop streaming? Woo, I'm a student. Please start streaming again. I can't wait to see what he does with those stinky socks. Why is he in such a hurry to end the stream? Is he doing something unspeakable behind our backs? In this parallel world, after improvements, even when the stream ends, the live room remains blacked out. So many viewers, unwilling to leave just like that, continued to interact enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Tan Chen had already rushed towards the residential area with Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei. Just after they left, the battle erupted again. This time, however, the Scar soldier's behavior was a bit strange. He raised his pistol several times but then lowered it again. "Big Scar, what's wrong with you?" the squad leader shouted. The Scar soldier moved his lips awkwardly and said, "I just suddenly feel that fighting and killing really isn't good. Life is so precious, can't people live in harmony?" The squad leader was dumbfounded, and the next second, he roared, "Do you even hear the nonsense you're saying? There are orders from above. This area must be reclaimed at all costs. It's crucial for our defense strategy. Hurry up and load the bullets. Even if I can only use my left hand now, I want you to shoot hard." The Scar soldier still showed hesitation and said, "How about we just forget it? I really feel it's not right. The people we kill, who are they? Who are their fathers? Who are their sons? Just thinking about it makes me want to cry." After saying that, his eyes actually became moist. "You?" The squad leader was truly dumbfounded this time. The Scar soldier in front of him was the #1 enemy of the bear faction in the team. How did he become so soft-hearted now? Just as he was thinking, he noticed Big Scar had turned around and said, "Captain, you don't need to persuade me anymore. This war shouldn't have started in the first place. I want to stop this battle. Oh, and I want to eat stinky tofu." After saying that, he ran off wildly under the gaze of all the soldiers, leaving them dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Tan Chen and his group had returned to the residential area. Then, mysteriously, he took out a bowl. "Put the athlete's stinky socks in here," Tan Chen said softly. Xiao Shuai had long wanted to throw away the socks, and without a word, he quickly tossed them in. "Alright, you two can go out now," Tan Chen said. Once the two hurriedly left the room, a strange smile appeared on Tan Chen's face. Outside the room, Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai began to look for food. The owner of this house had stored some food and water, so they didn't need to go out searching. After eating and drinking their fill, the two looked at the tightly closed door, curiosity rising in their eyes. "Xiao Mei, what do you think he's doing with those stinky socks? And he specifically wanted the athletes. It can't be that." Xiao Shuai, curled up on the sofa, asked nervously. "Don't ask me, just thinking about it makes me nauseous." Xiao Mei made a vomiting gesture. She shook her head and said, "I really don't understand why. He has such good marksmanship and exceptional combat skills. Why can't he do something else? Why does he have to sell stinky tofu? Are all experts this crazy? Sai, what do we do now? We can't escape, and I'm sure if we try to run and get caught again, it won't just be a simple punishment." Xiao Shuai said, still feeling apprehensive. Xiao Mei's eyes filled with fear, and she remained silent for a long time. Perhaps it was the overwhelming stimulation from today that caused the two of them to lie down on the sofa and fall asleep before long. Quietly, the night descended. An indescribable scent quietly wafted out from Tan Chen's room. It swept through the living room, brushed past the window, and drifted nearby. Finally succeeded. Tan Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, looking at the black, oily sauce on the stinky tofu with immense satisfaction. He didn't know if it was the influence of his extraordinary survival skills in the wild, but he felt no discomfort at all with the smell of stinky tofu. This was normal. In the extremely dangerous wilderness, threats came not only from plants and animals but also from smells. For instance, miasma, toxic gas, and so on. If the stinky tofu was already this foul, it was theoretically not far from toxic gas, so Tan Chen had directly become immune to it. Well then, let's wait until dawn to sell. Now, let's see what the other materials are. Tan Chen's mind shifted as he looked at the materials list. 1. Magical stinky tofu sauce, the stinky socks of the sports student brother. 2. Magical stinky tofu spicy sauce, the boneless chicken feet sucked by the grandma. 3. After the magical stinky tofu spicy sauce is made, the final material will appear. WH. What the hell? This time, even Tan Shen was stunned. The stinky socks of the sports student brother were one thing, but how did the innocent chicken feet sucked by the grandma come into play? If he didn't know the miraculous effects of the magical stinky tofu, he wouldn't dare to use these materials. It felt a bit like being a black-hearted merchant. But compared to the effects brought by the magical stinky tofu, this is nothing. Tan Shen smiled slightly. So now, what he needed to do was to fry a large batch of magical stinky tofu and sell it out. Sizzle, 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 the oil pot bubbled as pieces of stinky tofu were tossed in by Tan Shen, fried until black, then scooped up and thrown into the ring space. 10 portions, 100 portions, 1,000 portions. His powerful physical condition supported him in working efficiently, and in just one night, he produced 3,000 portions of magical stinky tofu. As for the sauce, it might not be enough. He still needed a lot of sports student stinky socks. Take a shower, and let's start selling. Tan Shen immediately began to wash up. Time flew by. When he opened the door feeling refreshed, he found the two still drooling on the sofa. Get up, we're leaving. Tan Shen tossed a big bag over. It's filled with delicious stinky tofu, don't trip over it. Xiaomei rubbed her eyes and mumbled, Boss Tan, you didn't stay up all night, did you? You look so energetic. The sooner we sell out, the sooner we can finish, hurry up. At that moment, Xiao Shuai also got up. After the two quickly washed up, they followed Tan Shen out the door. Last night, I specifically learned about Silk City through the media. The wealthy among the commoners have long left, those who remain are mostly the poor. They can't afford my stinky tofu, so we need to find those soldiers. But before that, we need to go to the poor area to find some materials. That's our goal for today. Besides that, my requirement isn't high, selling 400 portions of stinky tofu will be enough, Tan Shen said as he quickly moved forward. There were cars along the way, and after Xiao Shuai caught an old car, he managed to start it without keys by pulling out some wires. Not bad. Tan Shen's eyes lit up. Having a vehicle was definitely much more comfortable than walking. Immediately, the vehicle roared to life, and Xiao Shuai drove swiftly toward the poor area. About half an hour later, the three arrived at an area that was relatively free of bomb craters. The ground was somewhat open, with no obstructions. This place was very dangerous. Stray bullets could come flying in at any moment. Boss Tan, we've arrived, Xiao Shuai quickly said, turning off the engine. Alright, you two follow me over there to take a look. Tan Shen's gaze turned towards an alley where it seemed a few pairs of eyes were peering this way. He didn't rush over but first took out his phone and opened the live stream. Almost the moment the stream started, a large number of viewers flooded in, each more excited than the last. No way, am I seeing this right? This live stream can actually be opened? It's been a whole night, and they haven't banned the account? Does the host have some unknown powerful background? This is too impressive. The viewers began to comment. Seeing this, Tan Shen casually introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Tan Shen, a traveling merchant selling goods from all over the world. I am currently in Zelka City, one of the battlefields where the K Army and the Bear Army are fighting. Here, I will sell my carefully made rabbit country delicacy, delicious stinky tofu. But before that, I need to find some materials first. After saying this, Tan Shen turned his phone around to show the surroundings. Then he led the way towards the alley, and it was clear that this place was indeed extremely poor. The houses were low and shabby. Deep in the alley, there was a makeshift shelter entirely built from tarps. At that moment, a pair of eyes appeared from a gap in the tarp. He seemed to notice that Tan Shen was looking at him, and the moment their eyes met, his gaze quickly retreated. Tan Shen handed the phone to Xiaomei. Generally, girls tend to be more meticulous than boys when filming, and compared to Xiao Shuai, Xiaomei's livestream would definitely have a much higher margin for error. This is the outskirts of Zelka City. It seems to be called Tailing Town, Tan Shen introduced as he walked. As he got closer, he could see that the shelter was built against a wall that seemed to have been shaken by the aftermath of a shell explosion, leaning slightly. The roof of the shelter was covered with rubble and dust, along with many discarded plastic bags and debris. Seeing this, Tan Shen frowned slightly and slowly walked up to the shelter. Just when everyone in the live stream, along with Xiaomei and Xiao Shuai, thought Tan Shen would push aside the plastic tarp and walk in, he quietly stood in front of the shelter and softly asked, "Is anyone home? I am Tan Shen, a traveling merchant from Rabbit Country, and I would like to ask for a drink of water." The person inside the shelter seemed a bit surprised, and there were sounds of hurried footsteps, but it seemed that because Tan Shen didn't barge in directly, his nervousness gradually calmed down. The plastic tarp trembled, and a dusty head poked out. "Hello." Tan Shen squatted down, making no overt gestures. This left many in his live stream astonished. Wow, the host is so well-mannered. He didn't embarrass us Rabbit Country people. I thought he would just barge in, considering his strength, that would be easy. Of course, our rabbit country is a land of etiquette. Do you think it's like the thieving eagle country? Following, this is great. From the host's previous behavior, I thought he would be very rude, but I didn't expect him to be so gentlemanly, wanting to talk. The viewers who noticed this detail began to comment. Meanwhile, the owner of the dusty head inside the shelter stared intently at Tan Shen, as if trying to confirm something. He didn't speak, and neither did Tan Shen. Instead, he reached into his pocket and magically pulled out a skewer of candied hawthorn and handed it over. It was clear that the shelter owner's eyes widened significantly, and his breathing quickened. Yet, he still made no move and didn't speak. After a moment of mutual staring, the owner of the dusty head finally spoke. "You." "Hello." Tan Shen gestured backward, indicating for Xiao Mei to come closer to film. Unexpectedly, this action startled the gray-headed boy quite a bit, especially the rapid approach of Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai, which made him instinctively shrink his head, seemingly afraid that these people would pull out weapons. "Don't be afraid, they are good people," Tan Shen explained. This made Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei feel a bit awkward. Although they were not bad people, they certainly couldn't be considered good people in this war. "What are you doing here?" "We've been hiding far away," the gray-headed boy said. "I'm a merchant. I'm here to buy and sell things. Can you let me take a look inside?" Tan Shen replied, once again offering the candied hawthorn in his hand. Perhaps the bright and tempting appearance of the candied hawthorn was too alluring. This time, he did not refuse. After hesitating for a moment, he opened a corner of the shed. "You two be careful, don't scare him," Tan Shen said as he turned around and walked inside. This was a shed where one could see the end at a glance, filled with various tools that even a scrap collector wouldn't want. At the very back of the shed, there was a broken bed made of tattered cloth, on which lay an unconscious old lady. Tan Shen withdrew his gaze and asked the gray-headed boy, "Are you a native of Talontown?" The gray-headed boy was a very thin youth, about 8 or 9 years old. However, his actual age was certainly older than he looked. He was just too malnourished. "No," the boy said, his fingers tightening around his clothes, clearly nervous. After glancing at the candied hawthorn in his hand, he felt that such a reply was too impolite. He added, "I came from the east. It's very dangerous over there. My grandparents and I hid all the way here." "What's the situation in Talontown now?" "A lot of people have fled, there's fighting here." "Why don't you?" At this point, Tan Shen paused, looking at the unconscious old lady lying there. "Where's your grandfather?" Tan Shen changed the question. "He went to dig mud by Rainbow River. Our shed is both hot and leaks. Grandma is not sleeping well, so after Grandpa brings back the mud, we plan to build a house here together." After saying this, the gray-headed boy pointed to the corner, where indeed a lot of dirt was piled up. "What happened to your grandma? Is she sick?" Tan Shen took a few steps closer to her. The boy became tense again, but perhaps sensing no hostility from this man, he ultimately did not stop him. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Grandma slipped while digging mud by the river last time and has been asleep for several days. Grandpa said she's just too tired and will wake up after resting for a while." Tan Shen nodded and did not speak further. The boy finally had time to deal with the candied hawthorn in his hand, which he seemed to have been holding back for a long time. Seeing that Tan Shen had no more questions, he quickly stuffed the candied hawthorn into his mouth. Just as he took a bite, his pupils suddenly constricted. Then he hastened to eat the candied hawthorn, popping one after another, and in just over 10 seconds, he had eaten 2 pieces. He did not touch the rest but whispered, "Grandpa will be back soon, I'll save some for him and Grandma." "It's fine, you eat, I have more," Tan Shen said, reaching into his pocket, feigning a move, and pulled out 2 more strings of candied hawthorn. "What is this operation? Is the streamer a magician? What kind of pocket is this, so capable of holding things?" The people in the live stream were amazed by Tan Shen's actions. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the distance outside the shed, followed by the sound of explosions and gunfire. Clearly, this small town was not a paradise, it was very close to the battlefield. This war had been going on for several years, with one side being the powerful bear country and the other being the supported Ku country. Both sides had reached a boiling point. Neither country intended to harm civilians, yet bullets and shells were blind. Whenever war broke out, it was always the common people who suffered. The rumble of artillery was accompanied by the roar of planes and fighter jets soaring through the sky, and a single bomb dropped could snuff out lives. "By the way, do you want some water? I have some here." The boy suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Really? Thank you so much." Tan Shen smiled as she replied. The boy's face lit up with joy as he said, "Wait a moment." He quickly turned around and rummaged through the ground, finding a plastic bowl, a plastic ladle, and a plastic cup. He didn't rush to scoop the water but carefully wiped the utensils clean before finally dipping them into the bucket to draw water. Tan Shen leaned in to take a look. The water in the bucket was quite murky, not at all from a clean source. While he was fetching the water, Tan Shen asked, "Can I see your grandmother?" "Sure," the boy replied without turning his head. Tan Shen nodded and was about to walk over when she suddenly remembered something and said to Xiao Mei, "Don't film her face directly, let's be respectful." Okay. Xiao Mei looked at Tan Shen in surprise, her expression softening suddenly. Tan Shen approached the broken bed. The old woman's face was very kind, even in her comatose state, her expression was relaxed. There is indeed some truth to the saying that one's appearance reflects their heart. However, if this comatose state continued, it would be hard to say. The lack of nutrition, combined with being bedridden and her age, she could very well fall into eternal slumber. I wonder if the magical instant noodles will help. Tan Shen suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind, and the boy handed over the water. Tan Shen glanced at it. Many small bits of debris were sinking inside. After Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei took it, they both showed a look of difficulty and did not drink. Tan Shen, however, did not think much of it and drank it all in one go. With his current physical condition, he was not afraid of getting sick. Xiao Mei had just been very careful about the water, and everyone in the live stream had seen it clearly. This streamer, I don't know what to say. Everyone, send gifts. Just for his reckless spirit in a foreign land, he deserves to be #1 on Douyin. Can this water really be drunk? Tan Shen did not look at the live stream. He focused on the boy's anxious gaze and gently wiped the water from the corner of his lips. He smiled and said, "Thank you, it's very sweet." The boy's anxiety vanished, and his eyes rarely curved, like a crescent moon reflected in water. "You're really nice, you're different from them," the boy said, suddenly reaching into his pocket, and in the next second, he pulled out a handgun. It was a GSH-18 pistol. Whoa! What the hell? A gun? What does he want to do? The people in the live stream were collectively shocked. Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai broke out in a cold sweat. Goodness, this kid actually had a firearm on him. If he was provoked by a careless word, a burst of gunfire at close range would surely take them down. Only Tan Shen looked at the boy with a calm expression. The boy made no other moves but looked at him eagerly and said, "Respected fan, can I trade this gun for some medicine and food? My grandfather said that if there's medicine, my grandmother will wake up faster. I want her to wake up soon and take me to Rainbow River to find my grandfather." This statement left Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei, who had been tense and on edge, in stunned silence. Tan Shen was also taken aback. He never expected the boy's intention for the gun to be this. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Shen said, "I don't have any medicine, but I might have a way to wake her up." "Really?" The boy trembled all over and quickly grabbed Tan Shen's arm. Clearly, he knew that his grandmother's condition wasn't that good. He was just continuously hypnotizing himself. "Not very sure. I can only say let's give it a try," Tan Shen sighed. Little did he expect that this casual remark would stir up another wave in the live stream. Wait, who is this streamer? Can he even do medicine? What medicine? He doesn't have any tools. Maybe he wants to trick that kid into giving him a gun because he has no medicine. TSK, a streamer who tricks kids. What nonsense are you talking about? With the streamer's skills, does he need to trick anyone? You brainless hater. Looking forward to it, rubbing my hands together, this streamer really is a treasure, knows everything, and now even understands medicine. Just as he was saying this, the live stream suddenly went black and shut down. Banned? What's going on? No, it's just ended. In the blacked out live stream, a lot of black screens appeared. About 10 minutes later, the live stream suddenly lit up. Immediately, everyone was stunned. Oh my god, what were they seeing? The grandmother, who had been lying in bed, unconscious for who knows how many days, barely breathing, actually sat up from the bed. Not only that, but she also looked radiant and full of energy. Oh my god, can someone tell me what happened? Ward off? No way, is this really not scripted? If it is scripted, then I admit the streamer really knows how to play. If it's not scripted, this is just too unbelievable. Damn, the streamer didn't even bring any medical tools. The audience in the live stream was collectively shaken. Compared to them, Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai in the shed looked no better. Their faces were filled with shock. They witnessed the man from the rabbit country cook some instant noodles, then helped the grandmother eat a few strands, and she suddenly opened her eyes. What kind of instant noodles were those? Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei were lost in thought. At that moment, Tan Shen handed the remaining magical instant noodles to the two of them. "Share and eat, you'll understand later," Tan Shen said lightly, casually taking the live stream phone from Xiao Mei's hand. He was counting on the two to find materials, so they would realize they had something revolutionary and wouldn't run away. Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai exchanged glances, and without hesitation, each took half and began to wolf it down. On the other side, the boy's eyes sparkled with intense surprise, rushing towards the grandmother like a swallow returning to its nest. Mose. The grandmother smiled lovingly, holding the boy tightly in her arms. After comforting him, she turned to Tan Chen. Thank you, young man, you saved me. The grandmother looked kindly at Tan Chen. She was very wise, and with the help of the magical instant noodles, her brain was working at a very fast speed. So soon, she guessed the reason for her awakening. You're welcome, this is actually a transaction, Tan Chen said, pulling out the gun Mose had given him and weighing it in his hand. The grandmother's gaze shifted slightly, and she sighed. Benefactor, please take good care of this gun. It has driven away many bad people and saved us many times along the way. So what's next? Without this gun, what do you and your grandson plan to do? Tan Chen asked directly. The grandmother released the boy Mose from her embrace and stood up from the bed. Although her body was hunched, she gave off a very spirited feeling. Of course, this was the effect of the magical instant noodles. Since the benefactor asks this, it seems we have a way to help you, may I ask? The grandmother showed a questioning look. It's simple. Tan Chen reached into his chest and pulled out several packs of chicken feet, saying, there is indeed a small request related to these packs of food. Wait, what does the streamer want to do? Can't figure it out. Is this unreasonable request asking her to help sell chicken feet? What efficiency could there be? And unless you follow the whole way, it will definitely get stolen. The viewers in the live stream were chattering incessantly. On the other side, however, the startled cries of Xiaomei and Xiaoshui rang out. This scream immediately captured everyone's attention. Tan Chen's gaze turned over. He certainly understood what had happened. Clearly, the magical instant noodles had worked, and both Xiaomei's injury on her hip and Xiaoshui's injury on his back had completely healed. Just as Xiaoshui and Xiaomei were about to speak, Tan Chen raised a finger and shushed them in front of his lips. Xiaoshui and Xiaomei quickly fell silent, realizing that they were live streaming. If this got out, who knows what kind of impact it would have. You two go outside to talk, Tan Chen said before turning his attention back to the old lady. She was his important target right now. Hey, what are you doing, streamer? Playing a riddle? What on earth happened? Why can't we know? If you don't tell us, we're unfollowing. Hurry up. Ah, I hate riddle people the most in this life. What are they so surprised about? Tan Chen naturally glanced at the excited viewers in the live stream, but he didn't care at all. This was just a small test. When the official sale started later, he planned to stream on 8 or 9 platforms simultaneously, so the attitude of the Douyin audience wasn't that important to him. Staring at the kindly old lady, Tan Chen fell silent for a few seconds before tearing open the chicken feet and handing them over, saying, Elder, can you eat spicy food? Outside the shed, Xiaomei and Xiaoshui sneaked off to the side and checked their injuries. After a moment of shock, they gathered back together. It really healed. Not a trace left. Could that instant noodle have magic? This ordinary person has a big problem. The two spoke almost simultaneously, rattling off several sentences. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaomei asked, shouldn't such things be kept deeply hidden? Why would they let us know? Could it be that they consider us one of their own? Xiaoshui countered. But as soon as he said it, he shook his head. What a joke. They didn't have that kind of deep bond. How could they trust so easily? At that moment, Xiaomei's heart stirred, and she said, maybe he wants us to willingly stay by his side? This reasoning was quite logical, and after thinking for a few seconds, Xiaoshui nodded in agreement. Although it feels strange, the fact is he has captured my heart. A man as magical as this, I have no reason to just leave. Besides, he's not even thinking about my butt anymore. Xiaoshui made a conclusive statement, clearly indicating that at this moment, he truly wasn't thinking about running away. Xiaomei felt the same. Glancing at the distant chaos, Xiaomei and Xiaoshui turned and walked back into the shed. However, the scene inside the shed instantly dazzled their eyes. They saw Mose's grandmother sitting on a broken wooden plank, continuously sucking on the chicken feet that Mose had handed over. After finishing, she placed it in the seasoning bowl prepared by Tan Chen. At the same time, she rinsed her mouth with some murky water. The tender chicken feet were spat out from the old lady's mouth, covered in saliva, and then spat into the seasoning bowl. This horrifying scene left not only Xiaomei and Xiaoshui but also the people in the live stream stunned. Even Tan Chen couldn't hold it together, constantly shifting his gaze to distract himself. There was no way, if he kept staring, he felt like all the hair on his body would stand on end. What is going on? Is this some unique way of eating? Xiaomei and Xiaoshui looked completely dazed. The same question had already been asked countless times by the viewers in Tan Chen's livestream, but they were all ignored by Tan Chen. Noticing the gazes of Xiaomei and Xiaoshui, the old lady pouted her lips, which were red from the spice, and smiled beautifully. However, she forgot that she still had a chicken foot in her mouth, and it fell out with a puff. She hurriedly picked it up from the ground, rinsed it with water, and was about to put it in the seasoning bowl. "Suck it again," Tanshan said quickly, fearing that washing it would ruin its flavor. The old lady didn't say much and stuffed it back into her mouth. Stunned, Xiaomei and Xiao Shuai were completely taken aback but didn't dare to ask. Tanshan also remained silent, instead looking at the newly unlocked stinky tofu ingredients. 1. Magical stinky tofu sauce, the stinky socks of the sports brother. Unlocked. 2. Magical stinky tofu spicy sauce, the boneless chicken feet sucked by the old lady. Unlocked. 3. Magical stinky tofu side dish, old dead skin on a rough man's foot. Note, with all 3 ingredients complete and made, the host can permanently learn the magical stinky tofu recipe and sell it freely. Final settlement, additional reward bonus 50%. Nice! Tanshan's eyes finally lit up. He suppressed his disgust. Collecting so many materials was for the magical stinky tofu recipe and the extra rewards. Once he completed this advancement task, he would unlock the shop, and once he learned it, he could continuously produce supplies. How delightful! Thinking of this, Tanshan was filled with anticipation for the old dead skin on a rough man's foot. "You two help Mose, take me around," Tanshan waved to Xiaomei and Xiao Shuai. He then pulled out 6 or 7 packs of boneless chicken feet from his pocket and handed them over. He glanced at the old lady, who was completely focused on sucking the chicken feet. Perhaps to repay Tanshan's kindness, the old lady, holding the chicken feet, didn't want to miss any corner of them. She even stuck out her tongue, meticulously curling it around every part of the chicken feet. What a grateful old lady, Tanshan sighed. Such an elder would surely be blessed in the future. Not to mention the old lady in the shed savoring the chicken feet and the goosebumps on Xiaomei and Xiao Shuai. Tanshan had already walked out of the shed with Mose and started wandering nearby. They arrived next to the shed, where there was a pile of dirt and some tools like shovels. "This is where we transport the dirt. After Grandpa brings the dirt here, I will put it in that big basin and drag it over there to build a house." Tanshan noticed that there were many simple little dirt buildings piled up on the dirt surface over there. "Is this a house? Do you want to be a construction worker when you grow up?" Tanshan asked. "No, when I grow up, I want to buy many guns and cannons." "What if there are no wars in the future?" "I want to be a doctor." "A doctor?" "Yes." "Why?" When Tanshan asked this, he found that the boy did not answer immediately. Instead, he fell silent. At that moment, only the sound of the old lady sucking in the shed could be heard. Just then, Moses' head drooped as if it had no bones, and he said softly, "He died." Tanshan was taken aback. He realized that Mose was talking about his grandfather, who was digging mud by the Rainbow River, wanting to help little Mose build a house. Tanshan suddenly didn't know what to say and could only turn the live stream of his phone towards the distant gunfire. After a long while, Mose spoke up. "I watched him die. He was shot in the back by a group of people." Mose squatted down, touched the shovel, and then the dry, cracked earth. "That group cut off my grandfather's head. I was digging mud a little way in front of the Rainbow River, and by the time I got back, that group had taken my grandfather's head and disappeared. I really couldn't drag my grandfather, I could only bury him in the Rainbow River." Moss's voice was calm, but Tanshan could feel his throat trembling. It was a voice squeezed out under pressure, like the extreme oppression of crows circling on a rainy day. "I want to study medicine, I want to make a lot of money. I want to hire someone to find my grandfather's head," Moss said, tears sliding down his thin cheeks, dripping onto the parched earth before him. Moss suddenly turned to the side, not wanting Tanshan to see him cry. He was a strong yet sensitive child. Tanshan also crouched down, glancing at the live stream room. Sure enough, the audience in the live stream had completely erupted, especially some female viewers, who were stirred by a strong sense of maternal love. "Oh my God, little Moss is so strong." Seeing his dear grandfather die in front of him, and having his head chopped off, sob. "I can't bear to think about it. Grandpa, who promised to build a house together, was beheaded, and Grandma fell into a coma. I can't imagine how he has endured during this time. Even so, he didn't randomly shoot at the streamer, instead, he is grateful. I really want to take him back to the Rabbit Kingdom. Can the streamer help him? It's really tragic." The comments rolled in. In addition, there were some rational discussions. Who are those people? Whether it's the KR country or the bear country, they wouldn't shoot an unarmed old man and then chop off his head, right? I don't think it looks like something the KR people or bear people would do. It seems like rebels or gang members did it. Some foreign gang members need to kill to prove their courage. I suspect his grandfather just happened to become such a victim. So malicious, this is too indiscriminate. It makes sense. Lu City has already fallen into a war zone. Some people want to find shelter, so they naturally want to join gang organizations. The heads are probably their tokens. Wait, is it really reasonable for you to discuss this here? Also, when did such high-energy events become live-streamed? Ha, I can tell you're a newbie. I advise you to stop talking and watch the streamer closely, this is nothing. You'll have your shocking moments later. Seeing this, Tan Chen moved his phone away. Gang members, rebel organizations? Tan Chen murmured. After a slight flicker in his gaze, he looked at Moss and said, so what do you plan to do next? I don't know. Moss shook his head and said, I want to finish building the house, but I can't carry the mud by myself. His tone was filled with disappointment and deep helplessness. It's okay. Tan Chen patted his tender shoulder and smiled, I can help you. Tan Chen's tone was light, far from the deafening sounds of gunfire and explosions in the distance. But Moss trembled all over, and his eyes lit up. Moss nodded vigorously. Very good. Tan Chen pointed to the shed in the mud on the ground, I will bring you the most beautiful paint, mixed with the water from the Rainbow River, seeping into the soil, and you. He paused before continuing, you will build the most beautiful rainbow house on this war-torn land, together with your grandfather. Hearing Tan Chen's description, a smile involuntarily spread across Moss's lips. He suddenly had a goal and a pursuit. Damn it, the streamer moved me. I can't understand the streamer's identity anymore. Is he a dark cuisine streamer? A sharpshooter streamer? A fighting streamer? A medical streamer? Or a psychology columnist? He understands how to comfort people too well. This viewer's words received widespread support from the audience, who began to copy and flood the comments. At this moment, Tan Chen took out the pistol and handed it back to Mose. Hold on to it and continue to protect your grandmother. Mose was stunned. As a child living in a war-torn environment, he understood better than anyone the importance of firearms in such a situation. Yet this man just returned it to him. For a moment, he suddenly believed wholeheartedly in what Tan Chen had said. Let's go. Ruffling Mose's hair, Tan Chen returned to the shed with him. At this point, the bowl of boneless chicken feet was already half full. In front of Mose's grandmother were a dozen empty chicken feet bags. That's enough, thank you, Grandma Mose. Tan Chen hurriedly approached and said, hee, silly child, compared to the help you've given us, this is nothing, Grandma Mose said with a bright smile, her lips painted in vibrant colors. Tan Chen nodded and said, we're all family, no need to be polite. I've already promised Mose to help him build a house. He planned to use the small town as a base, and the alley where Mose lived was quite suitable. Upon hearing this, Grandma Mose immediately smiled happily, continuously patting Mose's head. Alright then, we'll handle a few things and come back. As Tan Chen spoke, he was about to signal Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei to leave when he noticed Mose following them. You want to go too? Tan Chen looked at him in surprise. I want to go to Rainbow River to get some mud. When you come back, we can start building the house, Mose said with a smile. Let's go, I'll take you, Tan Chen said, grabbing Mose's hand, and with their tools, the three of them left together. Before leaving, unable to refuse Grandma Mose, Tan Chen left behind a dozen bags of chicken feet. They sped along the way. Under Mose's guidance, Rainbow River soon appeared before them. Wow! So beautiful. I thought Rainbow River was just a gimmick. I never expected it to be real. People in the live stream exclaimed. Not far away, a wide river flowed gently, with countless colorful algae drifting slowly with the current. They floated on the riverbed like a painter's palette, changing colors with the seasons red, yellow, blue, green, and black, giving this clear and bright river a vibrant hue. However, at this moment, there was an unusual commotion by the Rainbow River. Be careful, it seems there's a battle over there. Xiao Shuai, who was driving, quickly reduced the speed. If Tan Chen hadn't spoken up, he might have even considered stopping the car right there. Don't stop, just drive past, Tan Chen said. Ha! Xiao Shuai thought he had misheard. The enemy was unknown, their numbers unclear, and their weapons uncertain. In this situation, to just drive straight in? Wasn't that a death wish? Just go for it. Tan Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. Should they sneak past to boost the live stream's popularity or charge through enemy fire to increase the viewership? There was no need to think about it. Seeing Tan Chan's serious expression and recalling this guy's miraculous abilities, Xiao Shuai gritted his teeth and suddenly pressed down on the accelerator. Sure enough, with his actions, the popularity of the live stream exploded instantly. Many who had been lingering outside the live stream rushed in like ducks diving into water. Are they fighting over there? The streamer is risking his life. Damn, is someone going to get hurt and they won't shut it down? What kind of backing does this streamer have? Stop talking, the super admin is already on the way crying. We can't understand the value of this livestream, it has held strong until now. The viewers in the livestream were still discussing, while Xiao Shuai had already driven towards Rainbow River. Inside the car, Tan Chen's gaze was calm. With bullet time and danger perception at his side, he was more than capable of handling any situation at this stage. He looked towards Rainbow River and could see the two sides engaged in a fierce battle, bullets flying everywhere. You don't need to look for clients and materials elsewhere. Tan Chen's lips curled slightly. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, several stray bullets shot in from a distance, hitting the ground a dozen meters in front of the vehicle, sending dirt flying and creating smoking craters. Even more shells exploded not far from the side, and through the phone screen, the viewers could smell the gunpowder. How ruthless! The streamer is so ruthless. Did you see that? The phone screen didn't shake at all. This is really not tense at all. Someone in the live stream exclaimed. Inside the car, the driver, Xiao Shuai, had his brows tightly knitted, while Xiaomei kept the car door slightly ajar, looking ready to jump out at any moment to escape. MOC, on the other hand, didn't show such actions, but from the way he clutched Tan Chen's clothes tightly, it was clear he was also extremely nervous and scared. At that moment, Tan Chen spoke with a half-smile. From the current battle situation, these two groups are fighting very fiercely. The sounds of grenades and gunfire have hardly stopped. If I'm not mistaken, there are at least hundreds of people exchanging fire, which greatly affects my business, so I need to find a way to intervene. This statement, unsurprisingly, caused another uproar in the live stream. Especially many new viewers, their thumbs were worn out from liking the stream. They had never seen such a scene in a live stream. It's indeed intense, the streamer is fierce, but why does it look different from the battle scenes I remember? Bro, do you think this is a bunch of noobs rushing in like in a chicken dinner? This is real modern warfare. They're hiding behind trenches and suppressing fire. To put it clearly, it's a matter of luck with shooting. No one wants to stick their head out. Oh, I see. Wait, did I just see someone's head explode at the 9 o'clock position? Damn, that red stuff is blood, right? What the hell, so terrifying. Streamer, are you really going to move forward? Streamer, we already know you're amazing, just keep talking big, don't actually put yourself in danger. I feel like that blood is splattering on my face. The audience gasped in shock. Yet Tan Chen continued to explain as usual, it seems we need to speed up. Every moment we delay, a customer will die, and we. Just as he said this, a dangerous image suddenly flashed in his mind. It was a drone diving down from the sky at high speed, then crashing into the car and exploding. A drone? Tan Chen's hand moved quickly to his waist, and before anyone could react, a handgun suddenly appeared in his hand. Bullet time activated. He leaned out, left hand holding the phone aimed at the sky, right hand firing. The drone, originally diving at high speed, seemed to be frozen in time, shaking in the air at a speed much slower than a turtle. Bang bang bang, Tan Chen fired, emptying the magazine, but to others, it seemed he had only fired once. The drone exploded in the sky. This operation stunned everyone for 100 years. The popularity of the live stream skyrocketed, suddenly surpassing 500,000 and still rapidly increasing. It wasn't until the drone spiraled down and exploded in a burst of flames that Xiao Shuai and Xiaomei finally reacted. The two looked at Tan Chen with faces full of shock and fear. Fan, your shooting skills. Xiaomei covered her mouth. As a sniper, she knew how difficult it was to aim at a high-speed flying drone. Moreover, the man in front of her was holding a phone in his left hand. It was simply too exaggerated. But then, something even more exaggerated happened. As Tan Chen fired and the drone exploded, their group was instantly targeted by the enemy. The sense of danger rang alarm bells in that instant. Various dangerous images played out in Tan Chen's mind. With a cold snort, Tan Chen, like performing a magic trick, leaned out and pulled a sniper rifle from the trunk behind the car. That's my sniper rifle. When was it put in the trunk? And what is he doing with the sniper rifle? Xiaomei was stunned. The others were even more confused, and before they could react, Tan Chen drew his gun and chambered around in one smooth motion. Then, with a sudden kick, he sent the sturdy car door flying with a loud crash. Immediately, the gun barrel swept across, as if he were twirling the gun, and fired. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the sniper rifle recoiled violently, yet Tan Chen's body remained as steady as a rock. The sniper bullet had already sliced through the air, speeding towards the distance. Even more astonishing, he held a phone in his other hand. One-handed sniper shooting. This stylish and cool scene sent the viewers in the live stream into a frenzy. Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with an incredible brilliance. In this breathtaking moment, everyone present witnessed a miracle. They saw, far away, a rocket-propelled grenade with flames shooting from its tail, hurtling towards them with the wail of death. But halfway through its flight, it was blown apart by a sniper bullet. Boom! The terrifying roar echoed in everyone's ears. What the hell? What the hell? I'm wearing noise-canceling headphones, I thought I was blown to bits. Ah! Is the fact that you were blown to bits the main point? The main point is that Boss Tan shot a rocket with a bullet. Oh my god! Wolf Warrior! Wolf Warrior! Ah! What wolf warrior? Can a wolf warrior shoot down a flying rocket? This is a dragon warrior, a god of war. The comments in the live stream were filled with screams. This scene directly caused the number of viewers in the live stream to soar to 1 million. You keep driving. I'm going to the roof of the car. I want to see who dares to stop me from doing business. I'll smash their heads. After saying that, Tan Chen leaped out of the car, grabbing onto the roof with one hand and flipping himself up. Then, he pulled out a loudspeaker. After shouting for help on Amazon, Tan Chen had added a loudspeaker and sound system to his stockpile of supplies. At this moment, he couldn't take out the sound system, so he took out the high-powered loudspeaker. Click! Tan Chen turned it on. Spicy chicken, 1 yuan 1. Switch! You love me, I love you. Honey! Switch again! This time it was finally right. The sound of a vendor selling stinky tofu blared out. Satisfied, Tan Chen paused the loudspeaker. With the gunfire and explosions so loud, no one would be able to hear it anyway. So what he needed to do now was to clear the scene. With that thought, he pulled out a national flag and set it up with a bamboo pole. Don't ask him why there was a national flag in his supplies, just ask about patriotism, and that it was for when he entered unknown territories, which have always been the land of the Rabbit Kingdom. However, Tan Chen never expected that as soon as the flag was raised, the atmosphere in the livestream would turn sour. Boss Tan, what do you mean? Raising the national flag? Are you trying to provoke an international dispute? This operation really makes me laugh. Don't you know our country has always advocated non-interference in foreign wars? What are you doing now, making it hard for our motherland? I can see it now, the streamer is just a silver gun with a wax head. I really thought he dared to charge into a war zone, but in the end, he still relies on our motherland to intimidate them. Isn't this enough to get the live stream banned? The streamer is clearly using the national flag to gain popularity. The audience saying these things had a complex mix of backgrounds, and Tan Chen couldn't tell if they were just walking 50,000 or patriotic youth. But that didn't matter to him, because there were still many wise viewers speaking up for him. However, the situation on Douyin was not so pleasant, especially for those high-ranking big shots who had been watching Tan Chen's livestream for days. The moment the national flag appeared, their eyes widened. At this moment, at the headquarters of ByteDance, a vice president was in a furious rage. Bang 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 bang! He slammed his hands on the table repeatedly, pointing at the projection of Tan Chen's livestream, shouting, "Who can tell me what's going on? It's been 2 days, why is this livestream still up? Even now, in such a sensitive area, they've pulled out the rabbit country flag. Are they trying to bring our company down? Where's the person in charge? Get the person in charge out here." Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man with thinning hair quickly wiped his sweat and stood up. "Tell me, can we shut it down or not?" The vice president glared at him coldly. "Vice President Liu, it's really not our fault. This livestream is too strange. We've used the highest authority, and there's still no response, as if this livestream is independent of our Douyin." The person in charge forced a smile. "Nonsense, what livestream can be independent of our Douyin? No matter whose livestream it is, as long as it's on Douyin." Before Vice President Liu could finish, his phone suddenly rang. His face, which had been filled with impatience, turned serious upon seeing the caller's name. "Chairman, yes, it's me. What? Is this for real? Okay, I understand. I'll make sure to handle this well." Vice President Liu stood up straight. After listening for a while, and once the call ended, he let out a sigh. The person in charge hurriedly said, "Is the chairman holding us accountable? Vice President Liu, give me another chance. You're right, no livestream on Douyin can surpass us. I'll mobilize all the engineers right now to shut down this livestream." Upon hearing this, Vice President Liu slapped a cap down. Shut down, shut down, shut down. If we're shutting down, we should be promoting. Promote vigorously. Give me a push that ignores big data. I want all Douyin users to see this livestream. Ha! Upon hearing this, all the senior leaders of Douyin present were stunned. "General Manager, you're not running a fever, are you?" One of Vice President Liu's confidants, looking shocked, reached out to touch his forehead. "Get lost." Vice President Liu rolled his eyes, but he didn't keep them in suspense, instead saying seriously, "I won't hide it from you, our board has received a call from above." Vice President Liu pointed to the sky. This action made everyone present gasp in shock. He continued, "It has been officially confirmed that this Tan Bufan is the man who recently reached the summit of Everest without oxygen, bringing great honor to Rabbit Country in front of the world." "What? It's him! It's that man! Oh my god, it really is him!" When I woke up early to watch his livestream, I was already suspicious. I didn't expect it to be true. Love him to death. No wonder he's so brave, only someone like him would dare to charge to the front lines without oxygen on Everest. However, Vice President Liu ignored their banter. Instead, he stared at a female executive who looked infatuated and frowned, saying, "You were late this morning," claiming it was because of a headache? If you had a headache, how could you have the energy to wake up early to watch his livestream? Humph, your bonus for this month is deducted. Ah, no! The female executive exclaimed. Next month's will be deducted too. While chaos reigned at Douyin headquarters, Tan Chen's livestream was booming, influenced by countless invisible hands. His livestream was appearing at a terrifying speed in the refresh feeds of various users. In less than 5 minutes, the number of viewers in his livestream had dramatically surpassed 5 million. Very well, now that the flag is up, I represent the Rabbit Country merchants. I promise not to fire the first shot, but if anyone foolishly attacks me, I will have the right to retaliate infinitely, Tan Chen said softly to the live stream room. This sentence would serve as evidence for future disputes. It also indicated his identity as a businessman. Just as the national flag was raised, in that brief moment, a dozen bullets and 2 shells suddenly came roaring in. The terrifying sound of gunfire echoed from afar, filled with murderous intent. Dare to attack after seeing the Rabbit Kingdom's flag? Such clients are better off without. A glint of cold light appeared in Tan Chen's eyes as he unhesitatingly activated bullet time. In an instant, the entire battlefield froze. The trajectory of the bullets, the blazing fire, the dust swirling in the wind, every detail was vividly presented before Tan Chen's eyes. It was as if he had entered a higher dimensional perspective, overlooking the entire battlefield. Bang 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 bang. Tan Chen fired in rapid succession, blasting apart all the incoming bullets. He then pulled out a sniper rifle and exploded the shells from a distance. After that, he locked onto all the attackers. This time, he held nothing back. The bullets and shells aimed at him were meant to kill. So, bang! A head exploded. Bang! An enemy's throat was pierced. Bang! Blood blossomed from an enemy's forehead. Bang 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 bang. Tan Chen fired wildly, and the attackers fell like wheat. He then confiscated all their firearms. When bullet time ended, everyone witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. Bullets coming from various angles seemed to collide with an invisible barrier in mid-air, exploding into nothingness. The sight was astonishing. The gunfire in the distance suddenly quieted down. What kind of marksmanship is this? Who is this general? This is too incredible. It's just like the special effects in movies. Even a world champion shooter couldn't do better. Wait, with this kind of skill, you say you're just a stinky tofu vendor? The live stream room was filled with constant banter. At this moment, Tan Chen was met with another wave of attacks. But with his national flag already planted, how could these people still dare to attack? He would retaliate without mercy. Bang bang bang, bullets erupted, taking down one enemy after another. Under bullet time, he had enough time to collect their magazines and disarm their handguns. He even took the time to survey the nearby battlefield. Indeed, there were 2 firefighting teams, totaling nearly 100 people. From their attire, one side was the K Army, and the other was the Bear Army. The side firing was clearly the K Army. The Bear Army showed no intention of attacking. In addition, Tan Chen discovered a group of hidden forces, poorly equipped. They all wore skull necklaces around their necks. They didn't look like regular troops. Could they be gang members? Tan Chen thought, noting their hiding spots and attire before returning to the vehicle. He then deactivated bullet time. After deactivating bullet time this time, there was surprisingly a long period without any bullets coming in. Even when the vehicle actually drove into the combat zone, no attacks were triggered. If only it had been like this from the start, Tan Chen smiled slightly as he returned to the car. Brother Tan, what are we going to do now? Xiao Shu swallowed hard and asked. Although he hadn't seen the entire scene of Tan Chen wreaking havoc from the car roof, he had seen the bullets fired at him explode in mid-air. He had even vaguely seen the shooters' heads explode. This left Xiao Shu terrified to the core. A businessman? What a load of nonsense. This was clearly a god of death. Xiao Mei's face also turned pale, and she felt a tingling sensation in her rear. What are we doing? Of course, we're setting up a stall to sell stinky tofu. Quickly, help me take out the table and rack from the trunk and set it up. Don't let the young men go hungry for too long, Tan Chen said with a smile, completely showing no signs of having just single-handedly taken out so many enemies. Okay, I'll set it up right away. Xiao Shui had already forgotten to think and hurriedly got to work. Only Xiao Mei showed a look of astonishment again. How could she not remember there being a stand in the trunk? But Xiao Shui did indeed bring some things down, and as they assembled, it looked no different from the small street vendor stalls. At some point, the gunfire gradually diminished, and as Tan Chen's stinky tofu stall was set up, the gunfire came to a complete stop. Clearly, those soldiers were curious about what this guy from Rabbit Country, waving their national flag, intended to do. The bear army was curious, while the K army was both curious and furious. Especially their captain, who felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled the terrifying scene from just moments ago. That man stood on top of the car, single-handedly shooting down all the incoming bullets. He had also shot dead all the attackers in the first instant. The image was more exaggerated than a dream. "Captain, what should we do? Should we take action? My gun is already aimed at him." A voice came through the earpiece. The K army captain quickly snapped, "No one is allowed to act rashly, that's an order." "Yes, yes." Responses echoed through the earpiece. The K army captain let out a long breath, staring at Tan Chen in the distance, who was continuously pulling things out of his bag and setting them up on the stand, his gaze uncertain. What was this rabbit country person up to? Was he going to intervene in the K-Bear conflict? Such strength was not something an ordinary person could possess. Even a military king couldn't do that. Could it be that rabbit country was about to join the fray? His thoughts were tumultuous, and the bear army was equally stirred, looking at Tan Chen with strange expressions. Both sides fell into a tacit silence. "Mose, come help me set up the stinky tofu, I'll heat it up." "Xiao Shuai, Xiao Mei, get the bowls and chopsticks ready." Tan Chen was full of energy. At the same time, he took out a selfie stick, propping his phone on it. Then he picked up a loudspeaker, turned it on, and cranked the volume to the max. "Hello, hello, hello. There's sound." Tan Chen muttered to himself, then officially smacked his lips and cheerfully spoke into the loudspeaker. "Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. I am a merchant from Rabbit Country, you can call me Boss Tan." Merchant? The K side, the bear side, and the gang side all had a series of question marks popping up over their heads. This guy meant to say that he, a terrifying figure who had shattered countless incoming bullets from a distance, blown up rocket launchers, shot down drones, and accurately killed dozens of soldiers, was a merchant? What a joke! Did he really think we were fools? Everyone's heart screamed in outrage. However, Tan Chen's expression showed no change. He continued to smile and shouted, "As you can see, I come bearing peace and delicious food. If you're tired from fighting, you can come and try the taste, I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Silence. Endless silence. The viewers in the live stream were also silent. After a long while, countless curses exploded in their minds. "What the hell? Are you crazy? What's wrong with you? Did your brain short-circuit? Are you delusional? Do you need to check where you are? This is a battlefield, a battlefield. This is the iron-blooded land of real men. You set up a stall here, and I respect your strength and background. But do you even hear what you're saying? Tired from fighting, come try the taste? Is this something a higher being could say?" So, only silence remained. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew by, rustling the leaves. Other than that, it was deathly quiet. "What does that mean? Not hungry yet? Then you can keep fighting while I heat up the stinky tofu." When it comes to business, Tan Chen has a very good temper and is very patient. After speaking, he instructed Xiao Shuai, Xiao Mei, and MOC to go pick up firewood on the other side, while he took out more stinky tofu. The frying box is powered by electricity, but it can also be fueled by firewood. However, he couldn't just pull a generator out of the car's trunk. Who said it couldn't be done? Taking advantage of the three being away, he turned the live stream to the car's blind spot and pretended to rummage around in the trunk. In the blink of an eye, he pulled out a 1 cubic meter generator. Boom! Tan Chen flipped the switch, and the generator began to rumble. He then pretended to fetch a lounge chair and some drinks, connecting the frying box to the generator. Before long, smoke began to rise from the frying box. Finally able to sell officially. Won't this drive those little gluttons crazy? Due to his enhanced physique, Tan Chen seemed unaware of the lethal power of the stinky tofu's smell. He tossed dozens of pieces of stinky tofu into the fryer, and in an instant, an astonishing aroma wafted towards the battlefield. The rich, pungent smell spread rapidly like an explosion of TNT, accompanied by a shockwave. It seemed to declare near Rainbow River, "Rejoice, cheer for the food of Rabbit Country. Magical stinky tofu, here it comes." To be honest, among the soldiers on all sides, many were indeed hungry. There was no way to start a fire on the battlefield, let alone cook something with such a strong aroma. They only carried some instant food. They didn't dare bring junk food for fear of getting diarrhea. So when Rabbit Country merchants appeared on the battlefield, they were shocked but also harbored a strange sense of anticipation. However, this anticipation was completely shattered the moment the foul smell emerged. The first to encounter the smell was the soldier on the outermost edge. Unsurprisingly, he immediately vomited. Even more terrifying was that Tan Chen had now brought out sauces and spices, slathering them on the stinky tofu. In an instant, the originally slow-moving stench transformed into a frenzy, with these crazed scents rushing wildly. Without a word, they tore through their noses and burrowed into their minds. By the time the outermost soldiers regained their senses, they found themselves inexplicably collapsed on the ground, having vomited up all the food they had eaten that morning, and this astonishing smell had now spread across the entire battlefield. In an instant, all the soldiers dropped their helmets and armor, the sounds of vomiting rising and falling. Biochemical weapon. This is a biochemical weapon developed by Rabbit Country. Someone shouted. In an instant, chaos ensued. Even the viewers in the live stream were shocked. I'm dying of laughter. When did our Rabbit Country food become a biochemical weapon? Is it really that exaggerated? It's just stinky tofu. I can handle 2 or 3 pieces in one bite. Those foreign losers are nothing. Indeed, if they can't handle this little smell, how can they appreciate the deliciousness of stinky tofu? The audience began to mock. Tan-Chen was also a bit surprised. Was the stinky tofu with sauce and spices really that outrageous? If all 3 ingredients were combined, wouldn't they faint on the spot? Thinking this, Tan-Chen's brow suddenly furrowed. Oh no, could this be the difficulty of the advanced task? How can I sell such stinky tofu? I can't just hold a gun to their heads and make them buy it, right? Once or twice is fine, but what if this outrageous incident spreads and they all hide away? And wouldn't that be extortion? Tan-Chen stopped applying the seasoning, falling into deep thought. Just then, he heard the sound of thud 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 as someone collapsed. Turning his head, Tan-Chen discovered that Xiao Mei, Xiao Shuai, and MOC were all collapsed on the ground, retching as they supported themselves. Hiss! Is the effect really that strong? Tan-Chan's eyes widened. He had the divine-level wilderness survival ability protecting him and hadn't felt the overpowering nature of the stinky tofu, so he thought it was nothing. He never expected this. Stinky tofu! Stinky tofu! 1,000 yuan a box for stinky tofu. The loudspeaker nearby continued to shout. Tan-Chen felt a pang of guilt. It was so foul and so expensive only a madman would buy it. Are you guys okay? He walked over to help the 3 of them up. Tan Lao. Ugh. You. Ugh. Don't come. Ugh. Don't come over. Xiao Mei retched with every word, looking as if she might vomit bile. Last time it was boiled shit. Ugh. This time it's, ugh, boiled dung. Tears streamed down Xiao Shuai's face. His arms, propped on the ground, were shaking violently. MOC was in even worse shape, a mess of tears and saliva, looking at Tan-Chen with trembling eyes as if he were a demon. What boiled dung? Tan-Chen's expression turned serious. It's just that your physical condition is too poor. Look at me, I'm fine. You haven't even tasted it. You have no idea how delicious and luxurious stinky tofu is. You, Boss Tan, you, so delicious and luxurious. Ugh, you eat it yourself. Xiao Mei felt she was finally getting used to it and lay flat on the ground in a star shape. But she didn't even dare to breathe loudly or inhale. Tan-Chen hesitated. How about you try a bit? The taste is truly top-notch, with unimaginable magical effects. What effects? Inducing labor. Xiao Mei, feeling nauseous, retorted with some resentment. This. Tan-Chen didn't know what to say. He turned to look at the stinky tofu stall and then at the battlefield, where shadows were rising and falling. These guys couldn't possibly be driven away by the smell, could they? That would be quite interesting. A fierce battle halted by the cuisine of the Rabbit Kingdom. Just thinking about it felt unbelievable. But if they left, how would he sell his stinky tofu? How would he earn rewards and level up? You 3, do you have any ideas on how to sell the stinky tofu? Tan-Chen planned to brainstorm. Pack it up, boss, you should pack up the stinky tofu first. Xiao Shuai couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at the stall. Tan-Chen thought it made sense and temporarily covered the stinky tofu in condiments. After a few minutes, the smell finally dissipated a bit, and Xiao Shuai, Xiao Mei, and MOC felt somewhat better. Getting up from the ground, Xiao Mei rolled her eyes and said, Boss, why does your tofu smell worse and worse? It's way stinkier than last time. I really thought I smelled biochemical gas. Indeed, Boss Tan, let me speak honestly. Xiao Shuai grinned. Selling this stuff is no different from selling shit. Let me ask you, if someone sold shit to you, would you want it? You'd be lucky not to kill him, right? That was indeed the case. Tan-Chen fell into deep thought. What could he do? The people around him were so resistant, not to mention those unfamiliar soldiers. Perhaps seeing his dilemma, MOC mustered his courage and encouraged, Brother Tan is my benefactor. No matter what he sells, I will buy it, even if it really is buying shit. Really? Tan-Chan's eyes lit up. He quickly turned to grab the stinky tofu, saying, Great. Hurry and help Brother Tan confirm that this stuff is really delicious. But when he turned around, he found that MOC had already fainted on the ground. Clearly, he had been scared unconscious. What the hell? is it really that exaggerated? Tan Chen was stunned. With a sigh, he had no choice but to cover the stinky tofu again. This was troublesome. Really troublesome. According to the task description, all 3 ingredients must be complete, and only after making them can one permanently learn the magical stinky tofu and sell it freely. Additionally, one can receive an extra 50% bonus during the final settlement. The making here definitely does not simply refer to preparing the seasonings, but rather to creating stinky tofu mixed with the seasonings. Otherwise, it would be too easy. Indeed, after inquiring with the system, it was confirmed that it must be sold in conjunction with stinky tofu. Selling shit, how do you sell that? Even the greatest salesman in the world couldn't sell it, right? Tan Chen rubbed his head in frustration. Should he give up on the seasonings? Forget it, aren't there gang members? Damn it, let's sell it to them to kick things off. Tan Chen suddenly revealed a fierce expression. The matter with Grandpa Mo was most likely the doing of the gang members. Compared to regular troops, what they did was definitely much dirtier. With this thought, a vague, immature idea began to form in Tan Chen's mind. Let's go, help me set up the stall. Seeing that those soldiers were planning to retreat, Tan Chen quickly prepared to act. He immediately picked up a loudspeaker and shouted, "No one is allowed to leave." Wow, the soldiers who were about to sneak away suddenly froze. The bear army, having a good relationship with the rabbit kingdom, was not afraid that this strange rabbit kingdom merchant would take any actions against them. The crocodile army was different, their hearts sank. But they couldn't ignore it either. After all, this man's combat power was truly overwhelming. Moreover, he represented the rabbit kingdom, who knew what other tricks he had up his sleeve, so they also stopped in their tracks. Only the gang members turned a deaf ear, preparing to sneak away. Without saying a word, Tan Chen grabbed a sniper rifle nearby and fired a shot. In front of everyone's eyes, that man didn't even brace the gun or aim, he just shot. At that moment, hundreds of meters away, the steel helmet on the head of the gang's little boss was directly blown off. This was their perspective. From another perspective, Tan Chen activated bullet time, then ran up to the little boss of the gang, pointing the gun at his head for a long time before finally finding the right angle to shoot. Then he returned to his original position and deactivated bullet time. Clang, the helmet flew off, and the entire scene was shocked. Firing from hundreds of meters away without even aiming. What kind of shooting skill was that? Damn, is he a headshot machine? If you move again, next time it won't just be about the helmet. Saying this, Tan Chen approached the gang members with 3 others. At that moment, the way everyone looked at Tan Chen changed completely. The crocodile side, the bear side, the gang side, the 3 from Xiaomei, and the audience in the livestream. This was a freak, a shooter whose speed and ruthlessness reached the extreme. Absolutely not to be provoked. Soon, Tan Chen and the 3 approached, and along the way, neither the crocodile side nor the bear side fired. But the gang members could not ignore it. After all, this man was coming for them. Gritting his teeth, the little boss issued an order he would regret for the rest of his life: open fire. The gunfire erupted. Danger perception, Tan Chen sighed. After all, the gang was still a gang, not as clever as regular troops. Since that was the case, he would take action slightly. Everyone, make sure you see this, I am acting in self-defense. After saying this, Tan Chen took action. He was not wrong. He only needed to act slightly, and that was the limit for this group of gang members. One by one, as long as they actively opened fire and attacked, Tan Chen did not hold back, directly shooting them in the head. On the battlefield, especially for gang members like these, there was no mercy. The gunfire was quick, and the end came even faster. In just 4 or 5 seconds, out of the 20 or so gang members, only 6 or 7 remained alive. The little boss was the first to have his head blown off by Tan Chen. When Tan Chen led Xiaomei and the others in front of them, the remaining few were all so scared that they wet their pants. Hee, don't be afraid, you are good kids, and you didn't shoot, Tan Chen said with a wicked smile. Suddenly realizing that he was a businessman and not an evil villain, he quickly changed to a somewhat flattering smile and said, "Actually, I called you here for no other reason than to recommend the delicious food from our rabbit country. Who would have thought they not only didn't appreciate it but also attack me? This isn't my fault, right? And no, not my fault." Not my fault, the gang members in front of him, with tattoos on their faces and machine guns hanging from their chests, all shook their heads frantically. They had already lost their courage. As long as it's not my fault, that's good. I'm actually quite sorry for scaring you. How about this? Tan Chen made a big show of being generous and said loudly, "Today, everyone can taste a piece of stinky tofu for free. If you think it's delicious, how about buying some?" This was his initial plan. The price of stinky tofu was indeed quite high. Plus, its taste was a bit overwhelming, and those who didn't know its flavor would definitely not buy it. But with the tasting part, selling it would surely be much easier. Tea taste a piece? The gang members in their 40s showed a look of confusion on their faces. At this moment, Tan Shan had Xiao Shuai bring over a box of stinky tofu that had been prepared with seasonings. Ignoring the retreating Xiao Shuai, Xiao Mei, and Mose, he said, "Everyone, this is the magical stinky tofu that I have carefully crafted. You won't be disappointed." Tan Shan revealed a mysterious expression and then opened the lid. And then, there was nothing more to say. The moment Tan Shan lifted the lid, the gang members in front of him seemed to have their heads opened as well. In perfect unison, they rolled their eyes back. They felt as if they had been pressed into a dung pit and were being forced to breathe. It stank. It was simply too stinky. The smell made their souls tremble. The stench caused them to hallucinate, as if they saw a group of figures on the other side of the Rainbow River. It was their great-grandmother, waving at them from across the river. Bang 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 bang, a series of heavy objects hitting the ground sounded, and every remaining gang member collapsed to the ground, retching. "What do you mean? Do you look down on the food from my rabbit country?" Tan Shan turned around and directly pressed the sniper rifle against the forehead of one gang member. Spare me. No, I absolutely didn't mean that," the gang member with a small flying stick tattooed on his forehead begged for mercy. "Then eat it. If you eat it, I'll believe you." Tan Shan pushed the stinky tofu forward. Ugh, the small flying stick couldn't take it anymore. Even with the sniper rifle pressed against his forehead, he couldn't speak, only retching wildly. Seeing that this wouldn't work, Tan Shan pondered for a moment and said, "If you kill the most evil member among you, I will." Before he could finish, the small flying stick had already drawn his gun and shot at a short man in the back right. Bang bang bang! Gunshots rang out, and blood splattered. The short man looked utterly disgusted until the bullets hit his chest and neck, but at that moment, he also wore a look of fear and disbelief. The small flying stick put away his gun and looked at Tan Shan while retching and pleading. "Deserved," Tan Shan muttered. He had seen the comments in the live stream. It could be said that none of those who joined the gang were innocent. Seeing the small flying stick still looking at him with longing, he couldn't help but say, "If you kill him, you still have to eat stinky tofu." Ha! He. The short man seemed to be so angry that he was laughing, but he wanted to laugh and couldn't. His throat was filled with the blood that had surged back, causing him to emit strange sounds. Finally, a large mouthful of blood was spat out, and at that moment, he could no longer smell the stench. Instead, a bizarre expression of relief appeared on his face. This scene left many people present dumbfounded. "You still claim to be just a merchant? Can a merchant be so heartless?" Tan Shan ignored them. All he wanted now was to quickly sell the stinky tofu and then lie down in his shop. However, just as he was about to continue threatening the little flying stick to eat the stinky tofu, the system's mechanical voice suddenly rang out. "Third warning to the host, do not use threats to force customers to taste or purchase products. As a qualified merchant who takes a long-term approach, this is a basic principle. If there is another occurrence, this task will be deemed a failure." Upon hearing this, Tan Shan was directly stunned. What the hell is this third warning? So this damn system had secretly warned me before, but why didn't it speak up? Did it have to wait until the last moment? Tan Shan was unhappy, genuinely unhappy. Rebellious thoughts surged. Damn it, as a transmigrator, am I supposed to indulge you? You, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, I'll beat you. Tan Shan's face was cold, the sniper rifle aimed at him. Under the threat of death, the little flying stick had no choice but to tremble and take the magical stinky tofu. "Come on, declare my task a failure. Am I afraid of your system? Today, I threatened, I coerced. What are you going to do about it?" Tan Shan shouted in his heart. "Are you kidding? I can be a good merchant, but I won't let anyone force me to be a good merchant. Otherwise, I won't eat beef." Silence. The system was silent, not responding for a long time. Until that little flying stick pinched his nose, his cheeks twitching as he put the stinky tofu in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. Only then did the system speak again. "Congratulations to the host for comprehending the true essence of being a merchant, officially binding to this system. From now on, for all future products, the host can decide the selling methods at will. There will be no time limit for task restrictions. Return time can be decided autonomously." Oh, Tan Shan raised his eyebrows. So it was a test? So this damn system was dissatisfied with my previous overly gentle selling methods? Intentionally provoking me? Just because I was gentle? That also depends on the person. Tan Shan's gaze fell on the gangsters in front of him, saying, "Where is your base? Take me there. Of course, before we go, you have to eat the stinky tofu. Then hand over all the money you have on you. Isn't the stinky tofu from my great rabbit country fragrant? Can't you learn to take out money on your own?" Under Tan Shan's fierce expression, apart from the little flying stick, the the remaining 6 gangsters all reluctantly took out their money. Then each received between 1 to 4 portions of stinky tofu. Eat it! Finish it! Tan Shan swept the gun barrel over their heads one by one. Those who were touched broke out in a cold sweat. Then came the eating time. The K Army and the Bear Army, from a distance, watched as they stuffed the dark, foul-smelling things into their mouths, all trembling in fear. It was terrifying. This man was truly terrifying. Being in his hands felt worse than being killed. In an instant, they all memorized Tan Shan's face, marking him as someone they could never provoke in Silk City. Meanwhile, these gang members were covering their mouths, trying to swallow it whole. But the moment their tongues touched the stinky tofu, their expressions changed immediately. My God, what a sense of satisfaction! Every taste bud on their tongues was cheering, bouncing, and screaming. They seemed like earthbound spirits, tightly wrapping around the stinky tofu and its juices. The throat was constricting, desperately wanting to pull the stinky tofu down, and then through the already moist self. There was hardly any room for aftertaste. The stinky tofu instinctively passed through the throat and into the stomach. The gang members all sighed deeply, a sigh that wished time could forever stay in this moment. At that moment, their tongues protested wildly, wanting more, more. The gang members immediately bit into a second piece of stinky tofu, and somehow, just as the first piece successfully entered their stomachs, they suddenly felt a tastelessness about their current identities. Why commit evil? Why bully the weak? The stinky tofu was so fragrant, the world was so beautiful, but look at what they had done before. Oh God, those things deserved to go to hell. So these gang members, unexpectedly, began to cry while eating. Did the bad ones cry? But why continue eating? Oh God, look at that little flying stick. He actually stuffed 3 pieces of stinky tofu into his mouth at once. Has he gone mad? He must have been threatened by that devilish man. Damn those rabbit country people. In the distance, a few members of the K Army, holding binoculars, kept muttering under their breath. The Bear Army, on the other hand, showed no signs of unrest, just a bit pale. Is it worth the price? Tan Shan asked lazily. Yes, yes, yes. It's so delicious. I've never eaten such good food. Oh God, did we eat dog shit before? Is this the food of the rabbit country? Even a mere piece of stinky tofu is delicious to the extreme. A companion told me before that the food in the rabbit country isn't even fit for pigs. What a load of crap. I must stuff his mouth into a pig's butt. The gang members all chimed in. They kept talking while eating, and one member even licked the bottom of the box clean. Very well, now take me to your headquarters. Such delicious food should be tasted by your boss as well, Tan Shan said with a smile. Fan Gu. Fan? Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei were shocked. Going to the gang's lair, that was too bold. After these 2 days of interaction, they had developed different feelings towards Tan Shan. They didn't want to see him take such risks. It's fine, my product is so good, their boss will recognize its value, Tan Shan said. He realized that even if he could force others to buy, the efficiency was too slow. Although the system had not set a time limit for the task, he didn't want to waste time either. After settling things, he waved his hand towards the K Army and Bear Army soldiers, and under the lead of these gang members, headed straight for their headquarters. We're just going like this? Phew, you scared me. I thought I really had to eat shit. Oh God, I'm going to have a shadow over stinky tofu. Seeing Tan Shan and the others get into the car, the soldiers present all breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the little flying stick and his companions, about to get into the car, suddenly said, Bro, we won't get in, we'll just run along, no need to squeeze with everyone. Yeah, hey, thinking about the things we did before, it's really embarrassing, we don't deserve to sit in a car. Let's just run along. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei looked at them in surprise. When did gang members become so polite? Sure enough, they followed behind, puffing and panting as they ran. As for Mose, he stayed behind, planning to continue digging. Not to mention, Tan Shan and the others had already headed to the gang members' headquarters. The Bear Army soldiers and K Army soldiers, perhaps unable to withstand the lingering stench, also left one after another, temporarily retreating. The Rainbow River still shimmered, but this layer of shimmering color had already been stained with a layer of bright red. Mose stared blankly at the river surface, as if recalling the days spent digging in the soil with his grandfather, building houses. After a long while, he picked up the shovel and was about to squat down to start digging. But just as the shovel was about to go down, he froze for a moment. In the warm sunlight, he suddenly noticed 2 pearl-like gems less than half a meter away in the river, partially exposed, shimmering with a cold light among the waterweeds. Gems! Even at a young age, Mose understood what gems were. He immediately dropped the shovel and quickly approached. The gems were covered with vibrant algae, and his hands were a bit short, making it impossible to directly push them aside. So he hurried back, excitedly picked up the shovel, and prepared to clear the algae. During this time, the 2 gems became even more dazzling, shooting straight into Moses' eyes, intoxicating him. With these gems, I can exchange them for a lot of money, and I can build the house quickly. Moses' heart raced with excitement. He held the shovel tightly, suddenly exerting force, and the algae covering the gems were instantly swept away. The 2 gems were fully exposed, floating on the river water. Being young, he didn't think about why the gems wouldn't sink. At that moment, Moses was completely immersed in the beautiful dream of exchanging them for money. Without a second thought, he aimed the shovel downward towards the gems. But in that instant, Moses, in a daze, actually saw the 2 gems blink. Gems? Blinking? Before he could recover from this extreme sense of incongruity, the 2 gems, no, to be precise, 2 eyes, suddenly lunged at Moses. On the other side, Rumble, Xiao Shuai drove the vehicle at full speed, with the gang members behind him, including Xiao Fei Gun, straining to keep up. They occasionally shouted directions for Tan Chen and the others. Finally, after dealing with the 13th wave of stray bullets and occasional attacks, they arrived in front of a church. The gang's headquarters is in a church? Tan Chen looked surprised. Of course, these dirty guys are quite clever. They know we won't attack a place like this unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Shuai scoffed. Tan Chen nodded, and at that moment, the gang members behind had caught up. After a brief conversation, Xiao Fei Gun took the lead and walked inside. Tan Chen and the others followed, noticing that the church was quite well preserved, and they could see the clergy leisurely cleaning. The entrance of Xiao Fei Gun and the others attracted a lot of attention. Several gang members playing Texas Hold'em also looked over. Their initially relaxed expressions turned alert upon seeing unfamiliar faces in the crowd. They quickly grabbed their firearms and surrounded them. "Cabby, who are they?" A bald man shouted coldly. Relax, buddy, they are our friends. You mustn't kill anyone, you won't make it to heaven." Xiao Fei Gun Cabby quickly replied. "Ha!" The bald man couldn't help but twitch his mouth, sneering, "You kill people much more ruthlessly than I do. When have you ever believed in heaven?" Xiao Fei Gun closed his eyes, a look of pain crossing his face as he said, "I no longer aspire to go to heaven, I only wish to save those poor souls from hell. This will be my mission in the future." The bald man's expression changed, horrified. "You're not Cabby?" Cabby would never develop such pointless sympathy. "Damn it, what have you done to my dear Cabby?" The bald man suddenly aimed his gun at Tan Chen. "I did nothing, it's just, he saw God in death," Tan Chen said. This statement stunned not only Xiao Fei Gun but also Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei for a moment. "What's going on? I just saw God. How come they've been following me and didn't know?" The bald man was furious, feeling insulted by the implication of his intelligence. "Hey, foolish mortal," Tan Chen shook his head, signaling Xiao Shuai to bring over the box containing the stinky tofu, then said indifferently, "The path to redemption lies within." "What is this? The path to redemption? A mere box, what kind of nonsense redemption can it offer? Do you smell something foul?" The gang members present began to stir restlessly. "Xiao Fei Gun, oh no, it's Cabby, right? Why don't you tell us how you met God? Don't rush, think carefully, you're the second person to meet God," Tan Chen encouraged with a smile. After eating the miraculous stinky tofu, Cabby's mind was devoid of any cruel thoughts, all replaced by redemption and the essence of truth, goodness, and beauty. He was just a bit curious and couldn't help but ask, "So who was the first to meet God? What do you think?" Tan Chen rolled his eyes. Cabby immediately smiled awkwardly, then scratched his head, his expression gradually becoming solemn. He stared at the packaging of the miraculous stinky tofu and said in a deep voice, "If I were to say, I can only tell you that what's inside this box definitely comes from hell. But once you touch hell, you can see heaven." At this statement, everyone present widened their eyes. Is it really that mystical? Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out, "Hell? I don't believe in any hell or heaven. A week ago, the priest of this church wanted to touch my head and give me some blessing. I shot him on the spot." "Blessing? Ha! Killing is the greatest blessing of my life." As the voice spoke, a man in a suit with a face like a chiseled statue appeared, smoking a Cuban cigar as he walked over. "Godfather! Father! My father, you've come." All the gang members stood at attention, even Xiao Fei Gun and the others who had eaten the miraculous stinky tofu trembled and instinctively straightened up. His aura was so strong that it intimidated everyone present. Even Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei tensed up, feeling a deep sense of threat. Only Tan Chen remained unfazed, immediately replying, "Really? I don't believe it, because I guess your gun might not have any bullets." With Tan Chen's words, the air suddenly fell silent. The so-called mafia godfather stopped smoking. The next second, whoosh, no one noticed when a revolver appeared in his hand. Just as he was exhaling smoke, wanting to show off with a fancy gun flourish, the revolver's magazine suddenly popped open. No bullets fell out, it was indeed just an empty shell. What? The cigar he was holding fell from his mouth. Rainbow River. Mose felt himself being pulled into a damp area, a suffocating sensation rising in his chest. In the river. He was actually dragged into the river. Mose struggled frantically, but despite being familiar with water, he felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him. No matter how hard he kicked and paddled, it was futile. Water kept rushing into his mouth and nose, his neck began to constrict, and his face turned red from the strain. Time seemed to pass like a minute, or perhaps several hours. Just as Moses' consciousness began to blur, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Grandpa! Mose felt a pang in his nose and reached out his hand. Grandpa didn't say a word, he was shining with brilliant rays of light, looking at him from a few meters away. That elusive appearance seemed as if he was about to disappear at any moment. No, Grandpa, don't go. Mose panicked, and his previously vague consciousness suddenly returned, allowing him to unleash an astonishing strength. He rushed towards Grandpa in an instant. Pop! It was as if a layer of bubbles had burst. The moment Mose collided with Grandpa, he vanished without a trace. And before him, there was no Grandpa at all. Instead, there was a large, pitch-black mouth filled with eyeballs, those eyeballs seemingly made of diamonds. Under the reflection of sunlight and river water, they emitted a chilling glow. It was unclear how much time had passed. Where is this? Mose stood up in a daze. Suddenly, a strong stench rushed into his nostrils like a ferocious beast. Fortunately, after enduring the trials of the magical stinky tofu, he didn't faint on the spot. After a moment of confusion, he looked around. He found himself in a sturdy cell. No, it was too crude to call it a cell. This was not a room, but a palace. Looking up, this prison palace was dozens of meters high. Thick, unknown metal bars tightly blocked the palace door. In the corners of the palace door, piles of excrement were heaped up, and these excrement combined with other unknown foul odors became the source of the stench. And there were countless such prison palaces in sight. Little Mose had never seen such a scene and had never encountered such a probability, which left him frozen in place, terrified. Boom! Suddenly, Mose heard a sound like a wall being pounded. This pounding sound seemed to be a prelude, causing all the prison palaces to tremble. Even more terrifying was the sound resembling a monster's roar. Just as he was at a loss, from a neighboring prison palace came a sound that stirred his nostrils. It was unclear if it was due to its overly large nostrils, but when it inhaled, it sounded like a bellows. Asterisk 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 and asterisk and asterisk 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 and hashtag. A bunch of incomprehensible words entered Mose's ears, but Mose couldn't understand it all. Seeing that Mose didn't respond, the voice became even more urgent, even starting to pound the wall forcefully. Bang 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 bang. Mose felt the entire prison palace shaking, triggering a chain reaction. From other prison palaces came deafening sounds of crashing against the walls, and even more terrifying were the roars Mose had never heard before. This roar far surpassed that of a tiger. Mose collapsed to the ground, his vision spinning. Just when his head was about to split and he felt utterly helpless, a figure appeared silently outside the prison palace. It was an unknown creature, pitch black as ink, with its limbs on the ground. Most notably, it was covered in dazzling gems, or more precisely, eyeballs. As soon as it appeared, the unknown creatures inside the prison palace sensed its presence and gradually fell silent. The gem-eyed creature ignored them and quietly stood in front of Mose's prison door. It uttered two words, trade. The pronunciation of these two words was unknown, but Mose understood their meaning. Trade? Mose got up and cautiously took 2 steps forward. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with the creature's eyeballs. Upon careful reflection, weren't they the same two he encountered at Rainbow River? Cannot leave, Rainbow River, you, stinky tofu, give me. The gem-eyed creature stammered. Ha? Wah? What do you mean? Mose, being young, couldn't understand what it was trying to say at that moment. The gem-eyed creature fell silent for a moment, then walked forward, while Mose leaned against the cell door to look in that direction. He saw the gem-eyed creature stop in front of a prison gate, and then a creature that was just a belly wriggled out from the shadows of the prison. Transaction, the gem-eyed creature said coldly. It then uttered another sentence, but Mose couldn't understand it. Suddenly, the huge belly of the creature split open, and a mouth emerged from within. The gem-eyed creature pulled out a gem from its body, scooped out a grain-sized piece from it, and tossed it over. The belly creature instantly became excited and swallowed it in one bite. Then a satisfied sigh was heard. Meanwhile, the gem-eyed creature had already returned with the mouth. Transaction. As soon as it spoke those 2 words, the mouth seemed to come to life, jumping up from the ground. It then synchronized its voice with the gem-eyed creature. While the mouth was speaking, the voice of the gem-eyed creature seemed to be muted. Transaction, go help me bring some stinky tofu and throw it into the Rainbow River, and I will give you corresponding rewards. The mouth creature said with a semblance of seriousness. Stinky tofu? You want to eat stinky tofu? Moss was shocked. To be honest, if it were an ordinary child, they would probably just cry or tremble in a corner. They wouldn't even think to respond. But Moss had seen life and death, so he remained relatively calm. Yes, go help me bring some stinky tofu. I cannot leave the Rainbow River, and I can give you extraordinary power. What your country calls magic, magical power. The gem-eyed creature spoke through the mouth. Moss's brain momentarily malfunctioned. What the hell, this gem-eyed creature made such a fuss to come here just to eat a bite of stinky tofu? It even promised him magic and power? This left little Moss at a loss for words. Are you not satisfied with this transaction? Perhaps you can propose something, the gem-eyed creature said. Suddenly, as if inspired, little Moss blurted out, I want my grandfather to come back to life. Reviving the dead? The eyes on the gem-eyed creature trembled in unison, just like human eyes. Immediately, its gem eyes looked much brighter than before, seemingly very interested in what Moss had said. It can be done, but just stinky tofu is not enough, you need to pay more, the gem-eyed creature said. Really bring my grandfather back to life. Moss became excited. I am omnipotent. The gem-eyed creature suddenly became proud, pointing to the gem eyes on its body and saying, they can exchange for anything, even the lives of the dead. Little Moss didn't absorb any of this. The only thing he heard was that this creature claimed to be omnipotent. I will pay. I am willing to pay, even if it costs my life. Little Moss hurriedly said. Don't be so quick to agree, because this is much more cruel than taking your life. The gem-eyed creature seemed to be laughing. It continued, I need your body will become my messenger on earth, controlled by my split soul. And your soul will be forever trapped in your own body, only able to see and hear, unable to perform any other actions. So, do you still want to? Yes, of course I want to. Little Moss had no idea how terrifying this was. He only knew that not only could he save his grandfather, but he also wouldn't have to die himself, so he quickly agreed. Most importantly, he felt that this creature seemed quite benevolent. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to say all this to him. It could have just taken his body directly. Very good. The gem-eyed creature flickered and said, come closer, open your arms, and just relax with your eyes closed. Although he was prepared, Moss still felt a bit nervous. But thinking of his grandfather, he mustered his courage and walked up to the gem-eyed creature. Is it a trade? The gem-eyed creature asked. Yes. Open your mouth. Moss complied and opened his mouth wide. The gem-eyed creature took out a whole gem eye and dropped it into Moss's mouth. The gem looked incredibly brilliant, sacred, and radiant, but the moment it entered his body, Moss felt a chill all over. It was as if he had swallowed a large piece of ice that would never melt. MMM. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted. Moss was astonished to find that the gem-eyed creature was actually jumping up and down in joy, completely losing its earlier composure. Children are so easy to deceive. A mere human life can exchange for the entire world's trading rights. A ghostly light flickered on the gem-eyed creature's face. At that moment, Moss was horrified to discover that his body was undergoing a bizarre transformation. His fingers began to thicken, and his stomach swelled up like a balloon. It felt as if someone was pounding on his head, causing him to let out a scream of agony. In less than a few dozen seconds, Moss had ballooned to over 10 meters, losing any semblance of human shape. Whoa, how could this happen? Ah! Little Moss was terrified, collapsing to the ground like a giant puddle of wet clay. I told you, your body is mine now, the gem-eyed creature said calmly. Little Moss suddenly realized, thinking of the prison filled with countless monsters. Could it be that they all came from different worlds, and then traded with the gem-eyed creature? Had he, in fact, become one of them? Let the transformation happen slowly. In 10 days, your body will be able to contain my soul. As part of the trade, I will find a way to resurrect your grandfather, although, you didn't specify a time limit, so I suppose, it will be forever? Ha 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 ha. The gem-eyed creature grew more pleased with itself, having completed the trade without paying any price, and even it couldn't help but feel delighted. Although Little Moss was small, he understood its meaning. This guy wanted to drag out the resurrection of his grandfather indefinitely. Ah, monster. Moss was filled with rage, but the sound he emitted was no longer human. It was a strange, distorted roar. Stay put, foolish human. The gem-eyed creature smirked and slowly left. The entire prison seemed to be left with only Moss's furious roars. Earth. Silk City. Sal Cathedral. Looks like I bet right, your gun has no bullets, Tanshin said. Then he looked around at those pointing guns at him and added, and I bet your guns have no bullets either. If this had been before, this group of gangsters would have laughed off Tan Chen's words, but now they felt a chill in their hearts. They hurriedly unloaded their magazines, and upon inspection, they were all stunned. Immediately, horror and panic filled their eyes. How is that possible? Where are the bullets? I had a full magazine. God, is he a magician? Everyone was in shock. The people in the live broadcast room also couldn't understand what was happening, with many speculating whether it was a live effect. At that moment, Tan Chen also pulled out a handgun, aimed it at the so-called gang leader, and smiled. Now it's your turn, guess if my gun has bullets? Cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the suited gang leader. He certainly didn't dare to say no. Otherwise, what if the guy shot him just to show off? He was too familiar with this scene. If it were him, he would never waste such a good opportunity. Being flashy is valuable, but life is worth even more. For the sake of life, he decided to stop pretending and no longer pursue being flashy. He immediately put on a smile and said, "Brother, with what you said, your gun definitely has bullets, full of bullets." "Good answer. We can communicate, then shall we talk?" Tan Chen said. "Talk. Let's talk freely." The gang leader quickly nodded. Soon, a group of people found a table and sat around it. Of course, before that, all their firearms had been confiscated. After this diversion, the gang leader seemed to have thought about what to say. As soon as he sat down, he said, "I've always liked rabbit country, perhaps we can cooperate." Oh, Tan Chen remained non-committal, wondering if this guy had misunderstood something. "I don't know what your purpose is in coming here, nor what your backers want you to do, but the only thing I understand is that without some benefit to drive you, you wouldn't take such risks." At this point, the gang leader smiled confidently and extended 5 fingers, 5 times. "I can give you 5 times the benefit, as long as you submit to me. I guarantee your world will be much more exciting and interesting than before." "Lord Dia, I have no one behind me, nor any benefits driving me," Tan Chen smiled. Dia was indeed the name of this gang leader. During the process of sitting down, both sides had exchanged names. "Let me guess, is it the Brotherhood? Or the head-chopping party?" Dia's gaze was sharp, and his tone was somewhat harsh. "Have they finally been unable to resist taking action against me? But our prison alliance will never easily admit defeat. You really don't need to hide anything." Hearing this, Tan Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. What on earth was this guy imagining? Were the leaders in war zones all this sensitive? After thinking for a moment, he said, "Boss Dia, I truly have no one driving me. In fact, I came here with only one purpose, which is to give the civilians of this city a chance." "Ha, a chance?" Dia's brows furrowed. Among the gang members present, there was a slight stir. Perhaps because Tan Chen had been very polite, they no longer felt any threat. So at this moment, the looks directed at Tan Chen became somewhat strange. "Yes, a chance. Oh, it can also be said that this is what drives me, which is to clear away evil and suffering, and return peace to the refugees of Lu City." At this point, Tan Chen still maintained a gentle smile. Dia was stunned. Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei were baffled. The people in the live broadcast room were filled with a series of question marks. Only the group of people who had eaten stinky tofu, Xiaofei Gun and his crew, had shining eyes and looked excited. "Do you think you're funny?" Dia sneered, waved his hand for his men to bring him a cigarette, lit it, and then slowly said, "The current battlefield is a meat grinder. Do you think those civilians are suffering because of us? You're too naive. Then I will end the battle in Lu City, and how to end it will start with your prison alliance." Tan Chen smiled. Staring at Tan Chen's young, fair face, which had nothing to do with the hardships of life, Dia laughed. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "In the end, you just want to invade our prison alliance's territory. Are your backers brainless? This is a great opportunity to make money. Why must it end in mutual destruction? Do you think that by disarming us, having a broken handgun will solve everything? With our numbers, we can easily overwhelm you, and you won't escape death." "Not escape death, mutual destruction? No, it's you who will be hurt, you who will lose. Once we deal with your scattered troops, the stinky tofu business will be infinitely simpler." After muttering to himself, Tan Chen said, "You are mistaken. It doesn't require both sides to suffer for everyone to be happy." "What do you mean?" Dia snorted coldly. At this moment, Tan Chen finally retracted his friendly smile and said expressionlessly, "It's simple. I ask you, Dia, to go to your death." "What?" Everyone was taken aback. The people in the livestream were also confused by Tan Chen's sudden change in attitude. They had genuinely thought this man would negotiate slowly with the black boss. "I said, I ask you to go to your death." Whoosh! In an instant, Tan Chen's arm flicked, and a finely crafted handgun appeared in his hand. Then he fired a shot. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the cigarette that Dia had just put in his mouth was instantly reduced to ashes. There was a pause of 4 or 5 seconds. The rising anger suddenly engulfed the members of the prison alliance. Bastard! Dare to insult our boss, kill him. Come on, brothers, kill him. That gunshot was like a trigger. The subordinates, who had been holding back, instantly exploded with rage. They were indeed bloodthirsty and didn't care that Tan Shen was holding a gun, charging forward all at once. Step back, help me look cool. Tan Shen flicked his hand, tossing the phone into Xiao Mei's hands. Not shooting them directly was precisely for this moment. He could already imagine the scene of himself facing 10 opponents, which would definitely be edited and broadcasted by countless streamers. All of this was his popularity. Python swallows the dragon. Tan Shen reached out, his fingers harder than steel, and in an instant achieved egg smash. Ah! A scream pierced the sky. The other gang members, ignoring everything, swarmed to grab Tan Shen's arms or legs. Others were either throwing punches or coming down on him. The scene was incredibly chaotic. Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei held their breath, and the people in the livestream were so stunned they couldn't even send out comments, their eyes wide open. Just then, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded unfolded. The gang members seemed to have pounced onto a massive explosive, and with a boom, they were all sent flying. Dong dong dong. People were thrown about, and many chairs in the church were smashed to pieces. How is this possible? What the hell? No way, man. It's confirmed. This is definitely acting. What's the difference from a scene in a martial arts movie? Mom, come see Superman. It went crazy. The live stream was completely wild. The popularity surged again, and some streamers who saw the opportunity for traffic immediately began editing and writing scripts. Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei's eyes were about to pop out. Was this really the power of a human? No way, even Russian strongmen didn't have such terrifying strength, right? With that crash, the church fell silent. In reality, being thrown 4 or 5 meters away, no one could stand up in a short time. Where do you think you're going? Tan Shen turned and looked at Dia, who was crouching and trying to escape, and walked over with a smile. A drop of cold sweat slid from Dia's forehead to the ground. The scene from just now surged madly in his mind. Various guesses kept appearing. Terminator? Robot? Alien? Are they going to capture me for experiments? Anyway, not human. Seeing Tan Shen's smiling face was even more chilling than a face full of killing intent. I'm not going anywhere. Da chuckled awkwardly. No, you should go. Tan Shen said, I plan to hold a large-scale trial event, to judge this bloody war, to judge all evil. You need to come with me. Dia had a bad premonition in his heart and said blankly, judging evil, who is the evil? Could it be? You guessed correctly, you are the first sinner in this trial. After you, all who have stained their hands with the blood of the innocent will be judged by me. Even the sinners from the kingdom of Ku and the Bear Nation. Tan Shen said. Madman. This guy is a madman. Dia trembled, then squeezed out a sentence from his throat. What if? What if I don't agree? Don't agree? Tan Shen smiled, a brilliant smile. If you don't agree, you will be nailed to the cross and face the fire punishment. The sins you have committed will be exposed in broad daylight. Tan Shen said. This task was different from the past. It required selling a full 10,000 portions of stinky tofu. And the taste of the miraculous stinky tofu was hard to describe. I fear that as soon as it is taken out, there won't be a soul within 10 miles. It had been verified before, and the subjects were strong-willed soldiers, let alone ordinary civilians. Approaching one-on-one was too slow, so there had to be a way to make the public come to him voluntarily, with a reason they couldn't resist the stinky tofu. A method that could continuously increase the number of viewers in the live stream. Tan Shen racked his brain and finally thought of this perfect plan. You dare to burn me alive. Dia was both shocked and panicked, a hint of fear on his face. He knew that the man before him had the strength and capability to do this. Dia, this is your only chance for rebirth. Of course, you might be taken away by the authorities later, imprisoned, or executed, I can't control that. But compared to the pain of burning and crucifixion, you should be able to make a wise choice. Tan Shen smiled. Directly eliminating this criminal would certainly be simple. But that wasn't the optimal solution. The best option was to use him to the fullest. Tan, you are a demon. Dia trembled all over. Demon? No. I'm just an ordinary businessman. Evil is just part of the transaction. I judge evil, and the public will repay me with things you can't even imagine. At this point, Tan Shen continued, so, Dia, which path do you choose? For a moment, in the livestream, the wailing gang members, Xiao Shuai, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Fei Gun all fell silent, quietly waiting for Dia to make a choice. Dia trembled, his fists clenched tightly. His gaze towards Tan Shen was sometimes filled with anger, sometimes fear, sometimes shaking, and deep within, it burst with murderous intent. He regretted not checking if his handgun had bullets before entering. Now he found himself in a desperate situation. Dia knew that no matter which path he chose with this devil, it would lead him to ruin. But he had no choice left, otherwise, he would die right now. Looking at Tan Shen's gaze, which regarded him like prey, Dia ultimately couldn't resist. His eyes flickered, and he let out a humiliating sigh. Alright, I accept the judgment. Tan Shen smiled. With this guy's cooperation, tomorrow was secured. He stepped forward, took the broken cigarette from the ground, and stuffed it back into Dia's mouth. He patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, your sins will be washed away tomorrow, and your path to redemption is about to begin. Prepare to welcome your new life, Dia. I welcome your nonsense. You talk better than you sing, you just want to use me as a stepping stone to make a name for yourself, right?" Dia cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare show it on his face because he had a weakness. "Mr. Tan, I can fully cooperate with you for tomorrow's trial meeting, but I have one request." Dia knew that paper couldn't wrap fire, so he chose to bring it up. "Oh, go ahead." Since Tan Shen wanted to establish a noble persona in this task, he had been maintaining the demeanor of a modest gentleman. Dia sighed and said, "I have a son, I hope you can spare him and not cause him trouble. Any additional gains?" Tan Shen's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Fei Gun excitedly shouted, "We can't let him go. That guy kills and sets fires, does all sorts of terrible things, and even enjoys torturing babies. Just yesterday." "Shut up!" Dia roared in anger, wanting to rush over and punch Xiao Fei Gun. But Xiao Fei Gun showed no fear and continued to shout, "I want to say, I've done many wrong things too, and I will voluntarily accept judgment tomorrow. I'm not afraid of you, but your son, Dean, must not be let go. He deserves to die. That's right, he deserves to die. His actions are dozens of times worse than ours. We can't let him go." Influenced by the magical stinky tofu, Xiao Fei Gun and a group of gang members all glared angrily and shouted in unison, "Mr. Tan." Dia was anxious. He was indeed brutal by nature, but he had one flaw: he was extremely indulgent towards Dean. "Don't worry." Tan Shen pressed his hand down, and when the scene quieted down, he said, "Alright, I promise you, I won't cause trouble for your son." "What?" Xiao Fei Gun and his group looked astonished. "Mr. Tan, no, we can't let Dean go. That bastard has killed at least 100 civilians and loves to violate their wives and daughters in front of their husbands. This beast deserves to die 100 times over." Looking at the eager faces of Xiao Fei Gun and the others, Tan Shen gained a new understanding of the magical stinky tofu. The effect was simply incredible. If they had eaten more, wouldn't they have gone to find Dean to exchange lives on the spot? "Alright, I know what I'm doing." Tan Shen interrupted the cries of Xiao Fei Gun and the others, his gaze returning to the restless Dia, smiling, "I won't cause him trouble, but he must also appear at the trial tomorrow to observe. Is that okay?" "Good." Dia could only agree. Since this man seemed to be genuinely righteous, he probably wouldn't go back on his word. "Okay, then you'll have to endure a night of discomfort." After saying that, Tan Shen waved his hand. "Go, tie them all up first, to avoid any mishaps." "Yes. Understood." Xiao Fei Gun and Xiao Shu quickly took action, soon finding ropes and tying Dia and the others up tightly. At this moment, Tan Shen waved to a few meters away. There stood several missionaries and a pastor. They had almost witnessed the entire process, and although they were shocked by Tan Shen's strength, they also knew that this man from the rabbit country was a person with a strong sense of justice. Seeing Tan Shen wave, they not only felt no fear but approached with respectful expressions. "Everyone, I believe you understand my intentions. Tonight, I may need your help with something, if it's convenient?" Tan Shen asked gently. "Praise the Lord. Praise Mr. Tan, you must have come here by the Lord's guidance, so we are very willing to serve." The male pastor bowed to Tan Shen, but his words made Tan Shen roll his eyes. What nonsense about the Lord's guidance? This guy is also seeking credit. He won't try to steal the spotlight tomorrow, will he? Tan Shen kept a wary eye but nodded amicably on the surface. "Then I will trouble you. Tonight, you just need to." Before he could finish, the church door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A loud, cold voice echoed from afar, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Everyone turned to look, only to see a tall man with a sinister smile slowly walking into the church. His hair was dyed a bright red, he wore a black leather jacket, and on his feet were shiny leather boots. A chilling murderous intent emanated from his eyes, as if he was ready to take a life at any moment. Following him were 4 or 5 muscular men holding rifles. "Dean?" Xiao Fei Gun recognized the newcomer, and his expression changed instantly. Dean let out a cold laugh, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "You really are tired of living, daring to betray my dad in the prison alliance, killing him, and all the strangers present." Clearly, he had already received the news. In an instant, the expressions of the handsome guy, the beautiful girl, and the others like little flying stick changed dramatically. However, a sinister smile and anticipation rose on Dia's face. But in the next second, his sinister smile froze. Tan Shan raised his hand, and the gunfire thundered, instantly shattering the silence of the church. His speed in drawing the gun was so fast it was hard to believe, and his accuracy was astonishing. The few gunmen had actually seen Tan Shan's movement. They had the instinct to dodge, but it was still too late. 5 gunshots converged at absolute speed, and the 5 gang members fell to the ground in response. Blood sprayed under the cold light of the church, creating a bizarre and tragic scene. They didn't even have time to raise their guns before losing their lives. What? Dean was stunned. His father Dia's gaze also completely lost its luster. Bind him up. Tomorrow he will be our guest to witness how we judge his father, Tan Shan said calmly. The handsome guy, along with Little Flying Stick and the others, hurriedly stepped forward to tie Dean up tightly. Dean still wanted to resist, but after receiving a few hard slaps, he finally settled down. One could say that he was as handsome as he was when he first entered, now he was just as miserable. Thud, after being bound, Dean was directly thrown next to Dia. Dad! Dean seemed to want to say something. Hey, you won't be in trouble, mister. Tan promised me he wouldn't cause you any trouble, Dia sighed. He had originally hoped his son could turn the situation around, but he never expected it would last less than a second. He didn't even know what to say. No, I will definitely find a way to save you, Dean said, glaring fiercely at Tan Shan, shouting, Kid, if you know what's good for you, I advise you to let us go immediately, or when my brothers find out, they'll kill your whole family. Take him away, keep an eye on him. Tan Shan waved his hand. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on such a small fry. The handsome guy and Little Flying Stick quickly dragged them away towards the back of the church, led by a missionary, and took the group into a storage room. The storage room was dimly lit, the air filled with a damp, moldy smell, and the corners were piled high with old church supplies, making it particularly eerie. Seeing this environment, Dean felt murderous, constantly cursing and spewing foul language. Little Flying Stick and the others might still harbor some fear, but the regular army-born handsome guy didn't indulge him. Immediately, the storage room was filled with Dean's pig-like screams and Dia's pleas for mercy. On the other side, Tan Shan looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. At this point, there were still many people saying this was a script. Dia, Dean, and the others were all actors he had invited. After all, the plot that had just unfolded was simply too unbelievable. Alright, today's live broadcast comes to a close, see you tomorrow on Judgment Day. After saying that, Tan Shan immediately closed the live broadcast. He didn't care whether they thought it was a script, as long as the popularity was enough, that was okay. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Tan Shan looked at the pastor and said, So tonight, I'll trouble you, please make sure to notify everyone. Rest assured, Mr. Tan, in the name of the Lord. The old pastor nodded. Then please prepare a room for us, Little May, come with me. Okay. Tan Shan's actions today made Little May feel a sense of identification. Although she knew very well that such behavior was highly inadvisable on the battlefield, she admired such a person. But once they were alone in the room after the old pastor left, Little May couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. This man before her was so powerful, if he wanted to do something to her, should she obey or obey? Pat. Instinctively, she pressed her back against the wall, as if this could bring her a sense of security. What are you doing? Tan Shan said while rummaging under the bed. This piqued Xiaomei's curiosity, and just then, Tan Shan let out a long breath and surprisingly pulled out several laptops from under the bed. Oh, there are laptops under the bed? Tan Shan pretended to examine them for a few seconds before tossing them onto the bed, saying, You'll use this to livestream tomorrow. Help me adjust the angle, I want to broadcast this trial on all the major websites. Ha! Xiaomei was completely taken aback. This computer couldn't have been hidden here for a long time, could it? Otherwise, how could he say it so matter-of-factly? But if he could hide it here in advance, how did he manage that, and why did he do it? Xiaomei's heart was about to explode with curiosity. This was also the effect Tan Shan wanted to achieve, at least for a short time. She wouldn't have the urge to escape and would seriously fulfill his request. Are you dumb? Tan Shan waved his hand in front of her. No, I'll just do some adjustments first. Xiaomei didn't dig deeper. She knew this man wouldn't tell the truth. She planned to explore it slowly on her own. Seeing her start to adjust the equipment, Tan Shan directed someone to bring in the frying equipment from the vehicle outside. He planned to create a complete version of the magical stinky tofu tonight. The effect would definitely be explosive. As for the final ingredient, the old dead skin on the rough man's feet, there was no shortage of that here. Time passed. Soon it was dinner time, and everyone gathered for a meal. An elderly pastor in a clerical robe prepared to lead the missionaries out. Tan, the Lord will guide us. Please wait for our good news. the old pastor said with a smile, holding a Bible. Go, be careful, Tan Shen reminded him, as he had other matters to attend to. Nodding, the old pastor and the others set off. They divided into 5 groups, quietly entering the dark streets under the night sky. The night wind was chilling, mixed with the smell of gunpowder, as if telling the suffering of the city. Every step they took felt so heavy. Pastor John, do you really think this rabbit country person will be so kind? As soon as they left the church, a rugged-looking missionary could no longer hold back his question. Another missionary frowned and spoke up. Did you notice what he was carrying? I faintly smelled a foul odor. I swear, even the dirtiest devil doesn't have such a pungent stench. Could it be that they don't intend to hold a trial meeting at all, but rather plan to gather the masses? The last word he held back made all the missionaries present stiffen. The pastor shook his head, drew a symbol in front of his chest, and said, You have not grasped the wisdom of the Lord, your eyes are blinded by sin. Seeing the missionaries' bewildered expressions, John continued, If he were truly a devil, he would be a powerful one, but a powerful devil wouldn't go to such lengths. The missionaries understood, and in an instant, they realized, quickly bowing their heads and praying fervently. Their voices, accompanied by their footsteps, echoed into the distance. Meanwhile, Tan Shen arrived at the top floor of the church, opened the window, and began to crazily make the magical stinky tofu. Compared to the stinky socks of his athletic brother and the boneless chicken feet slurped by the old lady, obtaining the old dead skin from the rough man's feet was clearly much easier. So, after mixing 3 kinds of seasonings, he quickly blended them according to the instructions. Soon, an incredibly strange smell spread through the window, wafting into the distance. But this was just the beginning. As Tan Shen started frying the stinky tofu, the smell intensified several times over. Fried stinky tofu, it's my favorite. If it were up to me, I definitely wouldn't eat it. Tan Shen hummed a tune while continuously tossing stinky tofu into the oil pot. He was already quite familiar with this process. Moreover, this frying rack seemed to have been enhanced by the system. The magical stinky tofu would be cooked just by tossing it in for a spin. With such efficiency, the magical stinky tofu kept coming out of the pot, and in no time, he had fried several hundred pieces. Wow! A gust of night wind blew in, carrying the aroma outside the church. As time passed, the scent drifted further and became more intense. Xiao Mei, do you smell something? Inside the church, Xiao Mei, who was still adjusting the equipment, was suddenly approached by Xiao Shuai. Is there? Xiao Mei was taken aback, then took a deep breath. The next second, her expression changed drastically. Oh no, that Tan guy is cooking shit again. Her words seemed to act as a trigger. The not-so-distinct stench suddenly intensified. It really is him. He really started cooking shit. Run! Xiao Mei screamed. In an instant, she forgot about the computer, dashed into the room like a madwoman, and stuffed the door gap with clothes and towels. The doors and windows were tightly shut. Xiao Shuai also broke out in a cold sweat, but thinking about the people he still had to guard, he felt a chill run down his back. Damn, I'd rather stay in the storage room than smell that stench. Just thinking about it made his stomach churn. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the storage room where Dean Dia was tied up. Handsome, what's wrong with you? Xiao Fei Gun and the others, seeing him rush in, couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't ask. Just know that something big is going to happen tonight. Be mentally prepared, Xiao Shuai said with a serious face. He knew all too well the power of stinky tofu. He didn't know how long that Tan guy would be cooking tonight, and he hoped it wouldn't make the entire church reek. What? Are the head-chopping gang and the Brotherhood coming over? Xiao Fei Gun and the others' faces changed dramatically. No, it's worse than that. Saying this, he pushed Xiao Fei Gun and the others into the room. Then, under everyone's suspicious gazes, he sealed the gaps in the door and windows. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Bro, what exactly happened? Xiao Fei Gun relentlessly pursued the question. Ha 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 ha, it must be my brothers breaking in. Surrender quickly, or I'll kick your heads like balls. Dean laughed maniacally. Xiao Shuai ignored him and continued to check the storage room for any gaps. But Xiao Fei Gun was not pleased. He took a few steps forward and slapped Dean twice. If they really break in, I'll kill you first. You sinful bastard. Bastard. You dare hit me. You're dead, Dad. You must kill him, you must. Dean, who was inherently vicious, wished he could pounce on Xiao Fei Gun and bite off a piece of his flesh. Shut up, or I'll kill you, Xiao Shuai shouted angrily. After all, he was a regular soldier, and when he got angry, Dean was actually intimidated. For a moment, the entire storage room fell silent. Only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. Xiao Shuai pressed his ear against the door, quietly listening to the commotion outside. At the top of the church. Nice, the magical stinky tofu with 3 kinds of seasonings is indeed extraordinary. I can even sense a hint of stink. Tan Chen smiled slightly. He set down the 3 empty seasoning bowls, having poured all the seasonings into the oil pot. The complete version of magical stinky tofu was born. With the high temperature fermenting, the aroma immediately spread out completely. Into the pot. Tan-chan began to rapidly toss the stinky tofu into the pot. 100 pieces. 1,000 pieces. 2,000 pieces. As time passed, Tan-chan's frying speed became faster and more skilled. The boiler bubbled, and a foul stench boiled over. In the night breeze, this odor seemed to come alive, spreading at a terrifying speed. The first to catch a whiff of this stench was a resident living closest to the church. To call them residents was an exaggeration. Their home was barely constructed from a few tattered cloths that could hardly provide shade. They had missed their chance to evacuate due to leaving too late. Even during the day, they dared not run around, as snipers and looters were everywhere. Only at night did they venture out to search for supplies. But just as the man of this household was about to set out, they heard footsteps and the beam of a flashlight. "Quick, son, hide." The thin man's face showed panic as he whispered. But soon, his expression calmed. He recognized the attire of the newcomers. They were from the nearby church. The leader was none other than Pastor John. Seeing the man composed, Pastor John smiled slightly. This was the power of the Lord. Even in such an environment, he was regarded as the most trustworthy. With this thought, Pastor John felt increasingly confident in completing his mission. He stepped forward and began, "Sir, I." Just as he spoke a few words, he suddenly caught a whiff of something. The initial scent was relatively mild. But as John slightly wrinkled his nose, his face turned pale. "I am. You." He wanted to say more, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his stomach convulsed, and he violently spewed forth, yellowish-white matter shooting out half a meter away. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. How could a dignified pastor lose composure like this? But soon, they understood the reason. They felt it. It was a smell that combined the stench of socks that hadn't been washed in 1,000 years with the rotting belly of a fish, plus a hint of fermented sauerkraut. It was like a vicious dog that suddenly bit down on everyone's necks, twisting hard, causing them to lose their ability to breathe in an instant. Bang 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 bang. With a few loud explosions, everyone present collapsed, hands tightly gripping their necks, seemingly unable to breathe from the overwhelming stench, their eyes rolling back. Meanwhile, Tan-chan also sensed something was wrong. He saw waves of black foul air rising from the frying pan, then swirling out the window like a tornado. The stench, it's materialized? Damn! Tan-chan stared in shock.